Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good whatever it is, wherever you are. And welcome to this day 6 of the Apple River trial. And today might be the day that the state rests. And I'm very hard on the state to prove their case in every case, but I don't know. With the videos, I still think that they haven't proven it. Do I think he's going to get convicted? It's always hard in self-defense cases. It's kind of like flipping a coin. We saw in the Travis Rudolph case, a guy who instantly lawyered up, made sure not to talk to anyone. He had a good case, maybe because the police did such a shoddy investigation. Then we had the case out of New Hampshire, where a lot like this, disengaging, re-engaging all the time. He got convicted. We had the Rittenhouse trial. He was, I believe, saved by a really, really bad prosecution team who did some shenanigans with videos and stuff like that. So in this case, if I should test the wind, and I don't know the area, I don't know the people, but I'm kind of leaning towards he might be convicted, even though I don't think he should be. But that's just me. But let's do what we always do and say hey to Casey and Christy and Ellis and Whiskey. Lolita smiles. And Miss Irish. Doc Daddy. Well, I aim to please. Hey, Marissa. Fedorowski. Yeah, Jamie is running late, but I set it to go live at 3 my time, our time. So she's excused. She will be here within 40 to 45 minutes. Hey, Daisy Girl Williams. Helen Jenninson. Hey, Rosie, how you doing? I said hey to you. And Renee, good morning to you. Panilla has agreed she is going to be an angel on the 20th. Yeah, the 20th of March. So everyone can enjoy her at Statue Day on the 20th. Restless Mom. Good morning, genitals. Hey, Ralph. I had an amazing weekend. I was in the garden yesterday. I dug up a couple of roses. I removed a ton of wine and other stuff I cut off. I pricked my hands on all the roses, but no roses without thorns. Hey, Stacy, how are you doing? Hello, before I go. Hope you're doing better. Yeah, it was a big surprise to me in both cases because self-defense is such a hard burden to meet, even though it shouldn't be, because again, watch the videos, don't watch the still photos the state presents. To me, they are clearly antagonizing him and attacking him. Jen Pookie. Boom, boom. Gina. Good morning to you as well. Hey, Ray Aussie. Good evening to you. Boom, boom, boom. In case that was holding anyone up, you took lucky like number 13. Well, thank you so much. Juicy Heretic Juice. Coronation Revolution now. Only heretics I know is the ones we must purge with the alien and the Xenos. So, yeah. Talking about purging people. Hey, Jamie.
Hi, Hi. Oh, you're live already? Jesus.
Yeah, I'm live. You know, I'm when the little red button is going, we're live. Sometimes you should watch the show. Hey, cowpoke. Deborah Kennedy, a Nashwada Bearbird. Well, a lot of channel has been jumping in on it and covering all over the weekend. I saw a bit by Sean and by Branka. Sean and I are disagreeing about the the DA. I think the DA is really, really bad, and he thought, well, he's doing okay. That entire "I'm whispering all the time" thing. I don't like the DA, but he thought he was doing okay, and apparently the district attorney's office have no funding and can't fill the spots they have. So he's the best they got. Hey, D. Robinson. It is at 9 Eastern. Yeah, I thought he was so unprepared, but again, you all watched, and again, Sean is watching the entire trial in a rerun, so he can just skip whenever we have all these breaks and stuff like that. Because I feel like I just feel he's unprepared. So yeah,
Oh, yeah.
but hey, Tracy, how are you doing? Jamie, how's your gut feeling this morning? Do you think if the state rests today, they have proven their case?
No.
If the state rests today, do you think he will be found guilty?
I'm still going with a no.
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't know.
going with a yes. So that's nice. We agree to disagree.
I just don't know how you can see that video, the situation he was put in, and with everybody on the stand, all those people that were there, their statements are ridiculous. How
Yeah,
anybody could find him guilty. So
let's hope there are more people like you, not like me, on the jury.
I know
Would
everybody
you
hates juries nowadays, but I'm just hoping we got one. I just want to see one.
would you want to work for that idiot? I'm not surprised he can't fill job. No, uh, but again, it's not good for justice that you have subpar DAs running around, deciding who to convict and not to convict.
Hmm.
And the more political they get, the worse, in my opinion, it is, because we have no political influence on the justice system in Denmark other than our government, our national government. We don't have elected judges, we don't have elected prosecutors, so we don't have that. I need to get re-elected, so I'm gonna have to do 8 big drug cases, 4 good kid cases, and 5 murder cases. We and I think politics is really a bad thing to put into a courtroom.
Yeah.
It was local teens. Hey, Janine J. Well, they can, and they will, because, as we always say in self-defense cases, there's one person here who can't talk about what happened, and that's the person who isn't here. And that seems to weigh highly on jurors.
Yeah, and I see it a lot now with that we're watching them, that self-defense people don't really believe in self-defense anymore, is what
No,
I'm noticing.
yeah, because a lot of people have that idea. You wouldn't be charged with anything if you weren't guilty. But
Yeah.
sadly, if we start to look at it, who have we thought were guilty all the way through? Bradley on,
Hmm.
Burgos,
Well,
Kuskovic.
yeah.
Uh, other than that, we run into a lot of people we don't feel is guilty. Hey, Sebastian, good to see you.
Or just the fact that the state hasn't proven it. Even if we do think, okay, maybe they had something to do with it, the state didn't prove the case.
Yeah, Tyrone Tucker. Hi, Maya.
Mhm.
Oh,
We are ready to resume the trial.
he
Hope
is
everyone had
very
a
pointy.
restful and relaxing weekend. We are ready to continue with the evidence. The state is still presenting its evidence. I should note that the attorneys are present along with Mr. Mew. We have 14 jurors in the courtroom. Mr. Smestad, who is the next witness?
Call Owen Peloquin.
Judge, could we approach really quickly?
Yes.
And a sidebar, just as they start. Why didn't they do that before the jury arrived?
I don't know. Hey, Lefty.
Sir, please come forward. Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Please have a seat in the witness chair.
Oh, another kid.
Is this another? Yeah, I think it was another one of the boys.
All right, Mr. Smestad.
Oh, you state your name for the record, please.
Owen Peloquin,
How do you spell your last name?
Peloquin.
Owen, how old are you?
I'm 19.
All right, and what do you do for a living? Are you going to school or?
Right now I'm a barback and I do snow removal and landscaping.
What town do you live in?
Afton.
Not yet, Farrell.
Did you know a person named Isaac Schumann?
Nope.
Yes, I did. He was my best friend.
How many years did you know Isaac?
Jamie,
Hmm.
my memory is kind of the same. Something with little girls. I was scared when he came running up. I think this
Okay.
guy had watched enough of the trial, so he's going to say we called for help, but I'm not sure.
Yep. I can't wait. Because he's been able to watch
Hey.
a lot of it.
Pew pew. Hello.
Hey, Pew Pew.
A lot, probably 5 or 6 years.
Did you go to school together?
Yes, we did.
Were you with Isaac back on July 30th of 2022?
Yes, I was.
Were you with him on the Apple River?
Yes, I was.
And were you with him when he was killed that day?
Yes, I was.
Back on July 30th, 2022, how old were you then?
I was 17.
Had you finished high school yet?
No, we hadn't started senior year yet.
Was that the summer before your senior year?
Yes, it was.
Had you ever been on the Apple River before?
No, that was my first time.
Did you ride to the river with Alex Fang?
Yeah, we
First
all rode
witness
together in
just
Afton.
started.
You red tubes?
Yeah.
Got on the river?
Mm-hmm.
Said yes?
Yes, that's yes.
Were you drinking that day?
What?
What happened?
Oh no, it just stopped.
Obviously having a little bit of our technical difficulties early in the day in Hudson, Wisconsin. We'll continue to see if we can get that figured out. As you know, we had some technical issues Friday morning.
So it looks like we're starting out like we did on Friday, with no live feed.
But why don't we call
come
up a
on.
group of
Well,
tubers to kind of give you a little
Just
bit of a
looking if any of the other one has a
perspective here on Owen
clear one.
Peloquin. I
It
did
is
suggest
direct,
this morning that he was likely to be
All right. Did you ask him what the heck he was doing standing in the river?
It's a local thing.
Yes, we did, yeah.
Did he say to you something about looking for a phone?
Not that I can recall.
All right. Do you remember talking to police about this the day that happened?
Yes, I do.
Do you
Just
remember
gonna go back a little so we don't miss it.
the group?
No, he was standing in the water, just like standing with the snorkel, or he was standing in the water just really weirdly.
All right. How deep was the water where he was standing?
he was standing in the water weirdly. Jesus.
More than probably 10 inches.
Was he in a tube?
No.
Was he with anybody else?
No, he was not with anyone else.
Were you ever able to determine if he was with the group?
No, I never saw anyone else with
All
that.
right. Did you ask him what the heck he was doing standing in the river?
Yes, we did, yeah.
Did he say to you something about looking for a phone?
Not that I can recall.
All right. Do you remember
Nothing
talking to
else.
police about this the day that happened?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember telling the police that he said he was looking for a phone?
I don't, no.
If it's in the transcript, is that something that you would have said?
If it's in the transcript, yeah.
As you sit here today, you don't remember that?
No, I don't remember saying that ever.
All right. You know, we'll strike that since you don't remember. At some point, did he approach your group?
Yes, he did.
And can you describe how he did that?
He just weirdly like sprinted at us, like just made us all super uncomfortable. It was,
Were you sitting in the tube when that
yeah,
happened?
we were all sitting.
All right, we're gonna play some video for you here on.
So now he was standing and sprinting weirdly.
It was so weird. God, somebody standing in the river next to us. It's weird.
Yeah, and he just started sprinting at us. Weirdly.
Weird.
Yeah, and he can't remember that today because he really wanted to say, I thought he said something about little girls.
Oh yeah, he didn't say that yet, did he?
No, because it's in the.
What is he on? Whoa! 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 Get away! Whoa!
When you testified just a minute ago that he had sprinted up on you, is that what you were referring to?
Yeah.
What you
that's-
just watched on the video? Was that your voice saying, yo, get away?
That was
Did he get away?
not once.
Did he grab onto your tubes?
Yes, he did.
Did he
For like
stop your
2
tubes from floating down the river?
seconds.
Yes, he did.
This is a leading question. Please refrain.
Once he grabbed onto your tubes, were you able to continue your journey?
No, we were not.
Yes, you were.
He let go like 2 seconds after that.
What did you do after he grabbed onto the tubes?
We all got out of our tubes and we're just like scared, wondering what was going on.
Did you move away from him?
To an extent, like, we got up and away like from our tubes. Yeah.
Other than saying, yo, get away, did you say anything else to him at that
Yes.
point?
Yeah.
What did you say?
We were calling him a pedophile because he at one point did say something about little girls. Couldn't really make out fully what he said, but I heard him say something about little girls, and then
That's a big
We
one
all
today,
just-
Jamie. I can feel it.
that didn't sit right with any of us, and so we're screaming at him, pedophile, get out of here, like you're weirdo, like what a normal person would do. I feel like.
Fair to say you're calling him some names.
Yes, it was.
Did any of your group at that point
Well,
lay a hand on him after he?
Not once.
what? No, it's
When you
not
spoke to
your
the
group,
police
it's the other
later, do you recall if you mentioned anything about his little girl's comment, whatever it was?
I believe I did.
group one.
There's transcripts,
That's
transcripts that show you didn't mention that.
Isaac's group.
Would that be accurate?
Yeah. Did you say did?
If there was a transcript that shows that you never mentioned that, would that be accurate?
I never did.
Right.
No, that would not be accurate. I said that.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have some confusion as to why he was making contact with your group?
Yeah, very much so.
When he grabbed onto your tubes, did he say he was doing that to look for a phone?
No, he was not speaking really at all.
No, he doesn't have T-Rex arms. He just bench presses too much and doesn't do back. So your shoulders slump forward because chicks take a good chest and back is so hard to work. That's why his shoulders is rounded forward.
He was just mumbling and just looking really scary.
All right. As you sit here today, You indicated that you were yelling at him and calling him names.
Mhm.
Looking back on it, is that
Yeah, they got their tubes grabbed, and then they turned into good old choir boys.
something you regret now?
Very much so.
You wish you'd done some things differently that day?
Yes, I do.
Did you and your friends continue to yell at him to get to go?
Yeah, throughout the whole time, I feel like.
At some point, did somebody else on the river come over to see what was going on?
Yeah, after we called people over for help, 'cause
All
we
right.
couldn't get them away.
Did some folks come over?
Yes, they did.
Did you know those folks at all?
None of
He's the
them.
first one from Group 1
Were
who
they
said
adults
they
or were
called for
they
help.
teenagers like you?
They were adults.
Once those, so the first,
They were 19.
if you remember, who was the first person to show up, but in response to your yells?
It was a blonde girl.
All right, and eventually did some other folks come over too?
Yeah, her whole group.
All right. The folks that came over, were they male or female or both?
Both.
Once the blonde lady came over, did she also tell Mr. Mew to leave?
Yes, multiple times.
Did he leave?
Not once.
At that point, once these other folks came over, is it fair to say that you and your friends were less scared?
Yeah, definitely.
At that point, were you laughing at them?
Yeah, we kind of just thought it was all fun and games at that point because we thought the adults would handle it.
I'm sorry, I missed that last part.
Would you repeat your answer?
Sorry, could you ask the question again? Sorry.
Were you less scared? And I think your
No, Kim, it's just this is one from Group 1, and he has hit all the good words. Something with little girls. I was scared when he came running up, and as the first one from Group 1, he said we call for help. So yeah.
your answer was
Yeah.
you were.
Yeah, I was way less scared when I saw the adults. The adults made me feel way more comfortable.
They weren't
Did
adults.
Mr. Mew say anything about why he didn't want to leave where you guys were, the area where you were?
He was not speaking.
No, because you were yelling
Were you
in
able
his
to
face.
see his face as the blonde lady was yelling at him?
To an extent, yeah. His face was just emotionless. Like if you looked at him, it looked like he was looking straight through you.
Did he look scared?
Did I look scared?
Did he look scared?
No, not once. He looked like he was like somehow kind of having fun.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
What?
Did you hear Mr. Mew call out for help at any time?
Never.
Now, at some point, as he's talking to the blonde lady, did you see him have a knife?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe how that all happened?
It's kind of blurry, but I just remember we were all in like this, we were all together. And then I just remember like looking at him and then looking down at his hand, and his hand was just gripping a knife. And then, yeah.
You know where he got the knife from?
Yeah, it came out of his right pocket.
All right.
17 years old at the time.
Had you seen it in his pocket prior to?
I saw the clip, yeah.
And did you describe the knife to the police?
Yes, I did.
Did you see him take the knife out of his pocket? If you remember?
It's really blurry. I can't really give you an answer.
We're going to show you some still frames from the video. Okay, pardon me. We're going to play the video. Before that, I have one question. When you saw the knife, did you say something to your friends about the knife?
Yes, I did.
What did you say?
I said, bro, he's got a knife. And I tried to pull some people back.
All right, we're going to watch that video right now. Is that the point where you saw the knife?
Yes, it is.
3
We're
times.
going to go through these, through that section of the video slowly. As it was playing, did you hear your own voice saying something about the knife?
What was that? Sorry.
As that video was playing, did you hear your voice saying something?
Yes, I did.
What did you say?
Said, bro, he's got a knife.
Once you said that, the video appears to show you taking a step forward. What were you doing?
I was trying to grab.
Defense didn't say anything, but yeah, I think it's bad that they get to loop it. You play it once, and then the jury can determine if he said he got a knife.
My buddy Nelson and pull him back, and then I didn't know the other girl. I just tried to grab any other person and pull her back too.
After you did that, did you move away?
I believe I did. I don't really remember much from.
All right.
Doesn't look good.
We're gonna go through some stills here, starting at 26:24.
No, his body.
Starting at 26, well, I guess it's 26:25. Do you see yourself in that picture, Owen?
Yes, I do.
Oh, is that you in the pink and blue shorts there?
Yes, it is.
All right, we can back up, please.
He looks so
Go
scared.
forward one frame. Owen,
That's the face of scared.
can you describe what the expression on your face is at this point?
Scared.
Just pure shock.
Pure shock.
What was that face? Why were you making that face?
It's because I saw the knife.
Is that
All right, move forward.
well? I'm not a body language expert, so I can't tell you.
Stop. Is that the step you took forward to grab Ryan Nelson?
Yes, it is.
Can I get this to move away? No, of course I can't. He doesn't look that shocked to me. Well,
It is.
All right, keep going.
and he doesn't get to any of his buddies.
All right. We stopped at 26:52 for the record. Now, when you saw the knife, which hand was he holding it in?
His right hand.
All right. Did you, as you were standing there,
Because the state is the ones who figures out who they want to charge. If they want to charge Mr. Mew as an unaliver, they can't have him. They can't subsequently charge all the other people as being a part of it, because that would give credence to his self-defense. Imagine if every time the defense asked a question and said, "And you, Mr. Montgomery, is charged or convicted by abetting in a mob behavior." That would ruin the state's case. The state, they do this every single time they put a case on with, because they choose which side they're going to believe. We saw it in the Treehouse trial. We've seen it in so many. We saw it in Adam Montgomery trial. The state just closes their eyes so they can get the case and the man they want.
did you see him strike anybody?
I did not see him strike anyone, but I heard it and I watched her stumble backwards.
All right. Were you looking at the knife when that happened?
I don't know exactly what I was
Sorry.
looking at.
Where were you looking at the time that you heard what you thought was a punch?
I really don't know exactly where I was looking.
But fair to say you were not looking at the blonde lady?
No, I was not.
All the witnesses have seen the video, so I don't know. It's probably been shared 1,000 times before the police took it down. He heard the
Testified,
punch.
Strike that. After you heard something, did you see the blonde lady have a physical reaction to what you heard?
Yes, I saw her stumble backwards.
All right. Did you see whether she ever went down in the water?
She didn't like fully fall down. She like stumbled back and kind of like caught herself.
All right. At that point, what did you do?
I don't really know.
All right.
You heard her get punched.
Did you see anybody strike Mr. Mew?
I didn't really see the strike, but I did see Mr. Mew fall.
Did he fall in the water?
Yes, he did.
Do you know whether or not he still had the knife in his hand at the time that he fell?
Do not.
Did you see anybody else with a knife?
No.
Did you have a knife?
No.
Did you see, once Mr. Mew was in the water, did you see anybody hit him in the water?
No, not in my memory, no.
Not in mine.
Memory.
Did you see Mr. Mew cut or stab anybody with the knife?
The blonde chick.
No, I was also
Betty.
quick. I didn't see any of it.
Did you yourself ever lay a hand on Mr. Mew?
No,
Overruled.
I didn't know.
At some point, did you see Mr. Mew get up out of the water?
Yeah, I saw him stand back up.
All right, we're going to show you a still from the video. It's 29:29. Is this the point where Mr. Mew had stood back up?
I don't know.
All right. Do you see yourself in this photo?
That might be my left arm.
If we zoom in on that, would that help you?
Yeah, I think that
Is- You see yourself in that photo?
Oh, yeah, I do. I guess I'm in the way back.
All right. What kind of expression are you making on your face?
I have my mouth wide open.
All right. At that point, do you remember how you got back to where you were in this picture?
No clue.
There's nothing wrong with what they're doing. They're just showing
At
pictures
some
of him.
point, did you realize that Isaac had been stabbed?
Yes.
Did you see that happen?
I didn't see him get stabbed, but I saw him fall into the water. And my buddy Alex was calling my name to come and help.
Were you fairly close to, we'll strike that. Did you go over to where Isaac had fallen?
Yes, I did.
What did you do when you got over there?
We picked him up and brought him to the shore.
Were you able to see that he had a significant wound?
Yes, I was.
Where was his wound?
It was on his chest.
What did you do to assist Isaac?
I tried my hardest to stop the bleeding.
Did you bring Isaac over to the shore?
Yeah, with Alex's help.
At some point,
They've
did
seen the
some
video
folks
just
stop
like
to
us.
help?
Yeah.
After they stopped to help, well, let me ask you this. Did you have a phone on you at the time?
I think my phone was in his bag.
All right. And did you use the phone?
I wouldn't have allowed it. I would have objected to it, but they would say it was a mistake.
No. Or well, oh yeah, I did. Well, eventually I got my phone back and I ended up calling his mom.
All right. Did some police officers eventually show up on the river?
Yes, they did.
And was Isaac eventually taken off the river?
Yes, he was.
Did you follow him up?
I did, yes.
Did they eventually put him in an ambulance,
Yes, they did.
take him to the hospital?
Yes.
And did you follow?
Yes, we did.
At some point, were you informed as to what Isaac's condition was at the hospital?
Yeah.
And what was it?
He was not alive and
Sustained. Don't answer the question. He'll ask another one.
Did you yourself take any pictures of recordings of this incident, Mr. Mew?
no, I did not.
You're aware that Jawan Cockfield did?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you watched that video?
I have once, yeah.
When you're at the hospital to give a statement to the officer,
Yes, I did.
to an officer? When you gave him that statement, were you trying to be accurate?
Yes, I was.
Do you believe that you were impaired at that point still?
I believe I was still in so much shock. I still didn't really comprehend everything.
All right. No other questions?
Mr. Trofficy?
Mr. Peloquin, you gave a 17-minute long recorded interview to law enforcement. Okay, do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Or after the river or at the hospital?
At the hospital, you gave an interview to Investigator Andrew Dittman.
Mhm.
Okay?
Yep.
All right. And Investigator Dittman, I don't know if you remember this, there's a transcript of it,
Mhm.
asked you about your contact
Mhm.
with Mr. Muir. Do you remember that?
Not really off the top of my head, I don't.
Okay. Do you remember being asked this question and providing this answer? From Investigator Dittman. Okay, so about an hour and a half, 2 hours into it, this guy, does he walk up to you guys, float up to you guys? Your answer: we were floating, and then we look at him and he was just standing completely by himself with some goggles on. And then we were like, what are you doing? And he said, oh, I'm looking for a phone. Do you remember providing that answer to that question?
Not at all.
Is that true?
Very true.
That happened.
No,
That didn't happen.
I do not remember.
You don't remember what happened that day in the river?
Well, I remember.
So did he or did he not tell you that he was looking for a phone?
I don't recall him ever saying that. No.
Okay. Is your memory better today, or is it better on the day of the incident?
I'd say it's better today.
It's better today, almost 2 years later. Yes?
Yeah, I've been able to think about it a lot.
Okay. Well, in between the time of the incident and today, do you ever reach back out to law enforcement to make any corrections that you might have had?
No, I'm pretty young. I wouldn't have known how to do that.
Okay.
Still wouldn't. It's not something I learned.
I didn't ask you a question, sir. You were asked by the state about whether or not you mentioned to the police that there's a statement that Mr. Mew told you that he was looking for little girls. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. It's not in your statement to police. I'm telling you that. Do you know that?
No, that's
Sustained.
Do you know that it's not in your statement,
No.
your recorded statement to police anywhere,
I'm
that you
not
say
aware
that
of
he
that.
was looking for little girls?
I don't recall, no.
But is it your testimony that you recall telling officers that?
I feel like I did, yes. I still do.
So
Feel like
then
I
it
did.
should be in this.
It should be, yes. I'm almost positive I did.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I'm almost positive I told them that.
Well, if you're almost positive that you told them that, would you have an explanation for why it's not in here?
No, sir.
Your Honor, speculation.
Overruled.
No, sir.
You don't mention to police, but we saw an interview. We saw a video of Juwan Cockfield calling Mr. Mew a raper. You remember that?
Slightly, yeah.
Okay. And do you
Yes,
remember at
yes,
that
it's in the
point,
video.
Mr. Mew just kind of being a little bit away from you guys and hold on.
Sorry.
And Mr. Cockfield just yelling at him, calling him a raper. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember floating towards him.
Do you remember? My question was, do you remember Mr. Cockfield calling him a raper?
Yes.
Get him, Corey.
Yeah.
At that point where Mr. Cockfield calls Mr. Mew a raper, has your group had a conversation with him?
I don't really remember.
You don't know?
I don't know.
So at that point, would there be a basis to start calling him names?
He was just like standing really weirdly in front of us and we were floating towards him. And I mean, we couldn't move our tubes. We were gonna run into him eventually. So we just said something to him. I don't really remember what we said though.
I'm going to show you this video where he calls him a raper. And I want you to tell me if you look like you're
Jamie, I had a full bingo. They said all the things all the other people said.
Did he?
Now he's saying that because a guy stands in the river, you just start yelling PDF file after him, so you don't run into him.
Weirdly, though, don't forget that.
Sorry, yeah. Oh, the weirdly, yeah. But again, it's just can't he? I absolutely don't know it, but I have a feeling someone talked to him and said we really want to clear up these stupid testimonies we got from your group. Don't mention this, don't mention that. But it just sounds stupid. Thank you, Stephanie, for the 5 gifted too.
Oh, Stephanie.
Stacy, Beth, Bearbird, Ashbrook, and just Jen. Understand these witnesses lying to deflect responsibility and get what they perceive as justice for the deceased friend, but none of them gets it actually making the defendant look good. No, that's the big problem. This helps the defense again. Does that happen when anyone stands in the river? Well, let's go to the Tennessee River and stand in the middle of it when I come over.
Has anybody ever been river tubing? People are everywhere and you're just having fun. Like, why are they making this it's so ridiculous to me.
Yeah. I'm positive when I said I wasn't sure that I was positive before, but I'm not positive now or then. What was your question? Exactly. Vince, you got this guy.
Oh my God.
you're gonna run into them.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Exactly. Way too much front work, not enough back work.
This is exhibit 2 I'm playing.
Yeah, he's standing in front of them so badly.
Grown man trying to have sex with little girls. What the hell? What the fuck, now? He's a raper. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
You look like you're in danger of running into him at that point?
No, because he was walking at a diagonal away from us. He was in front of us, though.
He was walking away from you, right? You just
For a
said-
second, yeah.
And at that point, so he's not impeding your path at that point, true?
True.
Okay. And Jawan Cockfield is holding a phone, is he not?
Yes, he is.
Okay. And do you know, you told the police that you're calling Mr. Mew a pedophile
Mm-hmm.
because he's looking at you, right?
Because he was looking really weird, yeah. And we were
I
kids.
mean,
You didn't say that
Perfect
you're calling him a
reason to.
pedophile because he said anything about kids, though, right?
I remember like I did, but I must not have.
You then see Mr. Mew come up to your tubes, right?
Yes, very, very quickly.
And at that point, I think you said that you were scared.
Yeah.
Is that true?
I was definitely scared.
sure.
You'd agree he wasn't confrontational with you guys, right?
What do you mean by that?
Well, you were asked a question. Was he confrontational with you guys? And you said no. So you'd agree he wasn't confrontational with you,
Can
right?
you elaborate what confrontational means?
Nope.
I'm telling you that the officer asked you a question.
Okay.
And that question was he like confrontational with you guys? Your answer was no, right?
Yep. If it's there, yeah.
Okay, so he wasn't confrontational. He comes up to your tubes. You agree he walks by your tubes then, right?
To an extent, yes.
And he walks past your tubes downriver a little bit. True?
Just a little bit, yep.
Okay. You'd agree that you guys move in his direction, yes?
Yes,
Okay. You'd agree that at some point, Isaac Schumann is standing in front of him with his hands up like my hands are up.
yes,
Right.
probably trying to tell him to leave.
Well, I'm not asking you what you think he's doing. What I'm asking you is you see Isaac Schumann with his hands up in front of him, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So your group is confronting him, yes?
I wouldn't say confronting, I'd say trying to tell him to leave.
Okay, but you guys are scared
Confronting.
Scared, yes.
and you guys are telling him to leave, right?
Exactly.
Okay. And then you see, and now you know he's alone, right?
Yeah, I never saw he was with anyone ever.
Right. And there's at least at that point, the six of you.
Yep.
You see him walk toward the blonde woman, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So he walks out of your path.
Come on.
Does he not?
Yeah, for a split second, yeah.
He's over there talking to the woman for more than a split second, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you can go by, can't you?
We could have, yes.
Yep.
But now you're getting braver because of the number of people that are around.
Yes,
Right.
because there was adults and we were trying to handle the situation.
Right. You guys start to try to handle the situation instead of just going by, which is what you could have done, right?
It was all so quick, and like I don't really feel like no one really leaving in that situation since it was all so quick and the commotion was just like everywhere. We were just young kids that were curious as to what was going on, and we wanted to see it finish what we were seeing.
You wanted to see it finish because it was on tape, right?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Juwan Cockfield's videotaping this entire thing, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Right. You wanted to see how this tape played out. You wanted to see how this incident finished, right?
I wouldn't say we ever did it just for like a camera, like a video.
Well, do you remember him yelling for the culture? Remember that?
Do not.
You don't remember him yelling that?
I don't.
Okay. Do you remember somebody in your group yelling or saying to somebody, you got 10 seconds? Remember that?
You don't recall that?
Did you say that?
I did not.
Okay. So Mr. Mew moves over to the blonde. You agree there's a path to go through, but you want to see this through, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you want to see through?
Just the commotion. I don't know. We were just watching. None of us touched him. None of us did anything.
Why
Right. You want to see you want to see how the commotion.
And we didn't want to leave also the two girls that were talking to him alone. Like,
They had-
I mean, there's just so much stuff like you couldn't.
They had
really say,
9
like,
friends
we
with
should just
them.
leave because I don't know who would just leave in that situation.
You wanted
It was
him to
all so
leave,
quick.
so you're
People
not
who were
supposed to
scared might
leave,
wanna
guys.
Right?
That was a question.
Right?
No.
Could you repeat that?
People who were scared might want to leave, right?
Yes, but when we saw the adults, we felt more comfortable.
Oh,
They weren't adults.
you guys began to call him a pedophile and a predator, right?
Yes,
You guys are taunting him, aren't you?
I wouldn't say taunting. I'd say just telling it how it was, and he made us feel that way, and he scared us. And
Telling it how it was.
I wouldn't say paying him back. No.
Well, would you agree you guys are around him?
No.
All pointing at him, chanting at him, right?
We weren't really all around him, no, but we were chanting and saying pedophile, get him, like, he's weird, all that stuff.
I'm going to show you a photograph.
Why did?
I want you to tell me if you think
I hate these kids more
what
and
your
more.
group is doing would be considered taunting someone. Okay?
Okay.
No.
Can you bring it up? Mr. Peloquin, that's your group kind of behind Mr. Mew, right?
Yeah, on his right shoulder, yeah.
And you guys are doing what I'm doing with my hands, which is you're raising your arms, pointing at him, right?
Yeah.
Okay. We're just gonna play through it. It was at 2373, I think.
2386.
2386. That's you right there, wasn't it?
Yeah, in the pink and blue shorts.
You don't think you're taunting him?
I would say I was pointing at him.
You don't think you were taunting him?
You're
There's
laughing,
there.
idiot.
Am I answering?
Yes, please. Thank you.
I felt like I was pointing at him.
You've said that. My question to you, though, is do you believe your actions there with the rest of your friends are taunting him?
It could be considered that, yeah.
It is considered that.
And you're taunting him because you're feeling more confident and brave because of the other people, right? That's one reason.
Yes, sir.
He's alone. That's another reason, right?
Yes.
So, and at that point, you'd agree it's more than 10 against 1, right? There's more than 10 of you against Mr. Mew by himself, right?
Yeah, but I mean, no one really, not everyone was like punching him or doing anything to him.
My question to you initially was the numbers.
Oh, you're
It's more than
I'd say there's
10.
probably about 10, yeah.
Stupid.
Only one of us can talk at a time, okay?
Sorry.
No, it's all right. So those are the reasons that you are taunting him is your confidence, your bravery is up, and the number of people around are also up, right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you hear the blonde when Mr. Mew walks over to the blonde, she's screaming at him?
Yeah.
You heard that?
She's screaming, telling him to leave, get out of here.
And she's swearing at him, right?
Probably, yeah.
She's in his face, isn't she?
Not like in his face. I'd say probably like foot apart, 2 feet apart.
A foot or two apart.
Yeah, just like telling him to leave.
She hadn't asked you anything about what had happened, right?
No.
Okay. So in terms of what you are seeing and hearing, she just walks up to him and tells him to leave, right?
Yeah, because we were calling like, help get this guy out of here. Like, get him out of here.
Call him a pedophile.
Yeah, exactly.
And you calling him a pedophile, right? Other people came around.
Exactly, yes.
Not this group. That was group 2. Mr. Q talked about they had to restrain their consumption of alcohol because they couldn't go to the normal river. That was group 2. That's the 2 girls who attacked him.
Would you agree the more that you guys are calling him names, pedophile, predator, the higher the temperature is getting, meaning the more aggravated people are getting? You'd agree with that, right?
Not that I know. I don't know other people's feelings.
No, what I'm saying is what you observed.
I couldn't really tell you for sure or not.
Do you remember seeing Mr. Mew waving?
I
like
did
this
not
with
see
his
that.
hand?
I
You don't see that.
Did not see that, no.
You do see other people come over from the blondes group though, right?
Everyone kind of came at the same time. Like their group came over.
Okay, and there was, while that may or may not be correct, there are at least 6, 7, 8 people that come over from their group, right?
Yeah, probably around that.
And at that point, you have to be feeling pretty confident in terms of the numbers, right?
Yes.
Well, because they had been unruly on that.
So
river.
at that point, you getting near him, you're not worried about that anymore, are you?
Not as much so, no.
Well, there's pictures you're within
Yeah, exactly.
inches of him, right?
Yeah.
Object inches, that's not the evidence.
Yeah, not inches.
Yeah, not
The
inches.
witness gives the answers. What the attorneys say is not evidence.
I was never,
Hold
I was
on,
probably within,
hold on. Just rely, please, on what the witness says. Next question.
But you agree that initially starting out as scared, by the end, you're very close to him, pointing, and as you said, some people might consider taunting him, right?
by the end, I mean, I was in complete shock because I saw a bunch of people stabbed.
In terms of when you were taunting him.
In terms,
Yes?
yeah.
Now you see so, Mr. Peloquin, may I approach you?
Yes.
Mr. Peloquin, I'm going to show you what has been moved into evidence as exhibit number 104, okay? I'm not trying to trick you, so I want to make sure you and I are on the same page on this. There are initials here. Do you see those? Okay. So for example, OP would stand for your name, right? And
Ron Nelson.
right, it's right. Okay, so it's supposed to be landed
Hey,
here.
Ralphie.
This is Isaac, right? Okay, and this is kind of G1 is kind of where your tubes were in general. Okay, would you say in looking at this diagram, right before
What's happening?
what I'm showing you here, which is at 149 of the video, that's kind of the general setup of where people are
I
in
feel
this.
like in that clip you just showed over there, I was standing next to Ryan Nelson though.
Okay, but you'd agree in general, am I right, that this is kind of the general pattern of where people are?
Yeah, generally. Yeah.
Okay, and if I have it right, you would agree, people are
No.
like where
it
I am
wasn't.
to you on Mr. Mew, not directly behind him, but off to his side.
Yeah.
Yes,
It was in
there's
court.
people in
It's
front
very-
of him,
Mm-hmm.
yes,
This kid has
and there's people kind of off
multiple
his other
diamond
side.
mines in
Is that fair?
Nigeria paying out to him now.
And if I told you that the evidence has been, or
Well, he sent
this
them the money.
document, there's
that he handed
13
in.
people and Mr. Mew by himself. Would you
Mhm.
agree with that? Is that fair?
Yes,
I'm sorry?
yes. A lot of us were just like standing there though and watching.
Well, you're not telling Mr. Mew what you're gonna do, right?
What do you mean?
Well, you say people are standing there. You agree, people don't know what other people are gonna do. Right?
I mean, yeah, yeah.
So you're not telling him that you're not gonna do anything. You're all just
Standing there,
taunting him.
yeah.
Okay.
To an extent. Weren't taunting him the whole time.
And you'd agree, though, you've already said this, in terms of what's going on, because of
2 weeks.
the number of people, your bravery, you're becoming more emboldened on what you're doing, right?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Right?
You can answer the question.
Oh. Could you repeat it?
You're becoming more emboldened, meaning your behavior, you're becoming more and more willing to do things because of the number of people around.
No, I was just standing there and just watching. I never would have ever put my hands on anyone.
But he doesn't know that, right?
Objection is to what?
Sustained speculation.
Stupid question.
I want to make sure I understand this right. Did you see what happened between Mr. Mew and the blonde girl?
No, I did not see, but I heard the fist hit her face and then I saw her stumble backwards.
Nope.
want to make sure I got it right. You said you heard his fist hit her face.
Exactly.
How do you, if you didn't see it, how do you know he hit her?
Because he was the only one doing anything to anyone.
You didn't see it.
I could clearly make out that that's what happened.
How? You just said you couldn't see it.
Just because, I mean, he was standing right in front of her and he looked like he had a crazy look on his face and she stumbled backwards and she was standing right in front of him. Clearly I could.
Not legal advice. If you're telling someone what to say, and it's really important that you say he struck her in the face with a fist, don't tell them that they heard a fist. Just tell them, I didn't see what happened. I heard something sounding like a punch and she went down on her knees or something. Don't say, I could clearly hear his fist hit her face. Because as everyone who has watched Rocky 1 knows, it doesn't sound like that. Jeepers. I'm not saying all of these kids have been coached, but this kid have been told over the weekend, oh, it's looked really bad because all of us said slap. We have to go with the fist story.
Make out that he hit her. Clearly I could.
How? You didn't see it.
By using my brain and putting the pieces together, I could clearly tell that he hit her. And
No.
I mean,
no.
He clearly hit her. I mean, there's no denying that.
Well,
I'm going to
Okay.
ask you to explain to
you
me,
are a piece of work.
because you didn't see it,
Mm-hmm.
how you know that.
How I know what?
You said he
How do
clearly
you
hit
know?
her.
Because I heard it and I saw her stumble backwards.
You
You
heard
heard it?
something, right?
I heard a fist hit a face. I mean, have you ever heard a punch? The punch makes a noise. I heard that, and he was standing straight in front of her, and she stumbled backwards. I could clearly use all the context clues to put together that she hit or he hit her.
I love this guy.
So you
He's
believe
just
that he
an
hit her
idiot.
to the point where there was a noise like this.
Yes, there was.
Do you know which hand he hit her with?
I could not tell you, no.
Do you know which way she fell back?
She kind of like stumbled back like a little bit, like to her like right. Like she like stumbled back like at a diagonal to her right just a little bit.
Okay, so so she stumbled, if I'm looking at you, she stumbled this way.
Yeah, like that way.
Okay. So would that make sense to you then, that if there actually was a punch, it would have come and gone this way to knock her? So it would have come and hit her left side to make her go to the right?
I'm not exactly sure. I just heard it and saw it.
Okay. Does she fall down?
She stumbled. I wouldn't say like fully fell down though. She like caught herself a little bit.
Okay. And after you say that this happened,
Hmm.
you say everyone got on his ass and started punching him, right?
I said that.
Yeah.
I mean, in the video it clearly shows not everyone got on his ass and started punching him. I must have just said that because I was just in shock still.
What I'm asking you, is that what you
We
said?
couldn't hear it. There was a dropout.
I don't recall exactly saying that, but if it's on the paper, I'm sure I said it.
Okay. You see a person, you don't know the person, but you see the person punch him in the face and knock him in the water, right?
I didn't really see the punch, but I saw him fall into the water. Yeah.
Did you hear the punch?
Do you hear or see the person run around him and crack him across the side of the face?
No, I did not
I
see
love
that.
that
No.
he keeps making the noises.
Did
Yeah.
you see the guy in the yellow shorts come up behind him and shove him from behind while he's in the water?
No. At that point, like I was in complete shock already. I don't remember much from that exact moment.
What were you in shock about at that point?
The knife.
seeing the knife.
Yeah, and then I kind of just went black for like a couple like minutes or so that I don't really, they're all really blurry. I just remember bits and pieces
Mhm.
So seeing the knife made you
Sure you
go black. Yes.
to an extent.
You'd agree if your memory, if you remember this.
Yeah, if I remembered anything,
Hold
I
on.
would agree.
There's a question. Mr. Mew doesn't hurt anyone with the knife until and after he gets punched in the face and knocked in the water, right?
Yeah, only because he punched a woman.
My question to you is, the only time anyone gets injured with a knife is after Mr. Mew is repeatedly punched, slapped, and pushed. Yes?
I mean, I don't really know. I didn't see it all. I didn't see a punch, a push, and a slap. I did see him fall at the beginning into the water.
And then by your statement then, people got on his ass. What does that mean to you?
Means just like, I mean, after anyone punches a girl ever, there's obviously going to be a consequence. That's not okay.
That's not what I'm asking you.
What are you
What I'm
asking me?
asking you is, what does it mean to you when you say everyone got on his ass? What does that mean?
That means, people hit him, yeah. Because he punched a woman.
People hit him, right?
I couldn't tell you exactly how many, no, because I, once again, don't really remember.
More than one.
I know
more than
I
one.
didn't.
You didn't touch him, right?
Not once.
And he didn't touch you, right?
He did not. Thank the Lord.
Did he just say thank the Lord?
He did just say, thank the Lord.
Oh, I have to look up what the context, see if I can clip that.
Oh my God, this kid.
Yeah, and he just met a lawyer who can think, not the
And you
DA.
don't see, well, what Isaac is doing. do you?
No, I did not.
Okay. Now I think you say to police,
He was in shock after he saw the knife.
Isaac
Shock
was
in his
not
minutes.
going toward him.
Yeah, of my memory, I didn't ever see him close to him at all. It was a shock to me.
Okay, so your memory doesn't include Isaac grabbing him by the throat.
I don't know. I don't think he ever grabbed him by the throat.
Let's watch the tape.
Yep, play the tape. Get him, Corey.
Only this guy, last guy from group 1. Yeah. I don't know who Nelly Olsen is.
Peloquin, I'm going to show you, if you watch the screen. This is still $29.99. Does that appear to you that Mr. Muse, somebody's got their hand around Mr. Muse's throat?
Nope.
Yes, it does.
Can you tell by the gold bracelet on the left wrist that that's Isaac Schumann?
Boom.
I don't really know whose bracelet that is.
It's
You
your
do
best
too.
friend.
You
Come
don't
on,
know that.
boy.
That doesn't
Moron.
refresh your memory, or that you're not able to say who that is, right?
No, I can't.
But you are able to say that that person's got him around the throat. Yes?
Yeah, it does look that way.
Yes. Okay. I'm finished, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Smestan?
Look at them. They're defeated.
Yeah, and now Big Brother has to talk to him and tell him what to ask. Thank you, Iris. Yeah, so you're saying he didn't pursue the people who were not beating him up? Would you call that self-defense? Maybe. Y'all slam that. please. Thank you, Irish.
Nothing further.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Peloquin. You can step down.
They didn't even try to
You can see the
rehabilitate
witness
him.
coordinator in the back, and she'll tell you where to go next.
They couldn't. There's no way.
Hmm.
There's no way.
How's everyone doing? Anyone need a bathroom break? Good. All right, let's continue. Mr. Smestad, who's next?
We're going to swap out here, Judge. So Mr. Anderson will be.
Dr. Meyer.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your first and last name and spell your last name?
Brian Meyer, M-Y-E-R.
And how are you employed?
I am employed by Gruth Help Incorporated, which is the physician employment group for health partners.
And what's your position?
I am an acute care surgeon.
What kind of education and background do you have for your position as a surgeon?
Sure. So I went to medical school at Albany Medical College, completed my MD there.
He's Canadian.
Then went to Eastern Virginia Medical School for my surgical residency, which was 5 years. Then went to Shock Trauma, University of Maryland for a surgical critical care fellowship. There was no actual fellowship for trauma per se. That's the training that you get for trauma. And then stayed and did a second year for acute care surgery fellowship at University of Maryland Shock Trauma as well.
And so is your position specifically a trauma surgeon, or do you do scheduled surgeries too?
I don't really do much in the way of elective surgery. I do surgical critical care, emergency general surgery, and trauma surgery.
And were you working on July 30th of 2022?
I was.
Where were you working?
At Regents Hospital.
And
So now he's going to tell
on
you,
that day,
yeah, a
were
lot
you
of people were
involved with the
stabbed.
evaluation and or treatment of Riley Madison,
Right.
Dante Carlson, and Alexander Martin?
Yes, sir.
Who was the first patient that was brought in?
That was Riley.
And what was Riley's condition when she got brought to the hospital?
Just to clarify, what do you condition?
What was her injury?
So she had a wound, open wound to her abdomen. We'd call it a thoracoabdominal wound. So it's right between, close enough you can't tell if it's in the chest or in the abdomen, or both. And in her case, there was clear evisceration of the omentum or fatty apron that we have in our belly.
And was that exposed?
Yes.
And what was your response after you noted the injury?
So when you have penetrating trauma like this, you don't know what all is involved. And so this patient needs an exploration. And so we immediately called the OR to bring her upstairs and go proceed with that exploration.
What was the result of the exploration?
One put in some gory pictures to show that they were injured.
What was did she have internal injuries?
She did. So just for clarification, I took her to the OR as we were about ready to start the case was when I got notification of a second more critical patient. And so my chief resident started the case. As a level 1 trauma center, we have a backup surgeon that is always available. And so I called my backup partner to come in to complete that surgery. And so I did not do the surgery itself, but she ended up having 2 injuries to her stomach as well as an injury to her diaphragm.
Okay.
And when you say
I don't even
injuries
care about
to
any of
the stomach and diaphragm, can you just explain what you mean?
Sure. So with a
Mike,
penetrating
yes.
injury like this, there was a full thickness injury to the stomach in 2 areas. So the stomach had a full hole in it, and then also there was an injury up in the diaphragm as well.
And she required emergency surgery?
She did.
What's the danger of a cut through your stomach?
Sure. So if you your GI tract is meant to keep everything inside where it's supposed to be, and if that leaks out into your belly, you can get sick from that. Untreated, that would lead to sepsis and progress likely onto something like septic shock, where your blood pressure would get low and that you could get an overwhelming infection. For the diaphragm injury, if you have an infection that then goes from your belly where it would otherwise be contained and moves up into the thoracic cavity, that can create its own extra issues. And long term, if you don't fix a diaphragm injury, you can get a hernia through that where the bowel or the spleen or anything in your belly that lives in that left upper quadrant can move up into that area, lose its blood supply, and then lead to another emergency surgery.
Well,
And
they shouldn't
did the hospital
attack this guy.
do blood work on Riley?
Yes,
What was her BAC?
0.09.
And you said that once after you did the evaluation of Riley, you got word that another more critical patient was incoming.
Correct.
And who was that?
That was AJ.
And what was AJ's condition when he arrived?
So AJ was critically ill. We received word that as he was being flown to us, that his heart had stopped. And so based on the records from, we didn't have all these details at the time, but based on the EMS records from LifeLink, he went into PEA or pulseless electrical activity cardiac arrest for 9 minutes. They were able to get return of spontaneous circulation as he rolled down to our ED. And we quickly assessed him there.
The cardiac arrest for 9 minutes, does that mean his heart stopped for 9 minutes?
Correct.
Did his heart stop at all at the hospital?
It did. So he was only in our trauma bay and up into the OR within 5 minutes. And as we rolled to the operating room with him, his heart again stopped on the monitor as we were rolling him into the OR.
And did AJ require emergency blood transfusion?
He did. He received transfusions prior to his arrival.
They have asked about them drinking, but again, it's the state that chooses which cases it want to try. And because they need all of these witnesses to say Mr. Mew did it, none of them will be charged with anything. We have seen this in countless cases where they want to get someone, so they let other people off the hook. Mr. Q should be on the hook because he was an adult in the company of drunk minors. He was aware that these people were drinking. I'm pretty sure that's probably not good in the eyes of the law. So, but nothing about what they did, nothing about all the beatings they gave him, nothing about the drinking will have anything to do with this, because the same DA that wants Mr. Mew in prison should be the one prosecuting the other people, and he needs them as witnesses to get Mr. Mew. So nothing will happen to them. Oh, and Aaron showing up and being way too nice.
Hi, Aaron.
5 gifted memberships. And they went to D. Robinson, Ace, Wallstrom, Dennis Heaton, who just asked a question, and Crazy Old Fart. I shouldn't say Crazy Old Fart, but thank you so much, Aaron. And welcome all of you to the memberships. Welcome back, Wallstrom. Yeah, he was dating one of those 23-year-olds too. Well, it's not illegal.
So LifeLink transfuses blood in their helicopter. And then we had activated what we call a massive transfusion protocol, or NTP, to have lots of blood products available and continue to infuse those upon his arrival to us.
Was he in shock when he arrived at the hospital?
Yes.
And when you use as a physician, when you use shock, what do you mean?
So shock is a condition where you don't perfuse your organs appropriately. So there's several causes of it. The most common cause of it in trauma and what AJ had was hemorrhagic shock, which is a subset of hypovolemic shock.
So when you use the word shock in medicine, it's a physical condition?
It is. It's a pathophysiologic condition.
And what can you describe what you had to do as far as surgery and what damage you found?
Sure. So when AJ arrived, he had a very large.
If any of you want an absolute self-defense expert to talk about it and see what he has to say, go look up Branca. He's been covering over the weekend. I'm just an idiot pushing button, and Branca is a master in in the field. So if you want all the context, please go to Andrew and watch his video on it.
Incision
totally
essentially
agrees with us,
almost
so-
from his sternum down to the middle.
Sorry?
I said he totally agrees. It's 100% self-defense.
Yeah.
So
But I can highly recommend him. He's one of those guys you always listen to when it's stuff like this. Takes on women, not that good, but self-defense, yeah.
Above his
Morning, Tom.
pelvis or his pubis. I had to extend this a centimeter or two just to make sure that we could get full exposure and see everything appropriately. And the injury, he had multiple injuries. The most important one, and the one that why his heart stopped and why he was so sick, was because he had injuries to his right common iliac artery, and then also his left common iliac vein. So I repaired the artery. When I knew that there was a vascular injury, I'd called in Dr. Rosenthal, who's one of our vascular surgeons, and he ended up putting some stitches to repair the vein. We additionally found 3 injuries to his small intestine and an injury to his colon as well, the transverse colon.
And those, I think you said the iliac artery,
Yes.
where's that located?
So the iliac artery is what supplies blood to your pelvis and your each leg. So as you come down from the heart, your aorta.
Come on. Come on.
Splits down low in your belly, or as you go into the pelvis, into the common iliac artery. So there's a right and there's a left, and so it then continues on, provides blood, as I said, to the pelvis and the leg.
So that the other, I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So each leg has a vein that comes up and meets somewhere?
So this would be up in the torso itself, not into the leg. So as it goes on, it then branches into an external and internal iliac artery. The external is what would continue on to go down into your femoral artery and then be the blood vessels that go down into your leg.
And where does that vein run through the torso or the stomach area?
I'd say it's about 2/3 of the way down in the abdominal cavity, where the aorta bifurcates or splits into 2.
Are there other major arteries and veins in the human torso?
Yes.
And can you just describe where
No,
those are?
we don't need to know.
So as I mentioned, the aorta would be the biggest one. It gives off branches to your mesenteric vessels as you come down through the abdomen. And then the big branches are the iliac arteries, and then into the external and internal. So this is a sizable artery, I'd say second only to really your, in the belly at least, second only to your aorta.
Was AJ conscious for the surgery?
He was not. He had been intubated prior to his arrival.
And
yes, fast group.
yeah, approach.
Still
Yes.
the state.
I just shared a new Discord link, as the old one, I think it's expired. There's something right now on the back end. I can't tell you what, but we can see it in the numbers too. Yeah, most people are conscious doing open belly surgery. Come on now.
What does that photo show?
So that is AJ. You can see he has a nasogastric tube in his nose, and below his gown, you can see his abdomen exposed, and there's what we call an abthera. So when someone is ill enough or has a reason why we would leave their belly open and not complete the surgery all in one setting, and in his case, he was sick enough that that was the reason we did it, we put this special dressing on, which has a vacuum in it and an area to protect the internal contents of the abdomen, and then leads to a nice closed system so that any fluid that is in the belly can drain out, and then in a delayed fashion, we take the patients back and re-explore them in the next day or 2.
And did AJ require follow-up surgeries?
He did. He had multiple.
So the wound that's visible in that photo, I think you said you opened it up maybe another centimeter or 2.
Correct. It both.
I had I put a iron rod into my eyes once, and they wanted to go in and fix something
At the top and the bottom, it would have been a centimeter or two.
Rather have
Other
eye
than
problems than
that's
that.
the centimeter or two on the bottom, centimeter or two on top.
Yes.
That's the wound, the size of the wound you came in with.
Correct.
Judge, I'd move to publish 29, and I'm just gonna hand it to the jury, and put it on the screen.
Any objection to 29?
Are you a
May
doctor
publish.
too, B. May? Come on.
You're a trauma surgeon. You deal with a lot of traumatic injuries. Does this case stand out to you?
It does.
You specifically remember the
What the hell is going on today?
I do. I've not had a patient with that large of a penetrating wound previously.
And then Dante Carlson, how was he transported to the hospital?
He came via helicopter.
Was he given any medications on the helicopter?
He was.
Do you recall offhand what those were?
Fentanyl, and if I can look at the record here, I think it was ondansetron or Zofran.
What's fentanyl used for?
It's both used for pain as well as for sedation, depending on the clinical scenario.
For pain?
Pain.
Is it a narcotic?
Oh, hey.
Yes.
What was Dante's injury?
So he had actually ended up having nothing internal, but as I had said earlier, one of the issues with penetrating trauma is you don't know how deep anything goes and what is injured until you actually look at it. So in his case, it was early the next morning. We took him to the operating room, did a diagnostic laparoscopy, confirmed that there were no injuries beyond his abdominal wall. So his injury was a traumatic hernia that we repaired.
And why, if there's a penetrating injury in the torso or stomach, you said you gotta, so did you use a camera or how did you?
Yes, so we used a camera, put air into the belly so that we have space to do it through little incisions, and then evaluated the intraperitoneal space to make sure there was nothing injured.
And you said you have to do that to make sure there's none of those vital organs or arteries or anything else damaged inside?
Correct. You need to make sure there's not something injured to your gastrointestinal tract that is leaking contents, or even if a blood vessel or your spleen is injured, it may not bleed significantly, but you may end up with injuries to it called pseudoaneurysms that can bleed in a delayed fashion.
And what was the Dante's blood drawn and tested for BAC?
It was.
What was his BAC?
0.09.
I have him at 1.25 because we're a little behind. Oh.
This just like wrap
I
it
don't have
up.
anything else.
Mr. Shrophecy?
Well, geez, thank you.
Well,
Good morning.
good morning to you, Jamie.
I'm gonna start with Riley if I could.
Sure.
I'm gonna start with this. You had mentioned that her blood was drawn and her alcohol concentration level was a 0.09. Is that right?
Correct.
Do you remember what time that was?
That would be obtained. I can look and find the minutes if you need that. That would be when she first arrives to the ED. We take blood from most patients and send it off as part of a rainbow draw that every lab that we get available, and then we send to the lab and select what we're going to choose from there.
If you're free to look, I'm not here to trick you. If I told you that it was drawn at about 4:55, that makes sense?
That would sound about right.
So both her and Dante had the exact same
And
BAC.
I want to interrupt you while you're looking. Do you recall on the records that you have what she weighed about?
I do not.
Okay. I think there's been testimony, I think 115 is what she had said. Is that?
That sounds ballpark about correct.
So you would agree that if the draw is at 4:55, she's an 09 at 4:55, right?
Correct.
That doesn't mean that's what her alcohol concentration was when this incident happened. True?
I'm not a toxicologist, so I'm not gonna. I don't know that I have the expertise to get into specifics on that, but common sense would say yes.
Okay, so, and again, I'm not going to ask for your expert opinion. What I'm going to ask you is, do you, whether it's personal experience, training and experience as a medical professional, you understand that alcohol absorbs and eliminates at different rates, right?
Correct.
Okay, so if this is alcohol, this water bottle, and I drink it, it's not
A toxicologist, because being drunk is alcohol poisoning.
fully absorbed into my body immediately, right?
Correct.
It would take some period of time to do that. Yes?
Correct.
Okay, so
Yeah, someone pointed out that the 119 number was weird. But now we have the doctor saying both had an 09, which is just weird.
Mhm.
I'm assuming, well, tell me if you can answer this. Do you have any information that after she was injured, she was consuming any alcohol?
I do not.
Okay. So the blood draw is about an hour and change before the incident.
After.
Her alcohol concentration,
After.
based on what you know, based on your training and experience, is not an 09 at the time, likely, correct?
Most likely.
Okay. And I want to just make sure I have this right. You had said that if Riley's injuries were left untreated, sepsis, other types of infections, I don't want to discount what you're saying. I was trying to write as fast as I could. Other infections and a hernia. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And can I approach this? So I'm going to talk to you about AJ for a minute.
Okay.
Okay. And you said that his injuries were kind of, is the belt line or a little bit lower than the belt line kind of?
No, higher than that.
Okay. So the belly button?
Below that.
Okay.
Right between those
Belly
two.
button and the belt. All right. Can I ask you this? All of us here have seen the video of kind of what the injury to AJ Martin looked like. Okay, I'm not saying you did. I'm just saying we all have.
Mhm.
Okay. Can the trajectory of the injury, meaning what it ends up looking like, change based upon what the person who's being injured does? Do you understand my question?
Well, sure. I mean, penetrating trauma is all about what the trajectory of of the object doing the injuring does, and our job is to figure out what that trajectory is. So if someone moves as the penetrating object is going through them, that would change the trajectory and what the injuries would be.
Right, fair enough. So if, for example, I stabbed you, and when I stabbed you, you were shoving me and actually knocking me backwards off my feet, okay? That could change like my arm angle and what ends up happening to you as a result of that. Is that fair?
It's a dynamic process, so the two would be affecting each other for sure.
Sure. So something that looks like a stab wound that's going straight, right, that's kind of going in, that might not certainly have the same impact of taking an injury from your navel area up to your chest area as it would be if that same penetrating wound happened and the person got shoved and the knife got moved. Is that fair?
It would, although I would worry at AJ, he would have had a worse injury if it went deeper and it didn't go up.
Okay. Can you say that again for me?
So you're saying if the force is that someone gets pushed and instead of the knife going straight, it comes up. In his case, that would have actually been a better thing because his deepest injury was that lowest part. And if that knife went deeper, it would have had a bigger injury and he probably would have never made it to the hospital.
Okay. But in terms of what, the jury has seen this photo of his abdomen area. I guess I just want to make sure that I understand. For example, Riley suffered a puncture, if that's fair, a puncture wound. Her abdomen or her side here didn't open up like that, right?
It was wide open. It just wasn't as large.
Right, understood. And that could be, meaning that what it looks like, I think you said this could be based upon what the person's body is doing when the injury is occurring. Is that fair?
Generally, yes.
Okay. And does it also change in terms of the possible penetration of the wound? If I'm standing still and you stab me, okay, versus if I'm running at you and then you stab me, could that have an impact on the force used in the depth of the wound?
It could.
And it seems logical to me, but you tell me if this is right. If I'm running at you and I'm a grown person and I'm running at you with some force, it certainly is possible that the wound could go deeper because of the force that I'm providing. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay. It's not a criticism, it's a question. AJ Martin's, because of the transfusions, his blood couldn't be tested for alcohol. Is that fair?
No, the reason we did not hang around long enough to get blood specimens in the trauma bay. We moved so quickly to the OR that he did not get the normal labs drawn in the ED. And our anesthesia team who takes over the resuscitation in the operating room, that wouldn't be part of the order set that they would send off because it wouldn't have affected his care.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And Dante Carlson, just the same, he has a test result of an 09, but that's also at a later time, right?
Correct.
Okay, so it certainly, may not be what his test result was at the time of the incident. True.
It may not be what his level was at the time of the instance, yes.
Right. And I think this is fair, and you tell me what you ended up doing for Dante Carlson was repairing a hernia. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson, do you have more questions?
As far as what people's movements contributed, you don't know, you can speculate or say it could affect it, but is that the extent of what you're able to say?
Correct. I mean, physics is physics, and it's a very dynamic thing, and movement of two objects that are interacting is going to lead to different outcomes.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Schultz?
Yeah, you didn't
Dr.
have
Myers,
anything in
you
the
step down?
first place.
Yeah.
Good place for a short recess. We're in recess.
Well, it looks like we're about to catch up, Jamie.
Yay.
We're back live. So what did we
Aw.
learn this morning? I got a bingo because memory works better 2 years later than it does at the time. Even though I told the police he said he was looking for a phone, he really was talking about something with little girls. And he came running up in a weird way that made me scared. And I called for help from group 2, the first one in group 1 to ever mention that. And he ran weird, he stood weird. We could have gone past him, but we didn't do it because he was in the way. That's about what I learned this morning.
Yep.
What the F is going on today?
I don't know.
Hey, Mama Grandma. You learned don't FAFO.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the doctor. He was a typical doctor. Yeah, I saw some injuries. I started treating some injuries. Hasta la vista. He didn't get
Oh, yeah.
emotional about it or try to say, well, if he had done this and done that. He was just, there was a hole, I plugged the hole.
And they did it. They got their wounds because of their own stupidity.
Yeah. And that you can distinctly hear the difference between a punch to the face and a punch to the body and a slap to the face and a slap to the body.
Oh my God, that kid was something else.
Yeah.
He thought he was so smart.
Yeah. If that stupid lawyer just didn't use $5 words, it would have been way better. It's just and you can clearly see that he's been doing his homework over the weekend.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, he was watching the live stream for sure. Who do they have really left today? They'll have the medical examiner, right?
Yeah, the lead investigator, but I think we had him the other day.
I thought we already saw him.
So the coroner to talk about the autopsy.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's just going to be feelings.
Yeah. He clearly said 42. Or I clearly misheard him saying 32,
Yeah.
but I hoped.
They said they might rest today or tomorrow. I can't imagine they have a full day of witnesses today.
But they said that before we took the Spanish witnesses on Friday,
Mm-hmm.
we had 5 Spanish witnesses Friday and the DNA expert. And then we had stupid haystacks here this morning and this guy.
Haystacks here.
we should be on the home stretch.
I know, they should be done.
They can't have a ton left. Yeah, I'm covering all the bases. I'm just like this kid. Yeah, but they won't be granted. But yeah, they. But you know, the most favorable to the state. 2 for defense. Yeah, that's correct. Two of the Spanish people. So let's just say there might be four to 6 people left. And if it's what the F is going on, Jamie?
I don't know. I'm not in charge. Or it wouldn't
And I
be
want with
acting.
that stupid little animal on top that looks like a cross between a platypus, a turtle, and a beaver.
Where? Oh,
On top of the seal.
steel thing?
Yeah.
It looks like some kind of turtle.
Yeah. Because if you look at it in this direction, it's clearly a turtle. In the other direction, it looks kind of like a platypus.
Kind of looks like a beaver in the other direction.
I'm saying
Well, except the
platypus.
tail isn't platypus. Well, the tail's not big enough, though. Are you drawing a platypus?
Yeah, I was drawing a platypus. It's a badger.
Oh, it's supposed to be a badger?
Were they drunk when they made this state
I
seal?
think they were.
That's
It wouldn't surprise me.
Oh yeah, when are you having that eclipse? Because we're not having it because I don't live on your side of the world.
I have no idea.
Is he
Who
called
knows
Perry?
about you?
I never understood that cartoon. Yeah,
I
that are good
know,
facts.
but it looks stupid.
The Badger State. Come on, knuckleheads. I don't know what your states are named. I thought it was the Cheesehead State. Well, the only thing I know about your state is Aaron Rodgers and Roethlisberger played for your football team. Two hours.
I don't want to say anything mean.
But we won't be able to see it because we aren't in the path on too many clouds.
Yeah.
Oh,
Clearly it makes sense, but that doesn't look like a badger to me.
no. Just because they say, oh, it's the Badger State, it doesn't make sense because this looks like a turtle. It has this little face here. Its shell. A little tail. So I'm just saying Wisconsin should be the turtle state instead.
It should be the turtle state.
Badger barbecue. Check Discord DMs.
No, Lefty, no.
Stephanie, I don't know more since Wednesday last week. People have complaining about it. So I don't know. I can't do nothing about it, sadly. Bad facts. Mobs were unarmed. He didn't seem to say anything. His face looked kind of crazed. Might have punched girl flat and pretended it wasn't him. Yeah.
Investigator Standard, please come forward.
Investigator.
Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Smestad.
How we say your name for the record, please?
Sally Standard,
How do you spell your last name?
Standaert.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm employed with the St. Clair County Sheriff's Office as an investigator.
And How long have you been in law enforcement?
22 years.
What are your general duties as an investigator with the Sheriff's Department?
I investigate sensitive crimes, drug crimes, crimes against children, burglaries, homicides.
Were you asked?
Oh. That's a terrible drawing.
Yeah.
Did he
Were you
look
given
like that?
I
Like
think
for
that's
real?
too much.
Yes,
So specifically, were you asked to collect some DNA samples?
yes.
Do you
DNA.
recall whose DNA you collected?
I collected Alexander Martin's, Riley Madison's, and Dante Carlson.
What kind of collection method did you use?
We use a buccal swab, which looks similar to a one-sided Q-tip. We use that Q-tip on the inside of the cheek to collect a sample from there.
Are the swabs sterilized or come in sterile packaging when you're using them for this collection?
They do.
Do you recall when you took the buccal swab from AJ Martin, was that here or at his home or somewhere else?
At his home,
What day was that, if you remember what date?
September 1st, 2022.
Did you drive over to his house,
I did.
collected the swab?
I did.
What'd you do with the swab after you collected it from him?
I packaged it, logged it in our computer system, and then placed it into evidence at the sheriff's office.
Did you collect the same type of buccal swab from Riley Madison, Tony Carlson, and Dante Carlson?
From Riley and Dante, I did, and then Investigator Schultz collected it from Anthony
Where was that done?
here at the government center.
All right, and did you use the same process with Riley and Dante?
I did.
Probably because she wasn't there Friday,
I
so
packaged them, logged them into evidence. and
just to
placed them
make
in the
sure
evidence
chain
room
of
at the sheriff's
custody.
office.
Were you present when Investigator Schultz took Anthony Carlson's buccal swab?
I was.
What happened to that swab?
I also packaged that one and logged it
Do you remember the day that happened?
September 2nd, 2022.
When you say you placed them in evidence, is that a secure facility at the sheriff's office?
Yes,
And were they kept in that
is,
secure
is someone
facility until
disputing the
transported?
evidence of
to my knowledge, yes.
Where were they transported to?
No.
The state crime
I don't
lab?
think so.
Were you involved in that?
No, not that I recall that I was there.
Is it possible you were involved in that?
I could have been,
Was it quite a while ago?
yes.
Is there another Sally Standard who works for the sheriff's office?
No,
If the crime lab paperwork says that samples are dropped off by Sally Standard, would that have been you?
yes.
What is it, 64?
She does look kind of like Chelsea Cat.
Yes, you may.
Investigator, I'm showing you what's been marked in exhibit 64. Can you identify that?
It appears to be the property and evidence summary from the case number 2022-6400.
Is that this case that we're here for?
Yes,
Did you, as you log in evidence, and specifically these buccal swabs, is there a number assigned for that evidence?
there is.
An item number, I guess it's called.
There is an item number, yes.
I'm referring you to the, I guess, the bottom of page 5 and the top of page 6. Do you see the entries for the buccal swabs that you collected on September 1st and 2nd?
Yes,
Can you just tell us the numbers for the swabs that you entered into evidence?
257, 258, 259, and 260.
I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Shirafisi?
Just very few. So investigator, when you get the buckles, and I think you said you got them on September 1st and September 2nd.
Correct.
You log them into evidence, right?
I do.
Okay. And when are they transported to the crime lab?
The date that they were transported, I don't know.
Do you do anything with, I understand you package this, the evidence, right?
Correct.
Do you do anything with the DNA evidence? Meaning, do you refrigerate it? What do you do with it?
Once the buccal swab is collected, it's placed in an evidence box and then also a bag. The label is placed on that and it's placed in evidence. There's no refrigeration that happened with that when I placed it into evidence.
I'm sorry, you said there was no refrigeration? Is that what you said?
When I place it into evidence, it's in a locker.
And in this particular case, not being critical, you don't know how long it's there before it's transferred?
Correct. I'm not the evidence technician.
Okay. Do you transfer it? Do you drive the evidence to the crime lab?
We can at times. We may go with the evidence technician.
Okay. You don't have a recollection of that in this case?
I don't.
Do you have that exhibit in front of you? Can I just take a peek at it?
I'm not sure what this is. This is just a lady who took some buccal swabs. And now we're talking about how they were transported. It's a self-defense case. They're not, I don't think they're arguing that the DNA is
And
the
to be
DNA.
fair, the information on here doesn't say who transferred it or when, right?
Not on that form, no.
That's all I have. Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Mr. Smestad, anything else?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, investigator. You can step down.
That was a waste of time. Well, hopefully all the rest of the
Who is
witnesses.
the next witness?
One morning, Judge. Ashley Hoffman.
Coughlin? I hope the rest of the witnesses is this short because then they can rinse by lunch.
Ashley Price, Your Honor. Name change.
Okay.
Boom, boom, boom.
Ms. Hoffman, please come forward.
Again,
Right down the
he
middle.
admits he did it, so.
That's good. Please face the clerk, raise your right hand. She'll administer the oath.
Do you swear that testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Please have a seat in the witness chair.
Who is this?
Mr. Smestad.
Will you please state your name for the record?
Ashley Hoffman.
Were you formerly known as with a different last name?
Yes, Ashley Price is my maiden name.
And what's your occupation?
I'm a nurse,
What kind of nurse are you?
forensic nurse examiner for SART. And then my full-time job is I'm an OB nurse manager.
What is SART?
SART Sexual Assault Response Team.
Oh, she's one of those trained experts who looks at the jury the entire time.
Is that something affiliated with St. Croix County?
Yes, we cover St. Croix County, Polk County, Barron County, Rusk County. It's a community resource.
All right.
She's married,
briefly
guys.
Describe your
Relax.
education that led you to your job as a nurse.
Yes. Specifically for forensic nurse examiner, I take a 40-hour didactic training, which is where they kind of teach you how to perform medical forensic examinations. And then I also did a 2-day hands-on skills education with Hennepin County for their HART, which is Hennepin Assault Response Team.
Julia, I've been doing this
You
for a
have
year. I don't
bachelor's
know.
Degree in nursing
Yes.
from where?
University of North Carolina at Wilmington.
Probably because it's on the medical
Trying to
records.
approach
Yes.
witness.
Yes, you may.
Yeah, I don't know why half these people are needed.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 57, and I'll ask if you recognize that document.
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what it is?
It is my CV for nursing with my experience.
And what's a CV?
CV is just a document that lays out different experiences for how long I was with different organizations.
Can I move for the admission of
I don't.
57?
She's not declared an
objection?
expert. She's just
57
talking
is
about
received.
she's a nurse.
Now, you've testified that you are involved in a number of different roles in your job.
Yes.
I want to specifically talk to you about your position as what you call the SART nurse. What are you asked to do as a SART nurse?
Yes. So typically we do forensic examinations on sexual assault victims. It also spans across to suspects of assault cases, including.
Mama Grandma, if he did those, it would probably be something like nothing for you little girls to concern yourself about. That's the only possible thing I could see him say with little girls in it.
Yeah. If he actually said it.
Yeah, and remember, none of them said that to the police. That was a thing all of them remembered when their memories got better over the time that passed, as
After they
memories
talk to
always
each
do.
other. Yeah.
When they talk to each other, which helped their memories get better. Not that they constructed their memories, but their memories got better over time.
Sexual assaults, homicides, anything where evidence collection would need to be done.
Just part of your
Sadly, it's my
duties
stream. I
include,
can't do that.
responding to the St. Croix County Jail when requested to examine folks in the jail.
Yes.
Do you recall July 30th of 2022?
Yes, I do.
Were you on duty that day?
Yes, I was.
Is a SART nurse on call, or do you have specific hours, or how does that work?
We do on-call hours.
All right. Did you get called to the St. Croix County Jail that day?
Yes, I did.
You remember what time?
It was around dinner time. I was sitting down to eat dinner.
Right. Did you go to the jail?
Yes, I did.
What were you asked to do?
I was asked to collect evidence on a homicide suspect.
As part of your duties you performed, do you typically get asked to perform an examination of someone who may have been involved in a homicide case?
It can happen. Certainly, we typically do sexual assault cases, but yes, it can happen.
And on this day, were you specifically asked to do an examination of a homicide suspect?
Yes, and I should change my verbiage a little bit. I was asked to do an examination on a suspect that had stabbed 5 people.
You had that information when you went to the
Yes,
jail?
correct.
One of the things that you do as part of your examination is you prepare a written report.
Yes.
Do you prepare a report?
Yes.
Right, if I can approach.
Yes, you may.
Ma'am, I'm showing what's been marked as Exhibit 55. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Tell us what it is.
This is our suspect evidence collection examination form.
Is that the report you filled out on your examination with Nikolai Mew?
Correct.
Can you briefly describe what type of examination you do in this context?
Yes. So generally, whenever I first arrive, I speak with law enforcement and kind of get a brief description of why I'm there, why I've been asked to be called and collect evidence. They briefly tell me a little bit about what happened. I meet with the suspects, and then it's kind of a templated form where I go through a bunch of questions, just asking general medical history, if they have a twin, just different questions that might point me into what type of evidence there might be, how I would collect it, if there's any scars, if there's any injuries. I do a full head to toe assessment of the suspect and document any findings. I do take photographs. Typically, I get consent at the beginning of these examinations. If I do not get consent, generally we'll go with a warrant if there is one that is issued that lays out exactly what I would be looking for.
Do you remember if Mr. Mew consented to the examination?
Yes, there is a signed consent form in here on believe.
One of the things that you do as part of your examination is to inquire as to whether the suspect has specific injuries to direct you to?
Yes. Yep. So I go through and I ask different questions. I take what law enforcement has given me, and then I take what the suspect tells me a little bit about. If I notice anything that I have not been told about, I will ask a question. Oh, how did you get this injury? Just to kind of point me to what I'm seeing and where that might have come from.
All right. With regard to medical history, did Mr. Mew tell you anything that you noted as significant in his medical or surgical history?
Yes, he had a coronary artery bypass graft in 2021.
He told you it was in 2021?
Yes.
Did you have any
Oh,
medical
this is for
data
him.
to support that date?
No.
You took his height and weight?
Correct.
How tall was he when you examined him?
69 inches tall,
What did he weigh?
248 pounds.
Mr. Mew reported some injuries to you that he took, you made note of on page 4. Pardon me, page 5. Here at the top.
Yeah, but he was way less built.
Yes.
What did he report as being the injuries?
He reported getting hit in the back of the head and in the back. Did not have any pain when I was talking with him. The only pain is
There's no CCs.
was on his butt from hitting the stones on the river.
Did he report any kind of injury to his ears?
He had reported that someone told him there was blood on his ear. Part of my examination, I do look in the ears with an otoscope, and I did not note
Show his
anything,
injuries.
worth mentioning.
Self-defense.
Yeah.
No injuries or anything like
Did you
that.
see any blood in his ear?
No, not at that time.
Did he report which ear he supposedly had blood from? If you know, or did you check both ears?
I checked both ears, but I do not remember which ear specifically.
Down at towards the bottom of page 5, there's a category that indicates statements made by suspect during the exam.
Yes.
Did you fill that part out?
Yes, I did.
What kind of statements did Mr. Mew make to you during the exam?
One statement was, there were about 7 people on top of me, hitting me in the back of the head and on the back. I don't know with what. A second statement made was, they just attacked me. They called me a child rapist. A third statement made was, a guy pulled a knife on me. I took his wrist and turned it into his belly.
When he was reporting his injuries to you, did he make any mention of being struck in the face? If you recall?
I do not recall directly.
Did he make any mention of being strangled?
Not to my recollection.
Right, and if he had, would you have noted that?
Yes.
Did you examine his neck and throat area?
Yes.
Did you find anything that would indicate that he had been strangled?
No, not that I have noted.
You examined his face?
Yes.
Did you see any bruising or cuts?
Does that
Did you-
matter?
I noted a 2 centimeter by 1 centimeter abrasion to his posterior head, so the back of the head.
Right. How about his face? Did you notice anything to his face?
Nothing to the outside of his face. On the inside of his left cheek, there was an abrasion.
All right. On the outside of his face, did you see any puffiness or swelling?
No, not that I recall.
Any red marks of any kind?
No, not that I recall.
You did talk about an abrasion to the inside of his cheek. Did he tell you how that happened?
Yes.
What did
Said,
he tell you?
I bit it when I was attacked.
I agree. That's
With
all they
regard to the
have.
abrasion on the back of his head, is that at the top of his head or at the lower part of his head?
It's at the base
All right.
of
and
his skull.
Was his hair covering it? If you know?
I do not recall. Where I have it drawn is kind of right where that hairline would be.
All right. And did he tell you how he received the abrasion to the back of his head?
Yes, he said I was hit back there.
All right. Did you note any swellings or bleeding on the back of his head?
No.
At some point, did you examine the side of his head?
Yes, I did examine the right side of his head.
Did you note any injuries?
No.
Did he make a statement with regard to what injury he thought he had to the side of his head?
Yes. To the right side, he stated, I was hit on the side of the head.
Did you make or examine his hands?
Yes.
Did you note anything of concern with his hands?
There were scattered abrasions on his knuckles of his right hand.
Was there anything on his left hand?
Not that I have noted.
Did you also examine his back?
Yes.
What did you find when you examined his back?
He had about 6 different injuries that I noted. Starting from the upper back, he had a couple of linear abrasions that were red in color, as well as a 7 centimeter by 8 centimeter abrasion on his lower back on the right side.
Did you notice any bruising on his back?
No, not that I have noted.
Isn't abrasing bruising?
And maybe, just to make sure, what time of day did you complete your exam? Is it included on your report?
I thought so, but I'm so confused nowadays with how they label things.
Yes, it is included on page 3. Time was 21:03, so 9:03 p.m.
Understood. Did you take some photos during your examination of the injuries that you just noted?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, well, I can approach.
Yes.
Let's hop on the show you what the mark is, Exhibit 56. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Tell us what it is.
Yes, this first image is a photo identification card stating my name as the photographer, who the law enforcement was involved, date of the photos, and patient name and patient birth date.
And is the rest of the exhibit the photos that you took?
Yes.
And then the last page, what is that? Or is that just a duplicate of the page? Of the first page?
The last page, I take a picture of the photo identification card at the beginning as well as at the end.
On your photo identification card, are you using your former maiden name?
Correct.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask for admission for Exhibit 56 and ask permission to publish to the jury.
Any objection to 56, the photos?
No, did we publish 55 as well yet, or?
55 has not been offered.
Okay.
So 56 is received, go ahead and publish.
Well, Your Honor, I will offer 55, which is a report, but I wasn't intending to publish it.
Any objection to it being received as evidence?
No objection.
All right, 55 is received.
We're going to publish digitally here, so if you give us a second. We're ready. All right, Nurse Hoffman, is this the photo identification card you referred to?
Yes.
Page 2. Can you show us what that is? Tell us what that is.
Yes, I do a profile image of the suspect so that we know whose photos these belong to.
All right, and this is a photo of his face and upper torso.
Correct.
And as you noted earlier, does the photo show any injuries up to his face?
Objection. I think that's what the jury decided.
Agreed. Sustained.
Moving on to page 3. What's that a photo of?
That is a distant photo of the back.
All right. Did Mr. Mew make any comments as to how he got the abrasions on his back, if you remember?
No, none that I have noted.
All right, did he? All right, we'll move on. Page 4. Tell us what that is.
That is an up close abrasion injury to the upper back on the right side.
All right. Photo 5, page 5. What's that?
That is a measurement of that abrasion that I have noted on the upper right back.
And what was the, go back.
Remember the abrasion to his hands? The officer who took a picture of it testified that it was consistent with falling in a river.
What was the?
2 centimeter linear abrasion.
All right, next page. What's that?
That is a photo of more abrasions to the left side or to the right side of the first noted abrasion with measurements as well. So that was a 1 centimeter linear abrasion.
And that's what the next photo shows? This
Yes,
photo here?
correct.
All right, move on, one more. What is this? I guess it's listed as image 251.
That is an up close photo of an injury further to the right side.
All right, what type of injury is that?
It is an abrasion.
And then next slide, is this you again? Measuring it?
Correct.
And how big
One-
was?
1 centimeter.
The next photo, can you tell us what that is?
Yeah.
Yes, that is an abrasion further down on the upper right side of the back.
Next photo. Can you tell us what that is?
That is a more up close photo of the same injury.
This is the same questions you get with the size of the knife. Why did you carry a knife? Because no one else carries knives on a river. Why did you use that particularly kind of gun? Why did you use those particularly kind of bullets? It's always wrong. And clearly these injuries is just not enough to self-defense yourself out of it.
Right.
And had he been charging the kids with assault, these injuries would clearly show how damaging the attack was on him, that these kids were absolutely going crazy on this poor old man, even when he fell in water that softened his blow or his fall, he got injuries. So it's the old fallacy, always too little, always too much. It's just how state prosecutors always do it.
And is that one also measured?
Correct. That is a measurement 3.5 centimeter linear abrasion.
All right, and the next photo, what does this show?
So that would be a picture, a distant picture of the abrasions a little bit further kind of mid-back on the right side.
All right, next photo,
It's a more up close image of the same injury.
understood? You measured that as well?
Correct.
And this photo that you're looking at now, does that show the measurements?
Yes, they were 2.5 centimeter abrasions.
This next photo, is that tell us what that is?
That is a red and linear abrasion on the lower right part of the hip.
And then this next photo, is that a close-up of that same abrasion?
Correct.
You measured that as well?
Yes,
That's
measured
shown-
that as well.
That's shown in the following photo.
Correct.
What were the measurements for that abrasion?
7 centimeter by 8 centimeter.
Did you take a couple measurements of that particular abrasion?
Correct.
That's what does this photo show the second measurement of that abrasion?
Yes.
And then last page, that's what you had described earlier as being.
Yeah, she's
after
matter of factly,
photo of
she's
the
doing what she
identification
should
card.
be doing.
Correct.
Yeah.
Is that all of the photos that you took?
Yes.
But that big red mark on the side of his right side,
As you're
It's possible
examining
him
Mr.
going down.
Mew, was he interacting with you, talking with you?
Yes, he was answering any questions that I had.
Do you remember what his demeanor was?
He was very cooperative.
All right.
Is
Yeah,
that
he
a bad
lost a
thing?
ton of weight.
Ooh.
Did he show any signs of being under distress?
Not at that time that I can remember.
Did you take his pulse?
Yes.
And do you remember what it was?
Pulse was 91.
That's high.
As you were interacting with him, did you observe any indications that he was under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
Not that I can recall.
Did you draw any blood?
I did not.
While you were doing your examination, did Mr. Mew complain of any pain in his ear?
He's been in jail. He has a $1 million.
Not that I can recall.
91 is good. 91 is high for a guy who's just sitting still and being measured.
It's like his heart rate, you mean?
Yeah, she said he had a pulse of 91.
Well, he's probably freaking out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's high. Well,
Yeah, that's
maybe
high.
that's what he thinks about is the good part is that he's an elevated level, because I'm about as fat as he is, and I have a lower pulse sitting here doing this.
Yeah, mine is too.
Did you take any samples from Mr. Mew? Did you take samples from Mr. Mew during your examination?
Yes.
What kind of samples did you take?
I took a couple of different collection swabs on fingernails. We do a buccal swab, so that is in the inside of the cheek, and that collects suspect DNA, so we have something to reference, as well as skin-to-skin contact swab, so that would be on the hands. That is all the swabs that I collected on him.
Did you do any swabs of his back at all, if you remember?
Not that I can remember.
What did you do with all this material that you gathered? I mean, your report, the photos, the swabs, the samples.
Yep, the evidence samples we package up, we seal them in an evidence box, and then that gets handed over to law enforcement as part of chain of custody.
Did you do that?
Yes.
You remember which officer you gave the materials to?
Brandy Hart.
Your Honor, I'll move for the admission of 56 if it hasn't already been admitted, and I don't have any other questions for her.
I believe 56 was received as well as 55. Mr. Nelson.
Morning. You're a nurse examiner,
Yes,
and you come and examine people when you're asked, correct?
correct.
Sometimes those people are alleged victims, correct?
Yes,
Sometimes those people are alleged suspects, correct?
yes,
Sometimes those people might be both, correct?
yes,
When you examine, you do that by asking questions, correct?
yes,
And then you gather information by listening to the answers, correct?
yes,
And then you do an examination with your eyes as well, correct?
yes,
And then you note
I have a resting
what
heart
you
rate of
observed,
56.
correct?
yes,
So essentially,
Not bad.
exhibit number 55 notes what you heard, correct?
yes,
And what you saw, correct?
yes,
When you, oftentimes, most of the time, I'm guessing you're dealing with people who, as it says on here, are sexual assault victims, correct?
yes,
I would imagine that you've dealt with, you consider that to be a person who's a victim of assault, correct?
yes,
And I would imagine there's times when you've dealt with people who are victims of an attempted assault, correct?
Yes.
There's certainly times when somebody comes in and they said, somebody was trying to assault me and attack me and I fended them off, correct?
Yes.
I defended myself in some way, correct?
Yes.
You would still do an examination, correct?
Yes.
You would agree that person's still a victim of assault, correct?
Yes.
Whether that assault is completed or not completed, they're still a victim, correct?
Yes.
And in that sense, you deal with these victims of violence, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that victims of violence often suffer physical injury, correct?
Yes.
But also psychological trauma.
Yes.
They're victims of trauma, correct?
Correct.
And I would imagine you have a lot of training and experience in dealing with people who are in the acute phase of dealing with some trauma that they've suffered, correct?
Yes.
And it maybe changes over time how that shows, correct?
Yes.
I would imagine you've seen some people within minutes, if not within an hour, of the trauma that they've suffered, right?
Yes.
And then you've seen some people maybe 24 hours or later, correct?
Yes.
And how people, the signs that they might show of that trauma might depend upon when you see them on that time continuum, correct?
Yes.
As somebody is closer in time to the event, their trauma might be more acute, correct?
Yes.
And as somebody, time goes on, that might be harder for you to observe, correct?
Yes.
Because obviously a lot of the psychological trauma is internal, correct?
Yes.
You're noting physical injuries, right?
Correct.
But it's hard for you to know what's going on inside that person's brain or body, right?
Yes, unless they tell me.
Unless they tell you, correct? And I would imagine sometimes in those positions, people who are victims of violence, victims suffering from trauma, they may not be in the best time to fully disclose the trauma that they've just suffered, correct?
Correct.
One of the things that I'm sure you're trained on is how to get that information from somebody, correct?
Correct.
Because sometimes that's difficult to do when the person has just suffered some life-altering trauma, correct?
Yes.
And it's not unusual for you, in your experience, to know that these victims of violence may not be in the best position to tell you things right away, right?
Correct.
Because the trauma, it impacts that person, correct?
Yes.
It impacts how their body functions, right?
Correct.
And in fact, in here, you took a pulse of Mr. Mew, correct?
Yes.
And his resting heart rate was 91, correct?
Correct.
You would agree that that's elevated, correct?
It depends on the person. Some people do have more elevated resting heart rates. So I would not, at this first meeting, be able to determine if that was elevated or not, as I had not received any other medical history about Mr. Mew.
Sure. You're a nurse though, right?
Yep.
You've taken people's heart rates quite a bit, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree that a resting heart rate of 91 for a 52-year-old male is outside the normal range of what you would expect for a resting heart rate?
Yes.
It's elevated, correct?
Yes, slightly.
So there's other things that might happen to a victim of trauma to their body, correct?
Yes.
The one thing again that you were able to measure is heart rate. That's all, correct?
Correct.
You could, and again, I'm just trying to figure out what you did. You could take blood pressure, correct?
Yes.
Is that something you did?
Yes.
Was that elevated as well?
Blood pressure was 144 over 97.
Okay.
Which, yes, is elevated. Then again, some people can have more elevated blood pressures normally, but yes, that would be more elevated than I would normally see.
Other than those two measurements, did you do any other measurements of his body? Not height and weight, but just like internal measurements, so to speak.
Yes. So I collected a full set of vital signs. So that includes that pulse, that blood pressure, respiratory rate, which was 18 at that time, and temperature 98.2 Fahrenheit.
And you would agree that respiratory rate is, again, same thing, a bit elevated. Agreed?
18 is within normal limits for an adult.
So other things that might be happening inside a person's body that they're a victim of trauma, you can't always measure, correct?
Correct.
you know through your training and experience that sometimes somebody who suffers violence upon them, they might have an adrenaline rush, correct?
Correct.
And after that adrenaline rush, their body might dump all kinds of chemicals into them, correct?
Correct.
And that might have an impact on them, correct?
Yes.
What you see sometimes for victims of trauma is sometimes that those victims may have a foggy mind, correct?
Yes.
May not have the best memory, correct?
Correct.
Or even if they have the memory, they may not be in the best position to retrieve that memory.
Correct.
Or even if they can retrieve the memory, they may not be in the best position to disclose that memory, correct?
Correct.
Sometimes the violence done upon somebody might be so impactful that they're just not in a position to talk about it, correct?
Yes.
And you certainly know sometimes that people who are victims of violence, they also might just get inaccurately report the violence that was done to them, correct?
Sometimes, yes, correct.
Yep, because if violence is being done to a person, that's obviously a high stress situation, correct?
Yes.
And that might impact their memory of the event, correct?
Yes.
And this is all things that you've dealt with when you've dealt with people who are victims of violence, correct?
Yeah.
Hey, Medina, the last of the group 1 guys was on the screen. I got a bingo. He said all the right words, didn't remember anything other than he clearly heard someone get punched in the face. Then we had a doctor saying that, yeah, they were stabbed. An investigator who took some buckle swabs. Hoffman, she's on the stand now. She examined Mr. Mew.
Yes.
And the same holds true, even if that person thankfully was able to fight off the assault being done to them, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, to the speculation foundation, stating facts, not evidence.
I'm asking her in general.
Overruled.
Would you agree?
Yes.
And what you're doing in your examining is you're, again, trying to gather facts, correct?
Yes.
Because sometimes those facts might tell a story, correct?
Correct.
Because ultimately, part of what you're here to do is to say, figure out what happened, correct?
Yes.
I would imagine it's unusual in your world for you to be able to have a video of actually what happened, correct?
Correct.
So you don't know when you're doing these examinations whether there's going to be some other evidence that might tell the story, correct?
Correct.
And so you're, again, just collecting the facts because we might not have that video, right?
Yes.
I want to go through some of the things that you did in this case. Just going to jump ahead for a second before we get into this. One of the things you said is you take medical history, right?
Yes.
And the medical history that you received is that Mr. Mew had I think of it as quadruple bypass. Is there another term that you used?
Yes. Coronary artery bypass graft.
And you made observations of Mr. Mew, correct?
Yes.
You saw his chest, correct?
Yes.
He certainly had a scar consistent with the surgery that he said to you that he had done to him, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things that you said you ask about is whether somebody not has a twin brother, correct?
Correct.
Because that's important for some of the DNA analysis, correct?
Yes.
And you learned that Mr. Mew, in fact, has a twin brother, correct?
Yes. A fraternal twin.
Correct. Okay. I want to go through a little bit then Exhibit 55, and I'm just going to go through some different pages here, okay?
Okay.
And on page 4, I want to go through, start there. That make sense?
Yes.
The handwriting there, that's your handwriting, agreed?
Yes.
And you wrote those things down because that's what somebody told you, correct?
Correct.
So like when you report here, suspect, you're talking about Mr. Mew, correct?
Yes.
Depending upon the view, it could be an alleged victim too. Agreed?
Agreed.
So can we just replace that with his actual name? That makes sense?
Yes.
Mr. Mew reports he was being attacked. Bystander noted blood coming out of suspect's left ear. You agree?
Yes.
Are you aware of the video evidence showing him getting hit upon his left ear?
No, not at that time.
And then it notes, Mr. Mew notes he washed the ear off in the river, correct?
Correct.
And of course, on your form, there's a note that says post-incident actions, did somebody take a bath or a shower, correct?
Correct.
And here you put no, but you noted incident happened in river, correct?
Yes.
It's noteworthy to know that water was a part of this, correct?
Correct.
Because water could impact the ability for the evidence to stick around for your collection. Lack of a better phrase? You agree?
Correct.
Including blood, correct?
Yes.
On page 5, you note, again, replacing with his name, Mr. Mew reports getting hit in the back of the head and in the back. You agree with that?
Yes.
He said at that point there was no pain, only pain on his butt from hitting the stones on the river, correct?
Correct.
Did you ask him some follow-up questions about how it is that he came to be falling into the river?
I did not.
Did you ask him some follow-up questions to see the amount of force that was used against him to fall into the river?
No, I did not.
And then on the bottom of page 5, you note some other statements by Mr. Mew, is that right?
Yes.
And he said there were about 7 people on top of me, hitting me in the back of the head and on the back. He said that, correct?
Correct.
He said that he did not know with what they were hitting him, correct?
Correct.
And again, that's not unusual in your experience for a victim of violence to not know what it is that they're getting hit with, correct?
Correct.
Certainly if they're getting hit from the back side, they would just feel the impact, correct?
Correct.
Whether the impact is with open hand or a closed hand, it's just an amount of force that comes there, correct?
Correct.
And at the end of the day, an open hand can cause force just like a closed hand can cause force, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Mew also stated they attacked me and called me a child rapist, right?
Yes.
And then lastly, you noted, just so we're inclusive here, he also said a guy pulled a knife on me, I took his wrist and turned it into his belly, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, that's not good.
He was,
for
in
him.
those statements, fair to say in summary, he said he was attacked, right?
Yes.
Come on. Come on. Come on. Am I gonna get kicked back to the beginning too?
And then on page 6, you have there's pictures of heads, correct?
Yes.
And that's again looking at the front, the back, the left, and the right side of a person's head, correct?
Correct.
So we'll just note, we're just going to go through that if I could.
Yes.
And actually publish that. Do you have that page there in front of you?
Yes.
Can I trade with you so I can use the actual exhibit? Permission to publish the exhibit, Judge? Yes. We're on page 6.
Okay.
Is it even possible that the kid had something? Perhaps he was confused in the fuck-up battle. I think it's more likely that he knew this could look real bad, so I have to try and explain it away. And that will be his biggest problem, because that's what the state, if he takes the stand, will talk about the entire time. We will probably, I was thinking about this while I was sitting here zoning out, we'll probably see his interview with the police too, where he claims
Oh, yeah.
does knives.
Looks like it's on. So on the top there, on the upper left-hand corner, it asks the question, injury noted, and you say yes.
Correct.
And then it asks to give a description, and you say an abrasion to the inside of the left cheek, correct?
Correct.
Obviously, you don't know how that happened, correct?
Correct.
It's not unusual in your world for victims of violence to note that they have an injury, correct?
Correct.
And then they might give they might have a specific memory, and sometimes they might just use deduction to try to determine how it is that they got that injury, correct?
Correct.
Sometimes they're accurate, agreed?
Yes.
Sometimes they're inaccurate, correct?
Sure. Yes.
And what he noted is I did it when I was attacked, correct?
Correct.
You didn't ask follow-up questions to say,
Oops.
What the hell's going on today?
I don't know, man.
Everyone's complaining about ads. It keeps.
did you bite it when someone was punching you in the left side of your face?
Well, that mom yesterday, she had me. She's such an idiot. I wrote on MySpace just to tell her how I felt about it. Well, you're like every other mom. I haven't heard from you in 2 days. It's okay
She
that
wrote
you
it?
don't love me
Okay.
anymore. I still love you.
Oh my God, stop.
Yeah, it's probably the solar eclipse.
I think it is.
Case?
No.
You didn't ask that follow-up question.
No, I did not.
Again, and it sounds critical. I didn't mean it to be that way.
Yes.
It's just you're asking a question, you get an answer, and then you kind of move on, correct?
Correct.
At that point, I would imagine there's a fine line between being too invasive. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
You want to be respectful of somebody who may be a victim of assault, correct?
Correct.
Not going to cross-examine them in that setting, correct?
Correct.
You're not going to follow up with multiple questions to make them relive the trauma, correct?
Correct.
You're going to ask one simple question, correct?
Correct.
And you're going to note whatever they say.
Yes.
And then moving to the right as we go along, we're looking at the back of the head, and you noted injuries, correct?
Yes.
And that was an abrasion to the posterior head, and you had a measurement of 2 centimeters plus 1 centimeter. Agreed?
Correct.
You noted.
What the hell's going on?
That with your eyes, correct?
Yes.
And then you asked the one simple question, and Mr. Mew said, I was hit back there. Agreed?
Yes.
Maybe that he was hit by a person, correct?
Correct.
Maybe that he actually hit his head on the ground or something else, some other object that could have caused that injury. Agreed?
Yes.
Moving to the bottom of the page. Can I fold this?
Yes, I thought there was
How about I just leave it?
enough room. Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah, this is the first time we hear anything other than his scrapes to his hands.
The bottom of the page, we're looking at the left side of Mr. Mew's face. Is that right?
Correct.
And what he told you is that a witness, somebody else, had
Yes.
observed blood in his ear, correct?
Yes.
And this is, again, I think you said before, he had said he heard that and he washed it off in the river and looked and he didn't observe it, correct?
Correct.
And that's what you note essentially there, correct?
Yes.
And then on the next one to the right, right? You ask if you observed any injuries, and
He claimed that the kid came at him and he turned it and hit it, put it in his stomach. So, but we know that's not true because he comes out of the water with his own knife. So I think that's going to be a big problem on his testimony. And
It sucks that you would even care about any of that, seeing the video itself. You know what I mean?
yeah.
But I understand. But I know. I get it.
Yeah. So yeah, and that's going to be a problem because he initially, I think, to her claims 1, and maybe to an officer claims 2. I read different accounts about it. One was a small pocket knife, and the other one was a bigger, like one you would use as a Boy Scout or something.
you didn't, correct?
Correct.
You note that he says, I was hit on the side of the head, correct?
Yes.
So he's mentioning he's hit to the head multiple times. Fair to say? Go to the back of the head, to the right of the
Correct.
head, and maybe on something causing him to bite his cheek on the left side of his head.
Correct.
And then as we move on to page number 7, you do a kind of a full body scan to some degree, correct?
Yes.
And
have
on
an
the
eclipse
back of the
normally?
body,
I have to go to see if we have one.
you made some observations. Is that right?
Correct.
And you note those observations then
My
by making a
vibes.
mark on the back where you
happy-
saw that with your eyes, correct?
Yes.
And then you went through and took photographs of those areas, correct?
Correct.
And that's the photos that we saw here, correct?
Yes.
The photos that you took of Mr. Mew were photos of where you made observations of injuries, correct?
Correct.
Also, if a person in that situation told you, I have an injury in a particular place and you didn't observe it with your eyes, you'd still take a photo, correct?
Correct.
Because at the end of the day, it's not necessarily what you observe. It's like maybe somebody else sees it and I don't, correct?
Yes. Typically, I only take photos of things that I'm measuring, seeing, so I can describe them appropriately.
Sure. But if somebody told you, I got hit in a particular place and I feel pain in a particular place, you might try to document that one way or the other, correct?
Yes.
Even if you don't see it, you'd want to document it, what you see on that day, correct?
Correct.
And what
Yes.
the best way to document that is to take a photograph, correct?
Yes. Typically, if I do not see it, I will document it on the form. I will not necessarily take a photo of it.
Sure. In this case, you took a photo of Mr. Mew's face, correct?
Correct.
And again, that photo in the background, we see the time is at about
Don't do the
9:20,
sun. Don't
correct?
do that,
Yes.
kids.
And so if the 911 call was at 3:45 or so in the afternoon, this is more than 5 hours after this alleged event, correct?
Correct.
So 5 hours after whatever trauma it was that Mr. Mew said that he'd been the victim of, correct?
Correct.
And that might impact what state in that trauma he is going through. Agreed?
Agreed.
That's all.
Mr. Smithstead?
We're asking questions about elevated blood pressure and elevated pulse. Does having a heart bypass cause folks who survive that procedure to have a higher pulse and blood pressure in general, if you know?
That's not my specialty. It certainly can. Generally, a normal pulse is 60 to 90, and Mr. Mew, it was noted to be 91, so just slightly
I
elevated.
can't remember the
A
timeline.
general blood pressure, typically heart patients have higher blood pressures, especially when they're on medications. However,
It's a varying demographic, 50-50, youngest 20s, oldest 90s. And as I have stated multiple times, just like Dr. G, if I started talking about what a jury made up of these people would do, just like Dr. G, I would be pulling it out of my behind because it's just fake science.
it's hard to know if that's typical for heart patients or not, because
We
they're so
know the
different.
ages
He's on some
don't we, at
medications, right?
least?
Yes,
Yeah,
it
we
looks like
know
he's
the
on
ages and
atorvastatin,
sexes, but we
aspirin,
can't tell anything
and
from the
potassium.
ages and the
Orvastatin
sexes.
is what type of med?
It's a med for cholesterol.
Is that prescribed to folks who have high cholesterol?
Yes, typically.
Does high cholesterol affect your blood pressure, or can it?
It certainly can. Again, that's not my specialty.
Mr. Nelson had asked you about whether Mr. Mew has a twin. You indicated fraternal twin.
Correct.
Do fraternal twins have the same DNA? If you
Not
know.
typically. That's not my specialty either, but
Understood. Mr. Nelson had asked you about Mr. Mew's statement to you that, quote, "the guy pulled a knife on me, I took his wrist and turned it into his belly." Was that something that he volunteered, or was that response to a question from you, if you remember?
I don't recall exactly where that statement came from. I do know when I was observing the injuries on his knuckles, I did note a couple of statements when I asked him how he got those injuries. I was trying to stop my tube, but these happened maybe when they kicked me. I don't know if it was around then. I know I was examining his hands. I don't know if it was when I was swabbing them or noting the injuries when that statement was made.
All right.
I hate that.
Did you
That's not
end
my
up taking any
specialty, or
photos
I
of his
have no
hands?
idea, but let
I
me
did not.
answer
Do you know
anyway.
why?
I do not. I wish I would have, but I didn't.
You indicated that as you're examining Mr. Mew, he indicated that he had been kicked.
Correct.
When you were examining Mr. Mew, other than the bite on the inside of his cheek, did he complain of any pain in his face?
No.
Nothing further.
Mr. Nelson?
Oh, so he didn't have any opinions. That's-
Yeah, he didn't have a
That's
poo-poo.
three brief areas here. One of them is medications. He talked to you about medications, correct?
Yes.
Did he tell you at that time, do you have any knowledge that at that time he was being prescribed Prozoin?
No.
Are you familiar with Prozoin?
No, not particularly.
Ah, come on.
Medication to deal with PTSD nightmares?
Okay.
Did he tell you at that point he was using that medication?
No.
Medications are something that a doctor has to give, correct?
Correct.
So you can't just go out and ask for some prescription and you get it, correct?
Correct.
You asked about
Hold on. Please come up.
You were asking about medication.
Yeah.
I'll follow up on
Be
that.
mad now.
You were asking questions about what he disclosed about pain. I want to follow up on that, okay?
Okay.
And in your experience dealing with victims of violence, in your experience, sometimes the pain is acute at that time, correct?
Correct.
And sometimes the pain might come later, correct?
Correct.
And some of that might be because of the body's response to the trauma that they suffered, correct?
Correct.
The body might be doing things to protect them from feeling that pain in that moment, correct?
Yes.
And the pain might come later, correct?
Yep.
Not unusual in your world, agreed?
Agreed.
And then lastly, you said he made some statements to you. He made some statements in general about what happened, correct?
Yes.
And then he made some specific statements about the manner in which he thinks it happened, correct?
Correct.
But what we know is in his general statements to you were, I've been a victim of violence, correct?
Correct.
Somebody attacked me, correct?
Correct.
That's all. All right.
Thank you, Ms. Hoffman. You are finished. You may step down. Please see the witness coordinator in the back. She'll tell you where to go next.
Oh, we have to figure out what Whiskey has to buy a chat for dinner.
I'll leave those on the table. Perfect. Thank you. Mr. Smestad, who's the next witness?
It's going to be pizza for chat.
We call
today, Whiskey.
Investigator John Schultz.
Investigator, please stand. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Whiskey's
Please have a seat
getting
in the
his
witness
pizza?
chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your first and last name?
Oh, that's the guy who's been sitting
It's
there.
John Schultz, last name spelling Schilts.
And how are you
Oh, weird
employed?
hair guy.
I'm an investigator with the St. Clair County Sheriff's Office.
Can you briefly describe your training and experience for your position?
Again, specifically to investigations, I have attended numerous
Seems
courses
snotty.
geared towards investigators and detectives.
I don't like
And are
him
you
already.
trained in doing processing digital evidence?
I am.
What other roles have you held at St. Clair County Sheriff's Office?
I started in the jail as a corrections deputy. Then I went to field services where I was a patrol deputy. Some of the extra activities or specialized activities that I've been in include K9, honor guard, dive team, an operator for our ERU team, crisis
Doesn't
negotiator, to name
matter.
a few.
Come on.
ERU, is that what some places refer to as like a SWAT team?
It is.
And are you the lead investigator on this case?
I am.
How did you end up as the lead investigator?
We have on-call weekends, and I was on call that weekend.
Did you respond to the scene at the Sunrise Bridge?
I did.
When you were there, did you make contact with some of the witnesses who testified?
I did.
And do you recall who you spoke with at the scene?
As far as witnesses that have testified, I spoke with Owen Peloquin, Brian Nelson, Alex Bang, Madison Cohen, Janelle Duxbury, Quentin Carlson, and I believe that was it.
And was that a in-depth interview or quickly gathering information? How was that?
I was looking just for quick synopsis, name, date of birth, telephone number, and a synopsis.
Brendan, it's not that you can't look at the sun, it's that you shouldn't look at the sun. But again, Darwin put his awards up there, so you can do whatever you want, Brendan. Just don't come crying when you can't watch after. It'll still be an audio channel. You can listen in.
Well, I mean, yeah, test it out, Brandon.
Yeah.
Were you trying to sort out who actually saw things and who were just bystanders?
I was.
When you made contact with Owen Pelican, Alex Vang and Ryan Nelson, those were all, they were with Isaac's group?
They were.
Did you notice any signs of intoxication when you spoke with them?
I did not.
Did you notice any slurred speech?
I did not.
Any swaying while they were standing?
No, sir.
And that was on body cam when you were interacting with them?
It was, yes.
Did you get blood or breath samples for BAC for the witnesses you spoke with?
I did not.
Why not?
I had no clues of impairment for any of them.
Did you heard you were here for Sally Stander's testimony? Did you collect any buccal swabs?
I did, from Anthony Carlson.
And was that placed in evidence and secured in the sheriff's office?
Yes.
Have you ever been trained that you're supposed to put DNA samples in refrigeration?
No.
There's been some questions of witnesses about, have you seen the video? Did law enforcement ever show witnesses the video of the incident prior to interviews?
No.
Do you not?
And did you go anywhere else from the Sunrise Bridge? Let me rephrase. Did you do any more interviews that day?
I did.
And where were those done?
At Regents Hospital.
And
Jamie, can I ask you a question?
Huh.
Do you believe that none of those kids we saw in the video seemed drunk when he interviewed them, when we know that everyone who got injured was over the legal limit?
I don't believe that.
When
at all.
everyone said they drank about the same.
Yeah. And well, he said they didn't look at the video prior to, and like, because they came in right. I guarantee they saw that video. But whatever.
Yeah. Is Brandon behind?
Yeah, he said he was behind.
Yeah. It's great the amount of people who lie in court like this. And to lie like this. What's the response? Well, he's the lead investigator. He's probably getting a slap on the back if they win this case.
Mm-hmm.
Who'd you speak with there?
At Regions, I spoke with Quentin Carlson again, Anthony Carlson, Tony Carlson, he goes by, Dante Carlson. I believe that was it that day. I attempted to talk to Riley and AJ, but I couldn't because of their conditions.
As part of the investigation, did law enforcement search the river for evidence,
We did,
including actually in the water?
correct.
How was that done?
We utilized our dive team who came over and searched that area.
Did that include metal detectors?
It did.
Did they find any knives?
They did, yes.
And can you describe those?
I can. One was a corroded box cutter and another was a corroded pocket knife.
And when you say corroded, do you mean looked like they've been in the water for a while?
Yes, sir.
Watching the video, so part of what you got is the video from Joanne, and then you got individual frames of that video, right?
I did, yes.
And so were you able to, by looking at the total frames compared to the total length of the video, figure out the frames per second for that video?
Yes, it is 24 frames per second on average.
I want to ask you about Larion Davis. So did you make contact with him on scene of the river?
I did, yes.
And did he mention something about having a video?
He did.
And did you get that video from him?
I did, yes.
And how did that happen?
I asked him to email it to me and he thought it was going to be too big, so he texted it to me.
And did you see it come through in your text?
I did.
Did you, and you were here when it was played in court, that video?
Yes,
And is that the video? Is that how you received it?
I believe so.
And did you notice right away that it was all blurry?
I did. After I started to review it, yes, I did.
But right away when he sent it to you, did you notice?
You can
I
only
did
hear
not
the
know.
sound, right? Because
Did you follow
video
up?
isn't
Did law enforcement follow up with Larion to try to get the original?
We did, yes.
And what was done to try to get the original unblurred
This is such
version?
stupid questioning.
It was sent, well, first we recovered his phone. Is that what you're asking? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
First we,
because you're confusing. He's confusing his own witness.
And what was the acronym you used?
MOCIC.
MOCIC. Is that also who did the frames for you?
It is.
like the video took a crap. Have to go look for another one then.
Did you hear
Liz,
Larry
but
Davis
don't-
testify? Because he's crazy. So
Who's crazy?
the Larion guy. It was the one that said he jumped out of the bushes fully clothed.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna pull up exhibit 2 so the jury can see the difference between the two videos.
What are we doing?
He's trying to show the video because there was problems with the video
Drawings of
transfer.
it.
But hopefully Sarowski remembers hocus pocus out of focus.
Yeah. Like, but what? Never mind. I just don't get why they're even showing him the video.
If they ran it through something to clear it up, he has to testify about this is the original.
Oh,
This
gotcha,
is
gotcha. I missed
yeah.
that part.
Yeah, his wife clearly said that pink shirt
I had
and
planned to take another break before lunch. I was going to suggest maybe we break now while you're looking
Sure.
at your video.
Sure.
So let's take a short 10-minute break. We'll come back shortly before 11 o'clock.
that pink shirt and
All
purple
rise for
tie
the
from
jury.
on Bev's funeral would look real good on you in court. Lead investigator.
Yep.
This is
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It's Monday in court too.
Closed. Jeez, Pete.
I still don't get that stupid badger.
And welcome back to our Fox 9 streaming center. You've been watching our Gavel to Gavel coverage of the.
I don't want to listen to you.
Oh boy.
Panilla has a what? A dinosaur sleeping on her chest. Well, you missed the last witness from the first group. They did absolutely nothing wrong. He was standing weirdly in a river. That's why they started yelling at him, which is what people normally do when out trooping.
Oops.
Well, I don't think he's an idiot, but no matter what, he was cleared in court. Skunk bears. I don't know what skunk bears is.
I've never seen one.
I don't know what it is. Is it like drop bears?
Is it a bear that looks like a skunk? Because that is cute. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, Whiskey, what kind of pizza are we getting? A bearded dragon. I'm not a big reptiles fan. You lived in Michigan your entire life and never seen a skunk bear. I don't know what a skunk bear is. Goggle to the rescue.
Tell me it's the cutest thing in the world.
It is the cutest thing in the world.
Oh my God, show me.
Yeah, relax, Jamie. You want one of these.
Oh my God, look at him. Look at that cute little face.
Look at this eye. It's all lifted up.
He's so cute. What's this little spiky hair?
This is some draw stuff. Oh, that wasn't the right one. I thought it was. I don't know. I just took the first picture that came up. Maybe it's something else. It's a stocky, shaggy-coated North American carnivorous mammal. Come on, pictures. Don't let me down. No, it's okay, Jamie. It's not as cute as the picture I AI'd out of existence, but look at this fella.
Oh, come on. He's so cute. He's still so cute. Look at his little bushy tail.
Yeah.
Where are those at? Because I have never seen one.
I don't know.
But I've never actually seen a real bear either, because that would scare me.
Now find a picture of a chiquito. Isn't that a banana?
A chiquito.
Chiquita banana.
Is that like a taquito?
Isn't that some deep fried stuff you buy at a gas station and then you get a bad stomach?
About. Well, yeah, we don't have wild animals down here like that. I've seen coyotes and I've seen deer.
Skunk bear
What
is a
else?
nickname for a
I saw a
wolverine.
bobcat once. A bobcat was the cutest thing I've ever seen.
The worst thing I ever saw was when I lived in Copenhagen, our most popular city. I was driving out to the bakery, and a fox ran across the road. I think that's the worst predator I ever saw in my life. But then I went to Los Estados Unidos, where I saw snakes and snakes and more snakes. Why do God hate your country?
I'm not a huge fan of snakes either, but all we have around here are little gardener snakes. They aren't scary.
I don't care. All of them wants to kill you. But don't they can't kill you. They will try. At least they will try.
Whatever. Every time I go up north, I want to see a bear, like while I'm driving down the road, like in the woods where it's far away from me, but I haven't. Bears are scary.
That's a bearded dragon.
Yes, I do.
Jamie.
I have one up north. What?
Jamie.
No. Oh, look at him. He's so cute.
No, it's not. I hate reptiles.
Why?
Because it
My
gives me
nephews-
the icks just to look at them.
My nephews have this cute little gecko, and he's so fun.
Yeah, I don't care. They're nasty. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, up north is it's when she goes to the northern side of her front yard. That's when she talks about up north.
Shut up. I have been up north plenty of times.
No, I don't like cold-blooded animals. I don't know why. It's just the way it looks. It's the same if I see a movie where there's a snake in it. I can just feel them slithering around on my floor. I hate them. Spiders, as long as I don't walk into the webs, I don't care about them. But any reptiles, I just get the.
I mean, big snakes are scary, but not the little baby ones that are harmless. Spiders, though, can rot in hell. So
We have two kinds of snakes in Denmark. One non-venomous and one venomous or poisonous. I don't know. People always say, actually, snakes are not venomous; they're poisonous, or the other way around. Because I don't care. But the one that's dangerous has about as much poison injected into you as a bee. So it's not that. It's not the worst kind of snakes. And I was back when I was a part of the board that took care of, what do you call it, like not civil defenses, but the fire department and stuff like that. When I was I sat on that board for 8 years back in the day. we always had an exercise on one of the small islands out there to show that they were prepared if a fire should break out and stuff like that, because they're a bit isolated. And one of the lakes that they had to pull water out of, it was floating with snakes. It was so nasty. Ugh. So we have 2. I won't hold a snake. I won't go near a snake. I will pee on you before I touch a snake.
I will pee on you.
I will use every defense mechanism I can find not to
Is
touch a
that
snake.
what you would go to?
I would stress pee.
I did not expect that. Holy.
Look, prices. Actually, no, I would do whatever it takes to get away from snakes. I hate them.
Oh my God, I'm gonna die.
Why is it becoming a thing to send me pictures of crazy animals?
Valhalla, please. Oh my God, he did not just say, I will stress pee.
Oh, ah. Why do you send me stuff like that, Rebecca? Ah, sorry, I'm not showing that. Oh. Oh.
Lord, help us.
Oh.
Are you okay? You're not gonna
No, that
stress
was
pee, are you?
a cobra, and the second I can feel it on my feet when I see it anywhere. I'm so effing scared of that. That and sharks. No, because it's on camera.
Oh my God.
But I know Valhalla understands the show of dominance if I pee on him. So that's what I'm going to use against him. Spiders doesn't do anything to me. Well, the big nasty ones, they're not. Yeah, they're just nasty. But I don't. I don't understand those people who are. Oh, I can't sleep. There's a spider in my room. So what? It eats the flies.
Yeah, I've done that many times.
Yeah.
Oh,
Eating
I won't
flies?
sleep in my room for like a week. If I see a spider. June bugs too. Oh, June bugs and spiders can just rot.
Yeah. That's our defense mechanism. I love that our spiders talk lost us 20 viewers. Your 2 favorites, reptiles and sharks, but they have those doll's eyes.
I like everything. Like,
That's what I heard.
On TV. Jamie, I do?
Yes, you said that's what I do. That must be eating flies.
And as it relates, obviously, the video as well. We're going to say goodbye to you for now, Mars. We'll see you at lunchtime. We'll go back into Judge Michael Waterman's courtroom in Hudson, Wisconsin. You can see there the parties are standing as this jury comes back into court. Reminder, there are 14 of them, 2 alternate jurors, 12 will ultimately deliberate in the space. We go back to.
All right, we're back on the record with the attorneys, Mr. Mew, and 14 jurors. We are ready to resume. Mr. Anderson, are you ready?
Oh, that's
Yes.
loud.
Go ahead and play it. Investigator Schultz, please retake the witness stand.
Looking for throw Valentine shorts.
Investigator Schultz, so this bottom one, would that be the original video you got from Larry and Davis?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm just gonna open it up, Judge, and just go through a few frames so the jury can see the comparison.
Yes.
Thank you, crazy old. It's house spiders.
Okay. Then this resized one is the one you got from MOCIC?
Correct.
Oh, my Valentine shorts. Oh. That's not much better.
Were there any items that were turned in as found from civilians that turned out to have some connection to the case?
Yes, there was.
Was one of those a cell phone?
Yes.
And
Oh, they found the phone.
were you able to determine the owner of the cell phone?
I was. When I received the cell phone, again, part of my job is doing cell phone extractions. I took the SIM card out of the phone and recognized it as belonging to T-Mobile. So I contacted T-Mobile, provided them with identifying numbers on that SIM card, and I learned the phone belonged to Ariel.
So that part of the story checks
And
out.
was another item that was turned in a pocket knife?
Yes.
And can you just, what brand pocket knife was it?
Tactical Gears.
And was there somebody that was interviewed that described having lost a Tactical Gears knife on that day on the river?
Yes, Mr. Baldozo, I believe is how you pronounce his last name.
Would that be the husband of the nurse, Andrea, who testified?
It would be, yes.
So are you aware that Nikolai said in his interview that one of the boys had a kitchen knife?
I am.
And was a kitchen knife located?
Yes.
Where was that located?
What?
At the hideaway.
Well, that's before, I think.
My approach?
Yes.
So this is exhibit 25A, the river map. So the incident is here, kitchen knife was found
I
here.
think the hideaway
Yes.
is the bar before
Was there,
they came down
did
there.
you review body cam regarding, for the time that the kitchen knife was found?
I did.
Was it discussed over the radio?
It was.
Was Nikolai in custody at that time?
Yes.
Oh, so
And
he heard it. in
Were the
car.
officers around him wearing radios?
They were.
Was there a radio in the squad car when he got placed in the squad car?
Yes.
So I want to talk a little bit about Madison Cohen. I think you said Madison Cohen is one of the ones you made brief contact with at the scene?
Yes.
Do you recall seeing any injury on Madison Cohen?
I did not.
Were you present for her testimony that when she said the sheriff's office told her that the sheriff's office didn't want a photo of her injuries?
I was.
Is that true?
No.
And
Oh.
had you actually previously made efforts to retrieve the photo that she said she took?
Yes.
What was that?
I did an extraction. I did not do the extraction. I reviewed an extraction from Madison Cohen's cellular device. I also did an extraction and reviewed it on Madison Cohen's mother's device.
Why'd you do her mother's phone also?
I spoke with, or I learned that Madison was not sure if she took the photo or if her mother took the photo. So both provided their cell phones so law enforcement could search them for the photos.
And did you locate any photos during the time frame she said she thought she took it that could have been, or that was consistent with her description?
Not during the time frame, no.
And were there any deleted photos recovered from either phone?
There were not.
So then it didn't exist.
And when you do a download, why don't you just explain to the jury how you do a forensic download on a phone?
Sure. So a phone in particular, I'll get the device. There's a lot of different variables, but I'll summarize. We pay for software, and I can plug the phone into a box, which goes into our computer, which more or less copies the data on the device and then puts it into a readable format that's user-friendly so we can review the data. It's not uncommon that we don't always get everything. And really, there's no rhyme or reason. Even the trainers, when I'm going through all these courses, say sometimes they don't know why we get X and sometimes why we do. Just electronics or electronics. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't.
When you do a forensic download, and including with Madison's phone and her mother's phone, that includes everything the download's able to pull off the phone?
Correct.
So photos, texts, calls, all those things?
Yes.
And so you testified sheriff's office didn't tell her you didn't want the photos. Were you present for a meeting at the DA's office with Maddie when the photos were discussed?
I was.
And what was Madison? Well, did she express some anxiety about deleting the photos?
She did, yes.
And was there an effort to console her?
Yes.
And what was said to her?
Not to worry about the photos.
So she wasn't told you didn't want them. She was told not to worry about it.
Correct.
And that was after you'd already made all these efforts to get the phone that she consented to?
Yes, well after.
So you're the court officer, so you've been present for the trial?
Yes, sir.
And you recall the testimony with Lieutenant Coleman about how he got those points for incident locations from you, right?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury how you estimated those circles for the incident location and the group locations?
I can. As stated earlier, I got frame by frames from that MOCIC, which was taken from the original or one of the videos from Mr. Cockfield. From those frame by frames, I walked out to the river. I would get in generalized locations and review the photos from the video, the frame by frames, to landmarks on shore, which assisted me in getting in the
He's the lead investigator. He's allowed to be there. The other people who were allowed to be there are victims in the case. Normally, witnesses are not allowed to be there, but police officers and victims in the case are allowed to hear the testimony.
general location of where the person taking the video, in this case, Mr. Cockfield, was at specific times.
And do you remember how long you were out there? Was it a half hour or several hours?
It was several hours.
And that you said you're comparing frames to the terrain?
Correct.
When you were Did you walk all along the scene, like from the area of the bridge to that area of the sandbar?
Yes, I wasn't right next to the bridge, but where that grassy area was, where victims were being pulled out from that area down to the sandbar, yes.
And this wasn't on July 30th, right?
No,
Do you recall when it was?
I went out there on multiple occasions. I believe twice in August and once in September.
And were there any deep spots in the river in that area?
Not really. There was one kind of back by the sandbar, if you would continue going upriver. And then there was one kind of in the area of the bridge towards the center of the river.
Okay.
I'm thinking it looking kind of like your avatar. There was the tall areas, but you know there's short areas.
This is marked as exhibit 89. Can you draw on here? Well, actually, the bridge on this map?
No,
So the area by the bridge, would that be above where this map cuts off?
yes.
And where was you said there's another spot kind of.
Hey, Amanda.
Sandbar?
Where it was deeper? Yes. Actually, almost right where it says that 155.31 in that general location.
Around here?
Yes, sir.
And the other one would have been,
Up closer to the bridge, yes.
okay. And how deep?
I could touch the whole time. To my recollection, like my stomach, maybe up to my chest.
And the rest of the areas of that section of the river, what was the depth like from what you recall?
It varied, but not much. Definitely, I shouldn't say definitely. For the most part, it was below my knee. Sometimes it would go up to my thighs.
Lower thigh or upper thigh?
Lower thigh.
Oh, it's to say that he couldn't snorkel.
Depending
there.
on where it was again.
But again, if he's out looking for jewelry,
Sure.
he could be lying flat on his stomach with his head underwater. Just it doesn't need to be 5 feet of water.
And you said when you're out there, you're taking photos.
I did. I also took photos myself, yes.
Judge, this is exhibit 84. I'd ask to publish.
Has 84 been received into evidence?
No, I'd move to admit it and then.
Any objection to 84? All right, 84 is received. Go ahead and publish.
I'll let the clerk know when I'm ready. All right, I'm ready. So it looks like there's 132 photos. I'm not going to go through all of them with you. So what are we looking at here in the image one?
My back would be to the bridge, kind of near that grassy point where victims were being pulled out, and we're looking upstream.
And I'm just going to go through, this is 2 until we get closer to some 3, 4, 5. I'm just going to keep scrolling.
What are you proving by this?
So what are these flags? This is image 13. What are these flags we're seeing?
I used those flags when I had the frame by frames. I would mark them, so then we would know where that spot was and I could continue to the next spot.
And
Flags?
from this is how you came up with those locations on that map Exhibit 89.
Yes.
You can take the screen down. I don't have anything else.
Mr. Trofficy?
Investigator Schultz, have you had, being the lead investigator in this case, does every report, every interview, everything ultimately work its way across your desk?
No, sir.
Okay. So you don't, if this is fair, you don't see some of the work that other people are doing in the case. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. You, in terms of your background, you are or have been involved in the crisis negotiation team.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the SWAT team, right?
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair if I said to you, those are situations in your experience, your training and experience, that sometimes involve highly stressful events?
Correct.
You were asked a couple of questions regarding the knives that were located in the river.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I do.
And then you had mentioned that a civilian, I think you mentioned, a civilian had located a knife that had belonged to a Robert Baldozo. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know, as the lead investigator, Robert Baldozo's kind of involvement in this case?
I do. Yes.
Okay. Do you know when that knife, because Mr. Baldozo lost the knife, to be fair, on that day, right? On the 30th.
Yes.
He lost it in the river going to that scene. Is that right?
I don't believe so, sir.
You don't believe that he had pulled his knife out and was running over to the scene and then fell and dropped it?
I've watched a lot of the body cam, and I'm not trying to be argumentative.
You're not?
I think he said at one point he thought he pulled it out, but in the body camera footage, you can actually see it clipped like in the back of his swim trunks. So I'm not sure when it was lost. I apologize.
No, but he's saying it was lost on that day, right?
Yes, sir.
Going to, or as he's moving toward that incident, right?
I believe he said he wasn't sure when he lost it. If there's a report, I could review it, but
No, that's okay. I'll talk to him about it.
okay.
You also mentioned that in your, I guess, training and experience, these clips and videos that we're watching, just so I understand it, when we go through these stills, 24 of those consecutive stills equals 1 second in time. Is that fair?
Good argument. The guy who lost his knife was the husband of the nurse who was first at the scene to try and help. He hasn't testified something. Hasn't testified yet. Robert Baldoza.
Yes.
All right. And I want to ask you some questions about your duties or your responsibilities on the 30th of July.
Yes, sir.
And on the 30th of July, you're wearing, as this is going on and you arrive on the scene, you're wearing a body camera. True?
Yes.
We are still at the state's case. The state hasn't rested. So every witness other than those taken out of line are state witnesses. We are on cross with the state witness, the lead investigator.
You make contact with, I think you said, I'm not saying in which order, but you make contact with Owen Peloquin, Ryan Nelson, and Alex Vang, right?
Correct.
Okay. Do they ever mention to you that they have information that he was looking for little girls, Mr. Mew?
I do not believe they did.
Okay. You then have contact with Ms. Cohen. Is that right?
Correct.
and you had contact with her, I think 2 times, maybe briefly, but 2 times, right?
I believe that's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And she's providing you some information as to what had happened, right?
Correct.
And how long, I don't know if I heard this, how long have you been an officer?
I don't recall the exact dates. I've been employed by St. Croix County for 16 years this month. 3 of that was in dispatch, 3 was in the jail, the rest field services.
Okay, so for a substantial period of your career, you're out trying to investigate alleged criminal behavior, right?
Yes.
Okay. And with what you know at that point about what's going on, you're looking at Madison Cohen as you're talking to her, right?
Yes.
Okay. Having been a law enforcement officer for the length of time that you have, if you had noticed something on her face which was consistent with what she was telling you, would you note that?
Yes.
Okay, so if I said to you, Investigator Schultz, somebody punched me in the face. If I had physical injuries that were consistent with that, you'd write that down, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you, in some situations, photograph that?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't see on either one of your contacts with her on that day anything on her face that supports the claim that she was punched, correct?
Correct.
That's good to get in there.
Do you remember her testimony saying that her eye was puffy? Do you remember that?
Vaguely, I believe. Yes.
Okay. You didn't see that, did you?
No.
Do you remember she also mentioned that the next day she had like some yellow, almost like bruising? Do you remember that?
I'm sorry. I don't remember saying that. If you're telling me she did, I believe you.
No, she says any bruise. The question was any bruise. She said a little yellow.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you say to people in this particular case, do you say to Ms. Cohen, look, if something shows up later, if a physical injury shows up later, capture that for us. We'd like that.
I don't recall what all I said, sir.
Okay. But was that something that you might do in these type of cases where a physical injury may appear later?
Yes.
Okay. And you know, if this is fair, at some point, there is an attempt to get a photograph or an alleged photograph off of her phone, right?
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell me this? You are a forensic examiner of cell phones.
Correct.
All right. And you didn't do the extraction on her phone, but you reviewed it, right?
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell me is there a difference in when you do these extractions between allocated and unallocated space?
Yes. Unallocated is just like deleted space.
Okay, so if I'm on my phone looking at some website or some video or something, and I click off that, does that go into unallocated space?
It could be cached. I guess I'm not certain if it goes into unallocated or not. I apologize.
Is it, in your experience, your training and experience, is it more difficult to locate things in allocated or unallocated space?
It's easier to locate if it's not deleted. Yes.
Okay. And you agree, well, let me ask you this. The reason you do these downloads sometimes in law enforcement is you're looking specifically in some situations for things people delete off of their phones, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you can get a bunch of stuff sometimes off of deleted images or videos or text messages, things like that, right?
Generally speaking, yes.
Yeah. Okay. And in your review of what
This is a
saw
very
the
complicated way of
document review
asking.
Madison Cohen.
You didn't find anything.
There's no photograph recovered, correct? We know that.
Correct. During that time frame when she said it was taken, correct.
And there's nothing in that document review or that report that indicates that there was a photo that had been deleted either, right?
Correct. There showed no deleted photos on either examination of Madison Cohen or her mother's phone.
And I think Madison, I don't disagree with what you're saying. I think Madison also had said that she might have actually texted that picture to her mother. Do you remember that?
Yes, or vice versa.
Okay. And that's the reason.
That's interesting because Mr. Q stated that he saw that photo after he was out, after they had the bond hearing. He was out eating with Madison's mom. She showed him a picture of Madison with injuries to her face. I'm not sure the jury remembers, but what is it? Boone's Farm never forgets.
That you want to look at mom's phone is to see, well, there could be this text that went through. So even if Madison deleted it, we can get it from mom, right?
And there was, I don't have the right word. Neither was certain which one took it either. So we weren't sure if mom took it or Madison took it. But yes, that was part of it as well.
Okay. And you do the forensic examination for Madison Cohen's mother's phone?
Correct.
Okay. And if I word this incorrectly, let me know.
Yes, sir.
No photograph that was in her, well, I'm going to say like saved images, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I have photos on my phone of my children and things like that.
Yes, sir.
Nothing in that area that you could just access by kind of swiping through, right?
I'm sorry, I don't
that relates
understand.
to Madison's picture of her face.
Correct. Yes.
And nothing in her deleted images, which would support the claim that either she took the photo or Madison sent her the photo, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I know that you said in some situations, sometimes we just don't get images, right?
Yes.
But that would have to happen in both of these cases then, right?
Yes.
You agree that you would never say, or you didn't say to Madison Cohen, I don't need that photo, it doesn't matter. Right?
Correct.
Okay, you would, in a case like this, you guys, when I say you guys, law enforcement, you wanted every piece of evidence you could get, right?
I can. And can I correct myself in my last one or just clarify? If she told me she had a photo, yes, I would want that. Maybe being empathetic and saying it's okay, don't worry about it. Yes. But no, if there was a photo, yes, we would want it.
Sure. So when she said, I told them I have a photo and they said, don't worry about it. That's not something you would say, right? Like
We did say don't worry about it, but we didn't say that we did not want it. If that's what you're asking, I'm sorry.
No, you would, in a homicide case, you would want all the information that you could possibly get your hands on, right?
Correct. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I misunderstood you.
No, you're good. Did you ever, and I don't know if this is possible, this MOCIC?
Yes.
Do they have the ability to get information off of phones that you don't?
I asked them, and they actually, this is where I learned, it got compressed. I didn't know that could happen. And they said, there's nothing else that they can do besides the resize of the video. So no, they couldn't do anything more than I did.
Okay, so as it relates to looking for the information on Madison and Madison's mother's phone,
yes,
you giving that to this this organization that has more resources, that wouldn't have been useful? I'm just asking.
I don't know if they take phones. They might. I assume that they use the same Celebrite and or Axiom, Magnet Axiom that we use, but I don't know, sir.
Okay. You were asked questions about
let's all just stop pretending. Madison lied. There was no photos of her injuries to her face ever. And Madison's mom lied to Mr. Q. Mr. Q lied to court because no one ever saw any photos of Madison because her phone was searched, her mom's phone was searched. They used Cellbrite and the recovery tool that's standard in every criminal case. We know it from every case where they use a mobile phone. They will find that picture that you sent to your girlfriend with the little top hat and the googly eyes on it as a cute thing for her birthday. They will find it. So if there was a clear photo of her being smacked in the face, they would have found it. From I think the youngest in that group who testified was 17 as well. Yeah, you'd think that everyone saw it, but everyone heard her testify she was punched in the face. That's why I'm saying I think he pushed her away when she got in his grill. He never slapped her, but everyone has to agree on that, or else they seem even worse than they did to begin with. Imagine there wasn't a first punch from Mr. Mew. Then these two river Karens got a guy killed. Exactly. If you just look long enough, even your 2:27 a.m. Google search for "How long to die in cold," they will find it. Especially in a case like this where they're looking for it, "How long to die in the cold," they probably wasn't looking that hard for it. Cellbrite will find anything that's not overwritten. And everyone who's thinking they are clever and Snapchat deletes it in a few seconds. Those funny pictures that you send to your girlfriend, they'll get those too.
When you saw Owen, Ryan,
No, I'm just saying.
Alex, if you ever tested their alcohol level or asked for a test?
Probably.
I do.
Okay. And you've heard, for example, Owen testify that he was drinking beer and doing shots of alcohol and using marijuana, right?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm not being critical, it's more of a background question. You would agree drinking and using drugs may impact a person's ability to accurately perceive what's going on, right?
Yes,
Okay. And it can also impact their ability to just recall it too, right?
it can.
Okay. And you know, or you've heard by sitting at trial, all of these people admit that they had been drinking. Some admit they've been drinking and using marijuana, right?
I believe with the exception of Sheena, I think she said she was not drinking.
I meant the boys.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
And
I had to say, for a lead investigator, he doesn't have as much defense dementia, as I call it, as most of the other people, because normally they say, I don't know, I can. You asking me how the weather is outside? Well, what's outside is the weather. What's the weather? This guy seems like he answers fair. Of course, there's a little song and dance, but still.
do you think it would be knowing, I'll ask it this way, bad question. Do you know what Isaac Schumann's alcohol concentration was?
Don't recall. I can estimate, but I don't recall exactly what it was.
You know, well, I'll ask it to you this way. You know that he was illegally intoxicated, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you know that he was well above the legal limit, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would it be helpful for you to know if those boys were also above the legal limit and highly intoxicated when you took those statements?
It could be, as we talked about earlier, it could have an impact on what they said.
Okay. If those boys would have said to you that Mr. Mew was looking for little girls, would you have noted that somewhere?
Yes.
Okay, because we throw this word around, you've heard this word pedophile thrown around over and over. You take that seriously, right?
Yes, the majority of the crimes I investigate involve crimes against children.
Right. So if somebody says to you, investigator, this guy's talking about looking for little kids based on your background, you'd be interested in that, right?
Yes,
And you'd agree, nowhere in any report that you prepared do you document or indicate that they ever mentioned to you that he was looking for little girls. True?
I'm not trying to be argumentative again. Them specifically, no, but other people told me that they said that, so I documented it in my reports. But the boys specifically, no, sir.
Right. Well, you've heard the testimony in this case. You heard Owen Peloquin today said that Mr. Mew told him that, right?
Yes,
Owen Peloquin never told you that, right?
correct.
So can you tell me, based on your training and experience, both as a hostage kind of negotiator and as a SWAT team, member of the SWAT team, would you consider what happened here to be a highly stressful event?
Yes,
And your training and experience, if this is fair, tells you that people react differently in highly stressful events. Is that fair?
correct.
Have you been, sounds like you have been in multiple times in your professional life in highly stressful events.
Correct.
And you might react differently than another officer might react, right?
Correct.
And in these highly stressful events, have you, through your training and experience, seen situations where people's bodies react to the highly stressful event? Do you know what I mean by that?
No, sorry.
Okay. Do you know, or has it been your experience that sometimes people might, as you've heard, go white, where their body reacts to a highly stressful event? Have you seen people go pale in highly stressful events?
I'm sure I have. I can't recall, but I'm sure I have.
Have you seen them become quiet, kind of almost catatonic?
Again, I'm sure I have. I just can't think of a specific time.
Wide-eyed?
Yes,
Okay. And does your training and experience tell you that those are things that their body is just doing, right? Their body is getting wide-eyed, or they're getting white, or things like that, right?
yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I don't know that I understand it all the way.
Don't apologize, investigator.
Okay.
You're doing fine. Can I ask you, you were asked some questions about the river and the depths of the river and things like that.
Correct.
Okay. Now you would agree, to be fair, you can drown in calf deep water, right?
Potentially, yes.
Right. So especially if you get knocked unconscious, you can drown in 6 inches of water, right?
I would suspect so, yes.
Yeah. I mean, I guess what I'm saying is you had talked about different areas of the river where you were kind of maybe up to your shoulder.
We have looked at Urban Dictionary a few times.
You don't need to be
describing
in
there.
that deep of water if you're unconscious to drown.
Correct.
So when Mr. Mew was, I think you heard the testimony, they're asking him to walk downriver, right? That's what you heard from the testimony?
I believe it's all angles, but mostly downriver, especially initially with Ms. Cohen, I believe.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I get it right. They want him, according to the testimony, they want him to walk this way, the way the arrow's pointing, right?
At some points, yes.
Okay, and did you hear Mr. Mew say that at some points there, the river is a little bit deeper than where he was standing?
Did I hear him say that? No, sir.
You didn't hear that on, Coleman said that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question with Coleman?
Coleman said that the river at various points as you move downriver becomes deeper, right?
Yes.
Okay. So is that true? As the direction that they were pointing him to walk, the water would have been deeper, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, as a lead investigator, were you the officer who prepared the information for the crime lab regarding DNA on what was to be swabbed and where it was to be swabbed?
No, sir.
Do you know who did that?
I don't. I'm sorry.
No, Judge, thank you.
Mr. Anderson?
Well, again, if you're a victim, you are allowed to, and if you're a lead investigator, you're allowed to. Is it fair? Isn't it? No, but it's allowed.
You're asked about deleted photos. When you did these forensic downloads of the phones, was it more common to find deleted photos or not find deleted photos?
It's more common to not find the deleted photos than it is to find them.
And you were asked about Roberto Baldazzo and his statement that he had thought he dropped it while running up to aid some stabbing victims. Do you recall that question?
I do.
And you said that you saw a body cam of him with the knife in his shorts. What was he doing at that point in the body cam?
Providing aid to Isaac.
And prior to July 30th, 2022, had you ever seen Madison Cohen before?
No.
So you didn't have any sort of frame of reference for what her cheeks or what she looked like before that?
Correct.
Exhibit 51. It's a flash drive. Just because our map is cut off there and you're asked about the spot by the bridge, I want to pull up Lieutenant Coleman's presentation. I'll let the clerk know when I'm ready.
Hey, welcome back, Jamie.
Hi.
Actually, a pretty good lead investigator.
I missed it. I had an emergency meeting.
No photos were ever found in the cell bride. They never saw anything, and Madison lied when she said the police told her they didn't want it. They found old knives in the river. They found Mr. Baldo's knife. They did find the phone. They never saw any injuries to Madison. No evidence supports that she was hit. No evidence that she deleted the photo. No evidence her mom deleted the photo. They tried to look as good as they couldn't find anything.
All right, can we have the screen, please?
And Q didn't tell the police
at all.
Yeah, and Q didn't tell police that he had seen the photos.
Is the spot where it got deep, close to the bridge?
Snapchat automatically deletes it, but they will they will find it in your cell bright.
Visible on that
Or we'll
image on
get
the
a,
right.
police a warrant for it.
I'm sorry, I don't think I'm following.
Can you draw on your screen if the judge can enable it where you call that deep spot being that was near to the bridge?
Where it gets deeper, yes.
Yeah.
To the best of my recollection, can I use it on the regular one, or do you want it on Lieutenant Coleman's drawing?
I guess either.
Right in that area there.
Okay. And just for the record, Judge, this is slide 13 of Exhibit 51. I don't have anything else.
Mr. Trofisi?
What was that?
Did you ask Madison Cohen why she would possibly delete a photograph in a case like this?
We did, yes.
You did?
But I guess I don't know if we asked, but she made a statement that it was causing her anxiety. She didn't want to think about it. That's possibly why she deleted the
Oh my
photos.
God, that's so
Yeah.
stupid.
In terms of what you observed when she came out of the water, you've heard in this courtroom far more detail about kind of how this went down than you did that day, right?
Yes,
Right. So, I mean, you heard Madison Cohen get on the witness stand for however long and testify about what had occurred, right?
correct, yes.
You've heard other people explain what they observed between Mr. Mew and Madison Cohen as well, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And so you've heard that this 248-pound man threw a hook, by some people's estimation, threw a hook to this girl's face and knocked her down, right? You've heard that.
I guess checks out relevance with this witness. I don't know what you can answer about what
I'm gonna.
Well, overall.
He's been in the courtroom yet.
He's,
You heard that, right?
yes, some have said that.
And you didn't see a single mark on her face based on that, did you?
I did not see a mark on her face, no, sir.
It's interesting.
All right, thank you, investigator. You can
Yes,
step
Judge.
down. It is 11:45. This is probably the best place to break for lunch. So we'll break a little bit early. We'll reconvene at 12:45. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
That wasn't a good lead investigator for the state.
you didn't
I
like
have
it?
to say.
How was Cross? Was it good?
Yeah, good. Put up there that Madison lied.
Center, you count an eye on the camera.
No, that I think again today it's been a good day for the defense. The medical people, yeah, people had holes in them. We knew that. Some DNA was taken. Okay, maybe it's stored incorrectly. Who cares? It's I don't understand why why the state are bringing such bad witnesses.
Because they have a bad case.
Yeah, and it totally fell through now because no one saw any of what they claimed this, and no evidence of what they claimed they saw.
Mm-hmm. It's just been a bunch of people's, I don't know.
It's just stupid because they don't get what they're looking for. And I don't feel
Based off
they
that
come up
video,
as
he clearly defended himself, regardless of what was said after the fact. I mean, in my opinion, at least, I wouldn't care because I saw what I saw.
yeah.
Did they say they're going on lunch? Is that what it was?
Yeah. the hell is going on?
I don't know.
No, I'm trying to pull up a WordCrack, but the website looks like it's going. It doesn't look like it usually do.
Uh-oh.
Mhm.
All the animals are laying in the sun today. It's so cute.
Oman said it was Madison's mom's phone. Yeah, Q said it was her mom's phone, and nothing was found on Q's on her phone either.
Yeah.
You are Brit, and you believe here witnesses and victims are not allowed in court until it's their turn on the stand. They are in an anteroom and not allowed to converse with one another. It's the same here, but you can have a victim's advocate if because maybe they want to ask some questions if there's a suit, a civil suit coming later. They can ask some questions while the trial's going on. Because it was never on Madison's mom's phone.
I don't believe there's a picture at all
Yeah.
that ever existed.
Wicked Psych. I don't know if you ever saw The Lion King. But that place where the shadows touch, never go over there. Everything else is our domain. Never go over where the shadows are.
It's because nobody truly believes in defending yourself.
No one believes in innocent until proven guilty. They all believe that the state couldn't have done it wrong.
It's that too. But yeah, a lot of the wine moms can't ever, like, people want to say, always say, well, you could have walked away, you could have this, you could have that. Do you realize how fast everything happens? I mean, how long was that video? What, 20 some seconds? Everything happens so fast. You don't have time.
How much have you missed? Well, today you missed the last witness from group 1. He hit bingo with all the testimony, all the words that all the other guys used as well. And he heard a punch to the face because he could hear it. He didn't see it, but he could clearly hear it was a punch to the face, and he could deduct that it was a punch to the face because then we had some medical medical personnel. It was just that they fixed people up who had holes in them, and then the other one took some pictures of Mr. Mew and his injuries. He had some injuries to his back, especially on the right side. He had a big red mark, and some stuff on his right hand, which we saw in another body cam from. I can't remember that officer's name. Then we had the lead investigator. He was actually pretty good for the defense because they saw none of the evidence that people claimed they had of Madison. No one saw him with any marks. No one have heard about anything. So it more and more looks like it's an excuse constructed after the fact to give them an excuse to attack them.
Yeah, I mean, that's all it is an excuse to be like, well, this is the reason that we attacked the man. Because he attacked us.
Yeah. No, he hit a girl, Jamie.
Oh, that girl needed to get. Never mind.
Yeah, she needed
River Karen.
a swift kick to the. Yeah. And I don't know what's going on with WordCrack, but their website looked like this today, so it must be down.
Uh-oh.
So I'm not sure we can do a word on stream, Jamie, while I'm eating.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Are you just gonna leave it up and put a banner up, or are you gonna shut it down?
Well, I'm gonna keep it going. Yeah, sure he can. He should do that during closing. That's his job to hammer that home. No, because the jury heard what the witnesses. You have to have something that's wrong, and then they have to sue all the witnesses for lying. But that would be the state's job, and they're not going to do that.
I don't want to see that poor man going to jail for the rest of his life. That's crazy if anybody votes that way. He does need a be right back screen.
Yeah, unless they lied against the state interest, they're not going to do anything.
Yeah.
I think I did a short pause video once. I might have deleted it. Yeah, it looks like I deleted it. But I did have a pause video once, so if I had to go to the toilet or something like that. Madison and Riley got in Mew's grill so that any reaction from him could be called hitting a girl, justifying the beatdown they all wanted to give.
Yes.
Yeah, those river Karens just ran up there and said, let's effing go. And that's the big problem.
No, Donity, I've never seen a bear. Like in the wild or anything. At the zoo.
If my informants stats of SD trials I have followed in cases where the ones killed were unarmed, verdict are 2 not guilty and 10 guilty. Yeah, that's probably correct. Can I play previous testimony? Yeah, I can do that. Which one do you want from last week? I can pull up an old one while nothing else is going on but rent. No, we can't get Madison. That's the worst part.
You could always do like the camera guy.
Yeah, but then I will have to sit here and take pictures down because you see a lot of bad stuff in that one. I'll do that in most of them. It's not like I'm getting much anyway out of it. Who was the camera guy and how long is it? It's about an hour. Well, if I can eat it and my channel is struck, it's because of Jamie.
Don't blame it on me.
You said I could play him.
Yeah. It'll be fine.
So while I eat, we are going back to camera guy because he's the guy who. Or should we do that that blonde chick who got stabbed?
How long is his?
His is roughly an hour, and we're back in 40 minutes.
He's kind of like. Just do him.
Okay, Jamie.
I mean, he's kind of like the one that the ringleader of all of this.
Activities are involved in at St. John's.
I'm a member of the football team and the wrestling team, and I study global business.
That's your major field?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with a person named Isaac Schumann?
Yeah.
How did you know Isaac?
Isaac's one of my best friends.
How long did you know him?
Since middle school.
Were you with Isaac the day that he was killed?
Yes, I was.
Were you with the group of boys that were with Isaac down the river on July 30th of 2022?
Yes, I was.
Back on July 30th of 2022, how old were you?
I was 17 years old.
Had you finished high school at that point?
No, I haven't started my senior year yet.
Was it the summer before your senior year?
Yeah.
That's my understanding. Folks all rode over with Alex Vang to the river.
Yes, sir.
You ran to the river edge.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry.
Did you get on the river?
Say it again?
Did you get on the river if you wanted to?
Yes, sir.
You folks drank alcohol?
Yes, sir.
What kind of alcohol did you have?
I had a few beers.
Do you remember how many?
Probably like 3 or 4.
Were you drinking any hard liquor at all?
Not that I recall.
Did you use any other substances?
Yes.
What kind of substance?
We smoked some marijuana.
Did Isaac Schumann smoke any marijuana?
No, he did not.
We've heard from other witnesses that your tubes are all connected together. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
At some point, I'll strike that. Did you end up taking some video recordings of some things that happened on the river that day?
Yes, I did.
How did you take those recordings?
My cell phone.
Did you specifically record interactions that your group had with Nikolai Mew, the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Are those recordings in 2 separate segments?
Yeah.
One short, one long?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we're going to play this short 9-second video here at the beginning of this case.
Grown man trying to have sex with little girls. What the hell? What the fuck? Out! He's a raper. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah, that was my mistake on the screen blacking out. Once you went to your desktop screen, I closed it.
I'm going to ask her to play it again.
That's fine. It's my mistake.
Grown man trying to have sex with little girls. What the hell? What the fuck? Out! He's a raper. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Mr. Cockfield, is that the first video you recorded of Mr. Mew that day?
Yes, sir.
Is that your voice?
Yep.
At that point, were you sitting in a tube?
Yep.
Why did you start recording this?
Because he was just kind of looking suspicious from what I was seeing.
All right, was he, you saw in the video that he was standing a ways away from your group?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yeah.
Had he been closer at some point when you started video recording?
Not during that recording, no.
Right.
Like the first one.
Okay. Did you hear yourself say he's a raper?
Yeah.
What was that all about?
He had said like a weird comment. That's kind of why I started recording in the first place. Like, because he was having his snorkel and it was like 2 feet deep water. So like, what are you doing? And then he just said like a weird comment, something about like some little girls.
And
Did you have any girls with you in your?
no, I did not have any girls in my group.
Did you see any other girls on the river here where you floated?
Yeah, there were some girls on the river.
Child age girls or?
Not that I saw, no.
Did you know Mr. Mew at all?
No.
Did you know whether he was a pedophile or anything like that?
No, I didn't.
Were you making some conclusions based on what you saw him doing?
Yeah.
Sustained.
After you said he was a raper, did he come closer to your group?
Yeah.
Did you restart your recording?
Yeah, because after I said that, I like looked away and was like, whoa, whoa, because he looks really scary when he looked at us. And then I like refloated a little bit. And
You
then
say he looked real scary.
like when I said that, like you could see like his face look at me and like you could see me go like, oh, and then I got scared and then stopped recording.
Did he appear to be angry that you called him a raper?
Objections to the commission.
One at a time, please.
Objection sustained.
Right. When you saw a look on his face, did you start recording again?
Yep.
And the second video, was it how long after the first video?
Probably like 10 seconds. We had just floated a little bit further.
I played the second part of the video, Your Honor.
No, just keep it off. You have to tell us when you want us to play or display, rather. All right.
What is he on? Whoa! 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 Whoa!
Mr. Cockfield, is that the second video that you took that day?
Yes, sir.
Is that your leg in the screen?
Yeah, it is.
Never for the record, the video is paused at the 6-second mark. Do you see Mr. Mew's hand grabbing onto your tube there?
I do.
It's touching your leg?
A little bit, yeah.
Did that cause you concern?
Most definitely.
Did he say anything when he came running up and grabbed onto your tube and by your leg there?
I guess I didn't hear him say anything specifically.
All right. Do you recall who you were sitting next to in the tube?
Yeah, I was sitting right next to Lennon Wire.
Landon Wire? Did you know whether he grabbed onto any of, or made contact with any of Landon's body parts?
Yeah, definitely.
You saw that?
Yeah.
Once he grabbed onto your tubes and was touching your legs, what did you do?
I stood up.
All right. Were you concerned that he was reaching out for you?
Yeah.
Were you able to get away?
Not really.
Did you stand up and walk away?
No, I didn't walk away.
Did you get out of your tube?
Yeah, I just stood up in my tube so it didn't float away.
Did he make any further physical contact with you after you were able to stand up?
No.
Did you know this person at all?
No.
Do you remember how long you've been on the river when he ran up and?
I guess I'd have to take an educated guess and say like an hour.
Did you, when you first saw him, was he alone or was he with a group of people?
He was alone.
All right, did he ever indicate that he was with other folks?
No, not from what I saw.
Did you say anything to him at the time that he grabbed onto the?
Yeah, I was just saying like, whoa, what are you doing?
All right, is that on the video?
Yes, sir.
Did you threaten him in any fashion?
No.
Did you hear Isaac Schumann say anything to Mr. Mew?
No. Overruled. Can you say that again?
Did you say anything to Mr. Mew at the time that he ran up and grabbed onto your tubes?
No.
Did you and others start yelling at him to get away?
Yeah.
You remember the kind of language you were using?
Yeah, we were just yelling, like saying like, what are you doing? Get out of here.
Were you calling him some names?
Yeah, calling him like a pedophile.
Right, why were you calling him a pedophile?
Because he was running up on some kids and he had said a weird comment earlier.
Did you grab onto or touch your part of your leg?
Yes, sir.
Objection, Spectre, bleeding.
Sustained.
Fair to say you and your friends are making a commotion at that point?
Objection. Yes, sir.
Sustained on leading.
Did somebody else in the river come over to see what was going on?
Yes.
You know those folks?
I did not.
Do you remember how many folks initially came over to look, check in on you guys?
Not like an exact number, but it was probably like 6 people.
All right. The first 2 folks over, were they males or females?
First one was definitely a woman.
All right. Did you see the woman speaking to Mr. Mio?
Yes.
Did you hear what she told him?
Yeah, she just told him like get away, like pointing and like get away.
Is that also recorded on the radio?
Yes.
All right. So we're going to play another portion, but before that, I'm going to ask you, as you're recording this, were you using your cell phone?
Yeah.
Were you holding it close to your face or out at arm's length?
I actually had it attached to my neck with like this, like there's like a tourist thing, kind of like you just put it in the pouch or whatever. Like it's attached to my neck. It probably go out like that far.
All right. Is it fair to say that your recording captured some things that you yourself didn't see at the time?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you're recording, some of the things you recorded, you weren't looking in that direction?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna play from the 6 seconds, Judge.
Tell us when you're ready.
Ready.
It's on the wrong setting. There we go.
It's gonna be playing from 7 seconds.
Oh God! We up! We up! What are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? What? Get away from us! What? What are you doing? What's going on with y'all homie? He's on camera. Guys, let's tripping. He's on 4K. Yo, them new iPhones got that good quality. What did he say? Yeah, what the hell? Who is this? Yes. Further culture. Who is that? Further culture. Who is that? Who the hell is this? Go. It doesn't matter. He said he was looking for little girls. You're looking for little girls? Yeah. That's exactly what he said. Weirded us out. I even have that part on camera. Some young ass kid. What the hell is this guy's problem, bro? We're trying to have fun. He's gonna claim you? He's gonna claim you. We're not on this whole thing. He's on camera. Oh God, he's on camera.
Pause at 150.
So is that essentially more of the video you took that day?
Yes, sorry.
Is that your voice sort of narrating what's going on?
Yes.
Was that you saying for the culture?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean?
I guess kind of like for the greater good. It's like a new saying, I guess.
Sort of street slang?
Yeah.
As you're recording that, did you see Mr. Yu take a knife out of his pocket?
I did not, with my own eyes.
You've reviewed the video a few times? Yes.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yes.
Are you aware now that your video shows him putting up the knife?
Yes.
But you didn't see it at the time?
No.
Still frame judges number 2524. Ready? We're ready. this a still frame from your video?
Yes.
You see Mr. View in the video?
Yes.
You see what he's got in his hands?
Yes.
What is it?
Looks like his knife.
Now, you didn't, was your testimony earlier, you didn't see him hold the knife or hold the knife? But
No.
did you, while you're recording, see him holding the knife by his side with the blade facing up?
No.
Going back to still judge, this is 2533. Jawan, is this also a picture from your video?
Yes.
What do you see in that still?
See him holding his knife.
If you had seen him while you're recording the video holding that knife, what would you have done?
Objection, speculation, irrelevant.
Sustained.
At this point in the video, who's standing in front of Mr. View, if you remember?
I guess I don't really know her name, but her. I don't really.
Men or women?
It's a woman.
All right. Was there one or two women standing in front of him?
There was two.
All right. At some point, did you see Mr. View do something in relation to one of those women?
Yes.
What did you see?
He punched her.
Which one do you remember?
I think it was the blonde one.
Well, you just watched the video. You're aware your video does not capture that punch.
Yeah.
But you saw it yourself.
Yes.
Sustained.
Were you looking in a different direction than the camera was
And
pointing?
the camera was, yeah.
And at the time that you saw him punch the blonde woman, could you hand the camera over to where you're present?
Yeah.
After Mr. View punched the blonde lady, what happened? What did you see happen?
I saw all of her friends kind of like start going towards him and like try to, I guess, fight him.
All right, and did the fight break out?
Yes.
Did you know any of the names of these folks?
No, I did not.
Did you see somebody strike Mr. View?
Yes.
Did Mr. View go down?
Yes.
Did you at any point touch him in any way?
No, not once.
Other than that, you touched your leg earlier, you did not touch him?
No, I did not.
Another portion of the video. I think we're right here. We're playing from 150.
He ain't a woman. He ain't a woman. You ain't a woman. He ain't a woman.
Ending at 206, Your Honor. John, did you also record that portion?
Yes.
And as you watch it here today, you see Mr. View stabbing folks with a knife.
Mm-hmm. Or yes.
At the time that you recorded that, did you know that was happening?
No.
Is that you laughing in the background?
Yes.
At one point, did you say you hit a woman?
Yeah.
Was that a reaction to what you described earlier?
Yeah.
Did you eventually realize that people were getting hurt?
Yes.
Did you realize that Isaac Schumann had been stabbed?
Yes.
How did you know that?
I kind of just looked down the line of people that were hurt, I saw the first person, like, that's not my friend. That's not my friend. That's not my friend. The last person I looked at was my guy, Isaac Camp.
As the fight's going on, did you see people bleeding?
Yes.
At some point, did you realize what was happening?
Yes.
That we stopped laughing?
Yes.
So we're going back to the video. It'll be from the 206 mark to the end.
What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? He's dying. He's dying, bro. Wait, what? What? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Are we serious? Is this real? Oh my god. Who is that? Oh my god. Oh my god. Is this real? Is this real? Oh my god. Oh my god, what the fuck? Is this real? Is this real? Bike, bro, bike, bike. That's not bike. That's not bike. That's not bike. That's not Isaac. Oh my god. Oh my god. This isn't real. This isn't real.
Do you want to set the final part of your video that you took that day?
Yes.
At the end, when you were saying that's not bike, who were you referring to?
Isaac Schumann.
Is that a nickname?
Yeah.
Were you able to see where Mr. Mew went after he stabbed these folks?
No.
Were you concerned about where he went, or were you?
No.
Did you make your way up to Isaac?
Yeah.
Were you able to see that he had been wounded? Did you try to get some folks to help?
Yeah.
Eventually, did some people stop to help?
Yeah.
Was a nurse one of the people that stopped to help them?
Yeah.
Sustained.
Did you know the folks that stopped to help you?
No, I did not.
Eventually, did police and medical personnel show up on the river?
Yes.
Do you know how long it took for them to get there?
No, I don't.
Did you see Isaac get transported off the river?
Yeah.
Did you follow?
Yeah.
Was he brought up to the road to the bridge?
Yeah.
Did you speak to an officer? At some point, did you tell an officer that you had video of the incident?
Yes, I did.
And did you show that officer the video?
At the time, I just played it to the point where Mr. Mew was in it.
At some point, was the officer able to take a screenshot of a still from your video?
Yes.
That showed Mr. Mew?
Yes.
Right approach?
Yes.
Isaac, I'm showing, sorry. I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit 38. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
That's my cell phone with a still frame of Mew on it.
Is that the still frame that the officer, the still picture the officer took of your phone that day?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
I'll move for permission of exhibit 38.
The objection? Received.
Once you got up off the river, did you speak to a police officer?
Yeah.
Briefly?
Yeah.
You saw it happen?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes.
Eventually was Isaac transported to the hospital?
Yes.
Did you follow?
Yes.
Did you speak to another officer at that?
Yes, I did.
Did you tell that officer what happened?
Yes.
Did you see the person in court who you recorded that day who did this?
Yes, I do.
Oh, I want to see what he wearing.
He's wearing navy and gray pants with some brown shoes.
Nothing further.
Mr. Trophecy.
So, Mr. Hatfield, you are currently a two-sport college athlete, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You play football and you wrestle in college?
Yes.
What position in football do you play?
I play defensive end.
Defensive end?
Yes, sir.
Can I ask you, how big are you?
I'm about 5'11", probably like 235.
5'11", 235 is what you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that what you wrestle at too?
Heavyweight, yes.
Back in 2022, about the same size?
I was a little bit smaller, yeah.
Wrestle at heavyweight still?
220 pounds, yeah, back then.
So you considered, back in July of 2022, you considered yourself to be a fit young adult, right?
I guess I'd like to think that.
Okay. And you, I'm going to ask you some questions initially about the interview that you gave with officers, okay?
Okay.
The interview that you gave with officers at the hospital, you indicated that Mr. Mew told you that he was looking for a snorkel. Is that right?
That is what I said.
Okay. You never mentioned to officers that he told you anything about looking for little girls, correct?
If that's what it says.
Well, in a situation where you say he's looking for little girls, do you think it would be important that you would tell officers that he told you he was looking for little girls?
Yeah.
But you never do that, do you?
I guess I didn't.
Did you think it was important?
I guess there was more things that were more important, but that is important in the grand scheme, yes.
Right, so more important was he was looking for a snorkel.
Not really.
Okay, but you mentioned that, right? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you say, if I have it right, you had 3 to 4 beers and were using marijuana.
Yes.
Okay. There was vodka that had been brought in by your group. True?
Yes.
In Tito's and in like water bottles.
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any of that?
No.
Okay. So just the 3 or 4 beers and some marijuana.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also, I guess to your credit, tell the police you guys were antagonizing Mr. Mew, right?
After the fact that he hit the woman, yes, we were.
Well, you don't consider calling him a raper antagonizing him?
I mean, based on what he was doing, and it looked like that really, that made him chase after us afterwards, so who knows what he was really doing.
My question to you is, do you believe telling him that he can't have sex with little girls and calling him a raper would be considered antagonizing?
Yes.
And you were the one who was saying that, right?
Yeah, but that's after he ran up on us and was doing a bunch of weird stuff. Or he looked weird, I guess I could say.
Okay, so
I'm saying that, yeah.
and you know he's alone, right?
From what I see, he looks alone.
Okay, so, and you know that and what you see, he's kind of an older man?
Yes.
Not very fit?
Yes.
Okay, so you see an older, not very fit man walking alone, and You start calling him names.
As I'm sitting on my tube, like I'm saying, like, what are you doing with the snorkel in 2 feet water? And then he said something weird after that.
What business is it of yours on the river what he's doing? He's not bothering you, right?
I mean, I was interacting with every single person we saw that day on the river.
Okay, so
Like, at least most people.
Joanne, my question remains, what business is it of yours to bother a man who's not bothering you?
I was just asking a question. What are you doing?
What are you doing? And he tells you, I'm looking for a snorkel.
At that point?
Yeah.
The snorkel was in his hand at that point.
Well, you tell the police that he told you he's looking for a snorkel. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you then say, grown man can't have sex with little girls. What the hell? What the fuck? He's a raper. Right?
Uh-huh.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. You have no information as to what this older man is doing, do you?
No.
Okay. And you say, after you call him a raper, he looks over at you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Mm-hmm. Or yes.
Wouldn't you suspect somebody that you called a raper to kind of look over at you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Are you surprised that he looked over at you?
At the time, yes.
When you were calling him names, you're surprised he glanced over at you?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled. You can answer.
Yes.
Now, can I ask you a little bit about this thing, lanyard or whatever, that you were holding your phone in? Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's around your neck?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury how long is it?
It's not like that long. Like I said, I could probably pull my phone out that much and it's around my neck the whole time.
So can I ask you, in terms of when you're holding it, about how, I know it's not up to your face, okay, but how far away from your face or your chest do you think it would be?
Yes, I could say like 7 inches, 8 inches.
Okay, so you're not able to hold it like right now my arm is extended. You're not able to do that, right?
Not much.
Okay, so, and I won't get too close to you, but so you're holding it kind of like this.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you indicate to police in your interview, they say to you, are you calling him any names? And your response to the police is, there were a couple of us guys calling him a weirdo, right? You told the police that?
Yes.
Okay. You don't tell the police that you're actually calling him a pedophile initially and a raper.
I said on the thing that whatever else I said would be on the video. That's what I said.
Okay. And you don't know what he's doing walking over by where you're at, right?
No.
Okay. So, a raper and saying he can't have sex with little girls, you're doing that to humiliate him, aren't you?
Not necessarily.
Well, what other reason would you be calling him names when you don't know anything about what's happening?
Trying to figure out the situation.
So the way that you're trying to figure out what's happening is by calling a grown man names, yes?
Yes.
And you are yelling at some point, get away from us.
Yes.
Right? Okay. And that's after he comes up to your group, right?
Yes.
And when he comes up to your group, you're holding your phone kind of like this, are you not?
Yes, I am.
Recording.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, okay. And he walks around your tubes and away from your group, does he not?
After engaging with us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have to be happy. You wanted him to get away from you, And he is getting away from you, right?
Not much. I mean, we're just standing there and like, he barely walked past us at all. And like, pretty much in our path, we can't flow past him. He's in our path. We can't.
Okay, we'll get to that in a minute. He walks past you guys, and you guys continue to move toward him. Is that right?
Not necessarily. Move towards him.
Yeah, so
what do you mean by that?
If you're Mr. Mew,
okay,
and at one point he turns his back to you guys, is that true? You saw that on the tape?
Yes.
Okay. So this person that you want to get away from you is walked away from where you're standing and turned his back to you. True?
Walked out of our path, like into our path from where we went from. We passed him, and then he ran up on us and then went in front of us.
You and your group move toward him like I'm moving toward you, right?
No. Well, I mean, like, the way you're describing it isn't necessarily how I would feel like we were doing it, moving towards him. It's kind of just, we were there, yeah.
You were moving, your group was moving closer to where he was standing.
After he had moved completely up to us.
I understand. Yes. You want him to get away from you. He's moved downriver a little bit, and your group is moving in his direction. True?
Yeah, the way the river goes, yes, that is his direction.
Okay. And do you remember, Ryan Nelson testified, Mr.
Okay.
Do you remember someone yelling on you in your group? You got 10 seconds.
I don't recall that personally.
Okay. It's a 38. I'm going to play it, and I just want you to listen. You don't have to watch.
Okay.
Just listen, okay? Yes. So, Mr. Keifield, if you just listen.
What did you say?
Could you play it again? I'm not sure if I did. I'm sorry.
So the new iPhone got that good quality. What did you say?
No, I actually did not hear it.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. But you would agree at that point your group is moving in his direction, yes?
As the river would go, yes.
Right. You don't stop, but you're walking with your tubes in his direction. True?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. And you say shortly thereafter, you were asked this, you're yelling for the culture,
yes.
For the culture, right?
Yes.
And you were asked what that meant, and your response was something like for the greater good.
Yeah, along those lines.
What is the greater good of you recording that?
I mean, this guy was, like I said, ran up to our group as we were floating past him, and we were causing a scene like, what is this guy doing? Get away from us. And then people come over to help us. So that's for the culture, for the greater good.
At that point, had the people come up?
Well, when I said for the culture, that's when the people came up. So if that's not at the point where, well, yeah.
Okay, and this is also.
I said it, yeah.
We try to talk one at a time, okay?
Sorry about that.
It's okay. So this is something that you want to record, right? This incident,
yeah.
You want to record this, don't you?
I mean, not really sure what type of question that is.
Well, you don't stop. Hold on. You don't stop recording and try to figure out the situation. You just keep recording what's going on. True.
Yeah. I mean, why would I stop it? At that point, it looked like it was like a weird situation. I just go record it.
I'm sorry. You said it looked like a weird situation.
Yeah.
Okay. And at this point, you see Mr. Mew walk over to this blonde girl.
Yes.
He's cleared a path for you all to walk
Yes.
So you have to be excited. You wanted to get away from him. You said he was standing in your path. He's moved out of your path. So your group can just go right by. True?
I mean, that group came over to help us, so why would we just leave them?
I want you to listen to my question.
Can I hear it?
He moves over so your group can go past.
Is that why he moved over?
I'm not asking you that.
Okay.
I'm asking you, you said you were yelling for him to get away.
Huh?
You wanted him to get away.
Yes.
You said he was standing in your path, right?
Yes.
He moves over out of your path.
Yes.
So your group, you have to be excited because your group now can go right by, right?
I mean, we could float by, yes.
You could have floated by.
Yes.
But you didn't.
Yes.
You stayed.
Yes.
Okay. And you stayed as this other group comes over.
Yes.
Okay. And you, on tape, yelled to this blonde, he's looking for little girls.
Yes.
You don't have that information.
He said that. I remember him saying that. So
He said that. Hold on. You don't have that on tape.
Okay. True. It was not on my video.
And you never told that to the police. True?
True.
Okay. When she comes over and you choose to stay instead of actually moving on with your trip, you hear her yelling at him, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Ryan Nelson described her as being in his face. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. So, and her name is Madison Cohen. Okay, just so you know. So you would agree that Madison Cohen is in Mr. Mew's face, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you would agree she appears to be angry. True?
Yes. Or concerned at least.
I'm sorry?
Concerned at least. Yes.
You don't tell her what's going on. You just say he said he's looking for little girls, right?
Yes.
Okay. So instead of trying to explain the situation, you're just yelling at her, saying, this is what he said.
Yelling to her what the situation is, which would be considered explaining, kind of.
So what's the situation?
He said he was looking for little girls. So I told them, like, that's the main concern of the situation. And then he ran after us. So, yeah.
And he ran after you, and instead of passing, you stay and tell her that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, initially, it's the six of you and Mr. Mew. True? Yes. You'd agree when this other group comes over, now there's more people involved.
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, an additional 5 people come over to assist.
Yes.
Okay. So now we're at least up to 11 or 12 people against Mr. Mew.
Okay.
Is that right?
True.
Okay. And during this entire interaction, up to the point we are right now where Ms. Cohen comes over, Mr. Mew's not saying anything aggressively to any of you, right?
No.
He's not physically doing anything to show his aggression toward you, right?
No.
Okay. And you're not afraid of him at that point, true?
Because of the people that came to help, I was not afraid of him at that
Right. So strength in numbers, right?
You could say that.
So the more people that are coming over, is it fair to say, as the number of people increase, your fear level decreases? Is that fair?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. And 11, 12, 13 against 1, you're feeling pretty comfortable at that point, right?
Yeah.
And you, when I say you guys, your group, the young Stillwater people, you begin to taunt him, don't you?
What do you mean by taunting?
Kind of get in a circle around him and all start pointing at him that he's a pedophile.
Object to the characterization of being in a circle around him. That's not the evidence.
That'll be up to the jury to decide. Objection overruled. It's cross-examination.
Right?
Can you say that again?
Sure. You guys form kind of a circle around him, are really close to him at that point, pointing like I'm pointing gesturing, pointing at him, calling him a pedophile?
Yes.
Okay. And because of the way your camera is situated, you're pretty close to him as well, aren't you?
Yeah.
Okay. And the purpose of taunting him and calling him a pedophile and pointing at him in that situation is what?
Kind of just to let them know what he was doing.
You already let them know what he was doing.
Yeah, but I guess it was just still going on.
What was still going on?
What you just described.
I know what you're doing.
Okay.
The question is, why are you doing it?
I guess I don't know. It was 2 years ago.
Were you doing it to taunt him and humiliate him?
Not necessarily.
So why are you doing it?
Said I guess I don't necessarily know.
Any other explanation that you can think of as to why you would go around somebody pointing at him, taunting him, calling him names, other than to humiliate him? Now, you had mentioned that he had punched the blonde girl, Madison Cohen.
Yes.
Okay. You agree that's not on tape?
Yes.
Are you saying that you saw it though?
I did.
Okay. When you say that you saw him punch her, she's in his face, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And what happens if you know? What happens to her?
Like after he punched her?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay. Do you see how he punches her?
I kind of just see like a hand come over towards her face or at her face, and then I just see like the follow through. Because I didn't really see anything after that.
Okay, can you tell me a little bit about that? And what I mean is, I don't want to mischaracterize what you're saying. Okay. Do you know which hand he uses?
No, I can't really think about which hand he used.
Okay. And when I think of a punch, maybe you and I think of it the same way. I think of a fist.
Be seated.
And we're back.
We are back on the record with the attorneys. Mr. Mew is present along with 14 jurors.
And I found one with closed captions.
Mr. Smestad, do you have a witness?
Hope everyone enjoyed their lunch break and are ready to party. Why? Because it's Monday and we have to do it.
What did you spell?
Party.
Okay.
That's party, Jamie, in letters.
Oh, I adore you.
Puddletown,
Deputy, please come forward.
you haven't been
It's
here
been a couple
long enough.
days. We'll re-administer the oath. Clerk will do so now.
Not all is nice. Yeah. Lefty comes here. What is the culture? The culture is something that you say when you're cool. As the kids say, I did it for the culture. It's kind of like one of the examples given on Urban Dictionary. If you pull that lady that your brother shouldn't see you pull, you did it for the culture.
Please have a seat in the witness chair.
And yes, that's the definition of it.
Mr. Smestad.
Deputy Benjamin Tribune,
Have you seen him before?
St. Croix County Sheriff's Office. I did.
You recall testifying that you interviewed Ernesto Torres as part of your duties in this matter?
Yes.
What day and where did that interview take place?
It occurred day on the river. It occurred
below the Somerset Bridge in Village Park where the tubing exit is.
Interview on your body camera?
I did, yes.
Yeah, he's the one with the Lego hair.
Why? Why is he back?
Yes,
He does have Lego hair.
I was not.
And we can't
Yes.
hear anything there.
Snow, when you're ready.
All right, what's your name? You spell it for me?
E-R-T.
One second.
Oh, we're back.
E-R-N-E-S-T. Oh,
Ernesto. Do you have any ID or anything on you?
8111, 8816, I'll head over there.
Is it in your cooler?
8111. Okay, perfect, thank you. Fine. We're probably out of people, but if you do have any other investigative resources to assist over here at the incident location, I have a lot of witnesses here also. Okay. 10-4, 22 has checked on, and dispatch, can you send a TC by to Polk County? They have 2 investigators that are.
Can I see her ID too? Is it your wife?
No, this is my wife, that one.
Whose ID is that one?
My sister?
Is that her right here?
Yeah.
That's hers. All right.
My wife have over there.
Not violent, but yelling.
All right, I'll talk you over here.
Northwest of the 22 dispatch, 1041, they're all Somerset.
Yeah, we saw him take photos of his hands when he was cuffed. I covered a few Texas cases. Which one?
All right.
The one with
Can you tell me
Sergeant
what's going on
Dom?
today?
So we was outside, you know, in the corner of the river.
All right.
So he's looking for our friend look the phone. You know what I mean? And he's all away by the group.
Who did?
What?
Who drove? Who went by the group?
No, the guy you take it.
Yeah.
He's looking by the phone in the river because we started here in the corner by the group of the people.
All right.
And I saw he there looking for the phone, and he was saying he's in trouble. What do you mean trouble? I saw people attack him.
People stay in their homes.
You know, a bunch of people attack him, and then I don't know what's going on.
Negative. You can cancel the
I
rate.
go in the middle of the river. Hey, come on this way, come on this way, and right away the problem. He said that somebody taking his knife in his pocket. Like he got a knife for carrying the thing in the river.
Cancel the rave. Cancel
And
Minnesota helicopter.
I don't know anything.
Washington County units may return to Minnesota.
I came in, get out there. But one people have a problem here, one over here, he was here. I saw one lady coming from here with black.
We still
All right.
Ava 6
And
here on
he
scene.
was here. He said, they're taking my knife. That's what he said. And they punched it, he was in the floor, in the water. And when I crossed, not too close, on the middle of the river, he said, get out there because we don't know what's going on. And he ran this way. And he said, they're taking my knife.
So you never saw him with the knife?
No, never.
No. Did you see anyone with the knife?
No.
No.
No, because that's what I said. There's somebody here with blood, somebody here with blood.
You just saw a bunch of people with blood?
Yeah.
All right. So
I don't know what's going on.
all right.
I know they punching him. He told me they're taking my knife.
So people were punching him. Where were they punching him?
So it was like right here outside by the rock.
Yep.
By the rock, they punch it.
Yep. Where were they
Put in the
punching?
water, put in
Where were they punching him on his body?
He punching. I don't know, in the face or here, they push him down. And when he get out, that's what I tell him, get out there, because I don't know. I'm in the middle of the river. And he goes, hey, get out there because I don't know what's going on. And when he coming around to us, he says, they're taking my knife. And later we find out what's going on.
All right. So did you see anyone get stabbed or anything like that?
No, because that's what I say. They say they taking my knife. I saw some people here with blood. One lady.
It's to get in that he said they took my knife.
What does knife look like?
This is a little knife, like a.
So like a pocket knife, it folds
Yeah,
out?
yeah, like a pocket knife.
A foldable one?
Exactly.
Sir, is that your cooler there?
Yes.
You mind if we look in it? You can get it. Thank you.
That's so weird because we never have problem. Never. This guy, no, we always no problem, nothing.
How do you know him?
Oh, he's working with me for
He
10,
works.
20 years.
He works for you?
Yeah, we work together and we friends for many years. We never have any problem. And that's weird. He said.
If Mr. Torres came in and testified last week that Nick never said that they took my knife, would that be accurate?
No.
On the small clip that we watched, did you count how many times he told you that Nick claimed that these folks took his
I have to look for something with a
that
better audio.
portion, not sure, but in the total video, more than 10 times.
when you were talking to him? Well, first off, this interview just occurred. And he pointed, it was pointing at him, and he yelled at him to get back.
No.
I don't know anything further.
Mr. Trophy?
Were you involved with multiple interviews of Mr. Torres?
Yeah. No, just the initial.
Did you know that Mr. Torres gave multiple interviews?
I did not know.
Okay. You don't know what Mr. Torres told, for example, Investigator Shapey and Deputy Williams about what happened, right?
I do not know.
Okay. And in your training and experience, can sometimes people who give multiple interviews say something in one interview and then not say it in another interview?
Potentially.
Okay. Tell me if this is fair. On the interview that you conducted with Mr. Torres, the one thing that he never wavers on as well is that he saw Mr. Mew being attacked, right?
It says that he was punched or pushed, correct?
Right. And he actually says, I witnessed that happen.
Yes.
Okay. He doesn't tell you, or he mentions that he doesn't see the knife, correct?
Yes, he does.
In your interview.
What the hell is going on today, Jamie?
I don't know.
You can't hear sound on one of them. This one keeps. It's almost like they hate me.
Are you cursed?
I might be. I'm not saying I am. But,
I might be.
maybe some river Karens put a spell on me. I
probably
hear
did.
they can do
Saw
that.
your coverage.
Punch. I don't. It's weird. Remember that?
I remember the portion what you're talking about. I don't remember exact verbatim of it.
So he apparently is. He says that he is telling or saying, "Get out, get out of there," right?
He's saying that he was yelling that to Nick. Let's get out of here.
Do you remember a
This is Fox
conversation where
9.
he tells you that he is? Do you know if he's saying "get out"? Because he says it multiple times. Do you right?
One kitchen knife and
that
missed
he
about
says, "Get
Dosa's
out,
knife.
Get out of there.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know if he's talking about Nick or he's pointing to other people to get away?
And my belief was that he was telling Nick to get out of there.
Everything switched.
Mr. Smestad? All right, thank you, Deputy. You can step down. Mr. Smestad, who is next?
I'm gonna switch up with attorney here too.
Carlos de la Cruz.
We had him on before too. I'm pretty sure. Wasn't he
Judge,
the
I'm
one
gonna
who?
handle
My
this.
name
We're
is
just not gonna change seats.
De La Cruz.
Detective De La Cruz, please come forward. Since it's been a few days since your last testimony, we will re-administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony the bus in Spanish should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
It was the Spanish.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your first and last name?
Carlos de la Cruz.
And we heard earlier you work for the New Richmond Police Department.
Yes.
And you interviewed Ariel as part of this investigation?
Yes.
So when you went to that interview, did you bring any still frames from the video with you?
The investigators that accompanied me had some various frames, still frames.
And do you recall what those showed and why they're brought?
They kind of showed correlation between some of the witnesses compared to where the events were happening. And so they were kind of brought to try to identify some of the witnesses as well as to where the people were and hopefully get some information from the witnesses if they knew who was where, who they were, what they were wearing.
Was there one that showed Ariel standing next to Nikolai when Nikolai had the knife in his hand?
Yes.
And so did you ask Ariel what he saw?
Throughout the interview that we had discussed, particularly where he was and what he could see, what he couldn't see. The picture came up after he told us he wasn't up by where everything had occurred, that he had never gotten close to Nikolai. And so that's when we showed him that photo.
And after so in the context of him saying he never got close, was he saying he didn't see anything Nick did?
Yes, he repeatedly said there was so many people between him and the event that it was hard for them to understand what was going on or to see anything that Nick did.
And after you showed him the photo of him standing next to Nikolai when Nikolai had the bloody knife, did he still maintain that he didn't see Nick do anything?
Initially, he was rather surprised that he was that close. I think seeing the actual knife in Nick's hand surprised him more than anything. He then stated he didn't recall being that close to Nikolai.
And did he still deny seeing Nick do anything?
Correct. Yes.
Did he ever say anything even remotely close to that he saw Nikolai defend himself?
No.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Nelson?
You just told this jury that Ariel told, I think your testimony was he, being Ariel, repeatedly said it was hard to see. Is that your testimony?
He had mentioned that more than once, yes.
Because yesterday, Friday, we had both Ernesto and Ariel, and those questions they are asking them today is to impeach their testimony when they said, I don't remember talking to the police about it. So they are having them back today to say they lied on the stand.
He told you, we looked over there and we saw a lot, there were two groups in front of us. He said those words. Agreed?
Yes.
He said there were a lot of people. Agreed?
Correct.
He said, I saw it from far away, was like as if they were bullying him.
That's what he said, yes.
He said, when I see it, I thought it was bullying.
Yes.
He said, they pushed him, he fell.
Yes.
He said, he got up, he being Mr. Mew. Ariel said, Mew got up and they started beating him, women as well as men.
Yes.
He said, I only saw when they were beating him.
Yes.
So despite your saying that he told you repeatedly it was hard to see, he told you repeatedly, actually, that he saw these two groups of people beating Mr. Mew. He said that, right?
Also, yes.
You asked him questions about Mr. Mew, correct?
Yes.
And when you asked him questions about Mr. Mew, he told you the man was a quiet person, correct?
Yes.
He told you Nick was really
Objection, objection. It's character evidence, impermissible.
90801 prior consistent statement.
Overrule, prior consistent statement. It's also evidence of his demeanor on the day in question. Please continue.
He told you Nick is a calm person, correct?
Yes.
Doesn't get angry a lot, agreed?
I don't know if he said that.
I moved to strike.
It doesn't get any what? I didn't hear the last part of the question.
Ask the question.
I just want to read from the transcript, okay? At times, you're asking Ariel questions, correct? In
Yes.
Spanish. Ariel would answer you in Spanish.
Both sometimes, but yes.
And then you had a colleague there, correct?
Two of them, yes.
And your colleagues that were there didn't understand Spanish, correct?
Correct.
So sometimes in the moment, when Ariel would tell you something, you would turn and tell the officers, here's what he said. Correct?
Yes.
And one of the times that you said that, you said, it sounds like Day he was calm too. Is he a calm person or does he get angry a lot? You
Sure.
asked him that question, correct?
Judge, I'm going to object. Can we approach?
Yes.
Celestial asked about if I was trying to get Madison's testimony. I think Marissa have tried to contact and put in a FOIA for it. I have seen nothing about it anywhere. No other stations, no Google result shows up when I try to look for it. But I think Marissa has tried with a FOIA.
Oh, Marissa, you're the best.
Yeah, she loves calling court.
She's a pro.
They haven't sent her anything back. Oh.
Exactly, Mimi.
She's a woman. Calls for hearsay. Well, he was the one who translated it. So, yeah, I don't get why you're so surprised about an eclipse. We have them every night.
What?
I don't see the sun for close to 8 hours. But I don't know if it's the eclipse or whatever it is, but it got dark real quick here just now, and the internet is really slow. Well, thank you. I try to entertain while we have nothing else going on.
He is funny, isn't he?
Are you that far up north that you only have 2 hours of night?
Just one last quote from page 38 of the transcript. What Ariel never wavered on is saying that they did see that they were beating him up. Correct?
Correct.
Nothing else.
Mr. Anderson?
It's to impeach his testimony on the stand. That's why they're bringing them back.
He also never wavered on saying that he never saw Nick. He didn't see Nick do anything.
Correct.
Nothing else.
Anything else?
He never said the words, "I didn't see Nick do anything." Those aren't his words, correct?
I would have to reread the whole transcript if those were correct or not. I just.
He didn't say those words.
Objection
I'd have to
asked and
read it.
answered. He needs to see the transcript.
The objection's overruled. Mr. Nelson, if you want to pursue that, you may.
You can't cite anywhere in the transcript where he said those words that you just said he did.
If you have the transcripts and that's what you're saying, then I would agree with you.
Why did you agree to it then, you idiot?
You agree?
That I'm not the witness. You're not the witness. Yes, I agree.
You agree that as you sit here right now, you don't have a memory, knowledge, information that he said what you said under oath. I never saw Nick do anything. He didn't say those words.
Those exact words I could not recall if those what were the exact words, sir.
But even if you can't recall it, you still said it under oath in a murder trial.
Sustained. It's argumentative, sustained.
Yeah.
We'll move on. Nothing else.
He lied on the.
Thank you.
on the oath.
Investigator, you may step down.
Perjury.
Who is the next witness?
Judge, I think defense had a couple people to call.
Okay. Members of the jury, similar to Friday, sometimes the attorneys make accommodations for witnesses'
Why?
schedules. The state
Really?
has more witnesses, but they are not scheduled until tomorrow, I understand.
Yes.
So rather than sending you home, the defense has agreed to call some of their witnesses so
Why?
that we can continue
What?
working.
Because they can't
So
get
I
people
will
till
say-
But
tomorrow?
didn't they
I think it
knew they were
goes-
going to risk.
I think it's worth
prosecute
saying to
today.
the attorneys, I appreciate your flexibility and your professionalism.
They have
To see
no
that we can
choice,
keep moving
Judge.
and get some work
Come on.
done today, despite the scheduling obstacles. So we'll continue with defense witnesses. Mr. Trapasi.
Dude, we're gonna call Investigator Dittman.
Dickman? What's his name?
I heard Titman.
Dittman.
Look at here. A cop committing perjury. Why, I never. Me neither, Lefty. That's why I have that visual reaction.
I'll go get it.
Oh, Dittman. Okay.
Titman.
I'm a 2-year-old. Why am I laughing at that? Get out of here.
Investigator, please come forward. Face the clerk.
Yeah.
Raise your right hand. She'll administer the oath.
Yes, Schoenberg.
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat in the witness chair.
This poor man. Ugh, I just want to hug him.
Mr. Trapasi.
Sir, can you tell us your name, spelling your last name?
Andrew Dittman, Dittman.
And sir, what's your occupation?
I'm an investigator with the St. Croix County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been an investigator?
A couple of years. I've been employed with the Sheriff's Office since 2012.
And in your role as an investigator, part of your job.
Oh, he's a nose breather.
witnesses Take statements, things that they might tell you.
Yes.
And was that your role in this particular matter, that you were to take statements from witnesses who might have some information?
Correct.
And do you recall either yourself or being present with another officer when there were interviews taken of Ryan Nelson, Joanne Cockfield, Owen Peloquin, Alex Vang, and Landon Weir?
Yes.
You were present for all of those?
Correct.
Those interviews, were they recorded?
Yes.
And they were recorded how, sir?
At the time, we had visual labs, which would have been an application, a body cam application through our cell phone.
I don't think they called this guy. I would remember that. Kevin
One
knows
of those interviews of those 5 people were recorded.
They all were recorded.
And that recording was captured and provided to the DA's office. Is that right, to your knowledge?
Yes.
I want to ask you very few questions on this, but there's been testimony from witnesses regarding what they mentioned to officers during their interview. Okay?
Okay.
You interviewed Juwan Cockfield. Did Juwan Cockfield ever tell you during your interview with him that Mr. Mew was looking for little girls?
Not that I recall. He did not say that.
If he would have said that, is that something you would put in a report?
Our job is to be fact finders and document everything as best as we can, accurately.
So your job, you're not really to pick sides. You're just kind of to get the information in and then get it back out, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in our jobs, maybe people don't think about this, but telling a police officer that someone's looking for little girls, you're not going to let that go without trying to dig a little deeper if you hear that, right?
Correct.
Okay. So if he would have said to you, I've been told by Mr. Mew that he was looking for little girls, that's something that would have drawn your attention, right?
Yes.
Okay. Same question with Ryan Nelson, sir. Your interview with Ryan Nelson, did he ever mention, or he never mentioned to you, right, that Mr. Mew told him that he was looking for little girls?
And I guess all the interviews, I was never told anything that anybody was looking for little girls.
So you'd agree, Mr. Cockfield, Mr. Nelson, Mr. Peloquin, Mr. Vang, and Mr. Weir, none of them in their interviews with you, which were recorded, mentioned to you that Nick Mew told them he was looking for little girls, right?
To my recollection, I do not believe that was ever said.
And again, for each one of these people, especially if you heard it over and over again, that might be something you would really document then, because there's continued statements regarding it, right?
Correct.
And you didn't, right?
Correct.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson?
One thing you heard over and over from the witnesses you interviewed was that this turned physical when Nikolai punched the blonde girl, right?
Correct.
Owen said he believed she punched, or Nikolai punched her, right?
Yes.
And the other boys all saw they actually witnessed Nikolai punch the blonde girl.
Correct.
And that's what turned the incident physical.
Yes, from my recollection, that's when I was told that chaos ensued, was when the punch was thrown.
Nothing else.
Mr. Trophy?
Mr. Vang told you that Mr. Mew slapped the girl, right?
Correct.
So he didn't say that he punched her, right?
Sometimes, I guess people classify punch and slap. It's what the person's viewing.
No, it's not the same thing.
They could be, yes.
You agree that you testified under oath that everyone told you it was a punch, right?
I was present during all the interviews that took place. To get to the nitpicky, I'd have to review who told me who punched and who slapped.
I guess what I'm asking you is, you just told Attorney Anderson that all of those people told you that Mr. Mew punched this girl in the face, right?
That was brought up multiple times through the interviews that we had conducted, that there was punching,
And I don't recall exactly who said he had been, or that he had given a slap.
Okay, if I told you Alex Vang said open hand, you have any reason to dispute that's what's on tape?
I do not.
Okay. Some of those people also told you that she was knocked down into the water. Is that right?
Correct.
Some people told you that she wasn't knocked down to the water, right?
Correct.
So they didn't consistently say the same thing. Jackhole.
They all told you that the injuries that were suffered on the river only occurred after Mr. Mew was attacked, though, right?
I guess, what do you mean by that?
Well, they told you that he was punched in the face, right?
Okay.
Yes?
Yes.
They told you that he was, some of them might have told you that he was then hit multiple times, correct?
Correct.
Some of them told you that the group.
Judge, I'm gonna object on leading and also the beyond the scope of cross.
This is sustained on leading.
Sustained on, okay. Would you agree that some people in the that you interviewed explained to you what they observed happen?
This is sadly what we see in most police officers. The second the defense asks them questions, they get an attitude. And they shouldn't, because they're fact finders. They should be open and honest about everything. They are there to serve the public. They are not there to serve the DA.
Happening to Mr. Mew
Exactly.
after he was punched.
Yes.
Okay. And those descriptions included their belief that he was being attacked. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you know that after that happened, what I just said to you. I'm not.
Let's get the question in first and then make the objection.
You know through your investigation and the interviews that you've conducted, sequentially, after these people told you what they observed happening to Mr. Mew, that's when the incident with the knife occurred, correct? Is that?
That's not leading, you idiot.
It is, but it's harmless in this instance. Overruled.
See.
Is that right?
That'd be accurate.
Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Anderson?
Being
Any
so
of the
scared.
interviews you're involved
DA.
in between any of the interviews. Well, did you interview anyone from the Carlson group?
I do not believe so.
So you were involved with all the interviews with the boys that were Isaac?
Correct.
And do you remember, they're all consistent on the first time it turned physical was Nikolai striking the blonde girl, whether it was a punch or a slap.
Yeah, I recall, I believe it was Owen that said that he had observed a closed fist punch.
It's not consistent, so consistency.
And then later he clarified, he said he believed that Nikolai had punched her, right?
Correct.
And did they say they saw it?
Nothing else.
None of them saw they saw it.
Thank you, investigator. You may step down.
Thank you.
So
Is there another witness?
zip it.
He's on hall. Okay.
Can we approach Judge?
Yes, you may.
Earlier you said you didn't remember who said it. Yeah. I don't like that cops get attitudes when the defense is asking quite simple questions, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that. Is it this?
Everyone else.
Mr. Anderson?
Yeah.
Okay. Who's the next witness?
Roberto Baldoza.
Baldozo, please come forward. Face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She'll administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you will give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you
This is the husband of the nurse.
Please have a seat in the
who
witness
lost
chair.
her life.
Okay. Mr. Trofasi.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you state your name and can you spell your last name, please?
My full name is Roberto Baldasso, and you spell my last name Baldaz as in zebra O.
Okay.
What? What are we doing?
And Mr. Baldasso, you were on the Apple River on July 30th of 2022. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who you were with?
I was with my wife, my 3 children, my cousin, and a friend of mine and his wife.
His cousin?
And had you been drinking that day?
Yes.
Okay. Can you give us an idea of about how much you had to drink?
I would say the total for the day was about 6 beers.
Yes, Food Fairy.
How would you describe your intoxication level when you were witnessing what you were witnessing?
I was slightly buzzed. I mean, I was still able to walk and talk and such.
Okay.
Jamie, sometimes people should do as I tell you. Look at the Food Fairy. Are they taking witnesses out of order? I have put it in the banner. Defense out of order.
Oh, I didn't even see the banner and I'm on the street.
I'm doing so much and no one
He
recognizes
does
it.
so much, guys, and we don't even pay attention. Sorry.
Yes, Food Fairy. It's out of order. DA didn't have more witnesses today.
If you said to the, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, if you said to the police that you were drunk, would that be fair or not?
No, not really fair. I wasn't drunk. I was definitely drinking.
Okay. And so your family, your friends are just kind of having a lazy day on the river. Is that, would that be reasonable?
Correct.
Okay. And does there come a point when you're on the river that something draws your attention?
Yeah, we were floating along and we had been stopping along the ways, just kind of meeting people and kind of conversing with other groups. We had just left the little bar. There's a little bar that you kind of climb up the hill and you can order drinks and whatnot.
Scheduling conflict. They have more witnesses, but they are scheduled for tomorrow, which is weird because last Thursday, they said they would rest probably Monday, latest Tuesday.
You needed to have cash and we didn't have cash on us, so we just left. We started to take off from there and I noticed, I didn't have my glasses on, but it looked to me like people were dancing, kind of partying. And so I told the group, I said, hey, I think there's people dancing over there. Let's go check it out. So as we started floating up, I started noticing that it looked a little bit more than dancing. I wasn't sure because I can only see like the shadows or outlines because it was so far away. So I started to veer off to the right of the river. And then immediately my wife jumps off and takes off towards the bank. And that's when I took off and followed her.
Okay, I'm going to just back it up for a minute, okay? Now, to be fair, I think your interview with the police, there was questions about your ability to see based upon whether or not you were wearing any type of corrective lenses or anything. Is that fair?
Correct. I actually made that a point right from the beginning.
All right. And how would you, without glasses, because you said you weren't wearing them, right?
Correct.
How would you describe your eyesight?
I mean, it's fair. I can see well enough to drive. I just can't see details that far away.
You can, is it fair to say I think if I heard you correctly, you can see shapes and outlines?
Correct. A little bit more than just that though. I mean, I could see what's, I can see that far away. I just can't see in detail, if you will. It's not crisp, it's fuzzy.
And when you see the people that you believe initially might be dancing, About how far away from them are you? Best guess.
I would say approximately about 60 yards or so.
Okay. And can I ask you, in terms of, I'm going to try to put this together, 60 yards away, no glasses, how would you describe your ability to kind of see that based on the distance and the no glasses? How does that?
I mean, I can't see detail from that far away, but I can definitely see people.
Okay.
What did I miss?
Do you hear what's happening?
John Gary, because he said people were dancing, and John Gary put in river dancing, and he broke me.
I could hear you laughing in my earphones in the kitchen, and I was like, "Wait, I missed a joke."
That was a good joke. So thank you so much,
John
John
Gary
Well
for
done,
the
John
win.
Gary.
Thank you. Good job. It was river dancing. Oh, that's good.
Yeah. River Karen's river dancing.
All right.
No, it's loud.
Okay, so you can't hear anything in particular coming from that group. Is that a
No,
fair?
all I could hear is water rushing.
And if I heard you right, you said then at some point you believed it didn't look like they were dancing. It looked like there was more going on.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but it looked odd after a minute because there was a lot of, kind of crouching down. Some people were kind of crouching down.
Can I ask you about how long do you think this was going on in terms of what you initially believed might have been dancing and then you believed was something else?
I definitely under a minute, if I understand the question correctly.
Yeah. All right. And then if I heard you right, you said that your wife got up and took off.
She did. At that point, we did kind of notice that there was some people laying on the bank. And so at first she had said, I think somebody was impaled by a tree. And so as she was kind of saying that, she was leaping off of her tube to take off running. That's when I took off after her.
Okay. So although you can't hear necessarily what's going on, you heard what your wife said.
Correct. She was right next to me, elbows touching.
And about how far away from the groups that you said you saw, like laying there, about how far away from them are you?
Oh, somewhere, I would say in the proximity of maybe 40 feet at that point, maybe 50.
And is your wife ahead of you in this?
Yes, I was
Going
pursuing
to
her. Yes.
Seeing what you're seeing that day, did that cause you some concern for either your physical safety or your wife's physical safety?
At first, yes, my wife, because we had no idea what she was rushing into, or I didn't.
And as a result of your concern for her physical safety, what did you do?
Took off running after her.
Okay, what else did you do?
Tripped over a rock. I had my knife on the inside of my waistband, my swim trunks.
Okay.
And when I came up, the water was about knee high. There was a huge set of rocks there. So my right leg kind of got stuck on the rock. My left tripped or slipped. And I went forward and I felt the butt end of my knife kind of jabbed me in the stomach. So I reached down and did something. But I kept running towards my wife.
Did you pull your knife out?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that you pulled out your knife? You just don't remember if you opened the blade or not.
Right, because it had jabbed me. So I don't know if I pulled it out. And the reason for my confusion is when my wife asked, so my wife was asking for a chest seal. I'm pushing up the narrative here a bit. She was asking for a chest seal. So later on, I kind of don't remember if I had pulled out my knife and kept it out when I tripped. But I remember my wife asking for a chest seal. So I turned back to my daughter, Aubrey, and she ran back to our tubes and got me a sandwich baggie. And I don't remember if I cut the baggie
Explain why he saw another knife.
Lengthier. because it was
Thank you,
folded
Tracy.
over. But I don't remember cutting the bag. I remember seeing the bag cut open, perfectly squared to make it longer to cover the hole in Isaac's chest.
Do you remember that when your wife took off running, that you had said to the police that you were attempting to kind of make a threat assessment at that point as to what was happening?
Correct. I tried to scan in the area, see what was going on, because I noticed there was somebody else that was hurt on this side. So it led me to believe that it could possibly be something like that. So I was kind of just scanning, making kind of a threat assessment. I didn't really see much. So I started focusing on my wife.
And based on that threat assessment, you informed the police that you pulled your knife.
I don't recall that exactly.
Okay. If it says that you pulled your knife after doing a threat assessment, would you disagree with that?
I think maybe that's taken out of context because I didn't feel threatened at any point, nor did I pull out the knife in a thought of in defending myself or anything like that.
So when you would say to the police, I was looking into the crowd because right away my thought process, threat assessment, where is the threat? Who is doing what? Let me get a good, summary of what's going on here. But then my wife's already en route. So I jump off the tube, take off running. I see what appears to be someone doing this, and then you make a motion. Okay. Then your response is, and so I pulled out my knife, but I don't remember if I opened the blade or if I just pulled it from my trunks. Do you remember that statement?
It sounds like something I would say for sure.
Okay. And I think you said to the police, well, let me ask you this. Did you ultimately keep your knife or was it lost?
It was lost. I don't know what happened to it.
And it was lost presumably in the river?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay. And
this is the husband of the nurse who did CPR.
Do you know what's happening? Meaning, are you able to see what's happening at that point?
Well, yeah, I was focused on my wife and noticed Isaac's body laying there. That's where most of my focus was at.
Did you notice, I think you had made mention to the police that you ultimately noticed the individual that you thought was responsible for this, right?
Oh, no, I never said that. And maybe something I said was taken out of context, but I can't see that far.
Okay.
I saw an individual run to the top of the hill, make eye contact with and take off running, but I couldn't tell you who that person was.
Okay. So you don't have any reason to know whether or not that person was involved?
No.
Okay. And I know that you assisted and participated with your wife in trying to tend to and take care of Isaac. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And does there come another a point after that happens where you come across something in the river that you think might be relevant?
Yes, I saw the snorkel.
Okay.
Which I didn't know what relevance it played at the time. I just had picked it up and there was actually a police officer standing with me. We were conversing when I reached down and grabbed it.
Okay.
Then another gentleman ran up and was kind of screaming, that's the snorkel, that's the snorkel. I didn't know what, so I just handed it to the officer.
Was it one person or a bunch of people that came over to you?
With the snorkel, you mean?
Yes, sir.
I can only remember one man.
Okay. And if you told the police that it was a bunch of guys and they started coming at you, filming you, and I'm using your words, talking shit to you. Do you remember that?
No, not at all.
Okay. It's on your recorded statement.
Objection, Judge. He's testifying.
Sustained.
Are you aware that you provided a statement providing the information I've just told you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I actually do remember the gentleman coming at me. He was pretty animated. He was heated. I know exactly what you're talking about. And I just told the guy, I said, hey, look, I don't know anything about the snorkel. I just picked up the snorkel. I said, officer, would you like to take the snorkel?
Okay. And I guess I just want to clarify, is it one person or more than one person?
I only remember the one guy who was engaging me. There were multiple people around, but the one individual was actually engaging me verbally.
Okay. And was his verbal engagement making you nervous?
No. I wasn't nervous. The police officer was standing right next to me.
Okay. So did you believe that person was going to attack you?
No.
Okay. If you told the police that you.
Come on.
It's getting good. Come on.
Yeah. Finally, some witnesses that works.
I know. Like,
you believe that?
Who's he talk?
I told them that he was heated and elevated.
You said it was like they were going to come and attack me. I'm like, I don't know what the hell's going on. I looked at the officer and just threw the effing snorkel at him. Right?
I don't remember using those words.
Ooh, babies.
Is it, I want to make sure I understand this. Is it, well, I want to put words in your mouth either. Did you or did you not see specifics of what happened with Mr. Mew and any of the people on the river?
No.
Okay. And that was because you didn't have was it because you didn't have your glasses on?
I think it was a combination of the distance. I didn't have my glasses on. I mean, we pretty much arrived after the fact.
Appreciate your time, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson?
Look how this guy says, I don't know. I can't remember if I said it. Well, I don't remember that today. He didn't say, well, my memory is way better now than it was back then.
Mm-hmm.
This is a real witness. It's a guy who's saying, I don't know.
So if I'm understanding right, you don't remember when your knife got lost?
I don't. It has to be sometime between when I left the tube pursuing Andrea or my wife to the shoreline. Somewhere in there. It has to be somewhere in there.
Did you talked about cutting the Ziploc bag. So could it have been after you got to the shore actually?
I don't remember cutting the bag, but I remember the bag being cut.
Okay.
I played that in my head. I just can't connect the two.
May I approach?
Yes.
For the record, Judge, I'm just going to show him a screen grab from Officer Farrell's body cam at 15 minutes, 27 seconds. Is that you assisting CPR on Isaac?
Yes.
It looks like you have your pocket knife in
Yes.
In the back of your shorts?
Yes. Let me just.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that looks like it.
Okay. And it looks like it's on your back side of your hip.
Yes.
And you testified you didn't remember when it jabbed you, when you tripped on the rock, you didn't remember if you took it out or just slid it over?
Correct.
You agreed? Looks like you slid it over to your back so it wouldn't jab you?
Correct. That makes sense.
So was the rest of your group was over by a sandbar, right? If you remember?
Roughly.
Kind of like
on the other side of the river.
Yeah, kind of after you came around the bend.
Correct.
And were there other tubers there?
For an hour.
Yes.
And were people?
Come on, just because I mentioned the expert. Yeah, he's yeah, he said it went fast, and he saw people beating up on one guy or the dance.
A river dance is going on.
That was a good.
Was there a lot of commotion going on?
Yes.
And people didn't know where the guy with the knife went, the stabber? If you know.
Stabber.
That's, no one specifically told me that. I just kept hearing people say, where did he go? Where did he go?
Okay. And when you left to go aid Isaac, did you leave from that sandbar area?
Can you repeat that, sir, please?
When you left, like from your group to follow your wife, was that from the sandbar area?
To me, he sounds believable because he says, I don't remember that today. I don't know. Well, I don't think it was like that. People who are doing that is not sitting here saying, no, I clearly remember everything. This guy recognizes that he doesn't remember what he said.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember where exactly we were on the river in regard to that sandbar. I can't remember if we were before or after it, but I know we were around it.
Did your group stop there and wait? Is that why they were there, waiting for you and Andrea, if you know?
Correct.
Okay. So you might have went straight to Isaac as you were coming around the bend?
Correct.
Okay. Was Isaac already on the shore when you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Nothing else.
Mr. Trumpy?
Sir, if you didn't pull the knife, how'd you lose the knife?
I have no idea. Like I said, we had to make a chest seal. I don't remember, but I may have used the knife to cut the bag open to make it longer, because the gash was significantly wide and long.
Mr. Anderson?
You described your knife you lost to law enforcement, right?
Correct.
And you're aware that they located one that matches the description?
I assumed so. No one actually said they found it, but I assumed they did.
Okay.
Good question. Idiot. God. No, he just like trails off it. Oh, okay.
Yeah, come on.
I'm irritated.
I don't know.
Prosecution era.
Yeah, the wife, they saved AJ's life. I think.
I thought he said Isaac, or he was
What
trying.
kind of knife was it?
Oh, no, they didn't. They
It
did
was
CPR on the dead
a
guy.
knife called, it's made by a company called Tactical Gears.
With a Z?
Correct.
Oh, fancy.
Nothing else.
With a Z.
Thank you, Mr. Baldozzi. You may step down.
Thank you,
Are
sir.
excused.
We have one more witness, but if I could take a brief bathroom break before we call that witness.
Sure, let's come back at 2:00.
That'll be in 9 minutes. So, Jamie,
Yes.
Improper influence. I understand that. Yes, Judge, we had, during the cross-examination of Mr. De La Cruz, I wanted to bring up the fact that during Ariel recorded interview, which I believe has been marked in the transcript, which is during that recorded interview from August 2nd, that Ariel had said to Mr. De La Cruz,
The man was a quiet person. Question, it sounds like all day he was calm too, huh? You, him, the man, Nick, is he a calm person or does he get angry a lot? Question, answer, no. Lastly, Mr. De La Cruz statement, Nick's always really mellow and cool, real mellow, calm, and this was a surprise. To which Ariel said, I don't know, man, it all happened too fast, it was too fast. I wanted to bring that up as a prior statement of the witness under 90801 sub 4 sub A sub 2, because those statements are consistent with the declarant Ariel's testimony and was offered to rebut an implied charge against the declarant Ariel that he was fabricating or at an improper influence. I understand that he may not have been impeached or there was not an express or implied charge that he fabricated his thoughts on Mr. Mew's character, but they're attacking his credibility in general. So I expect the state's going to say, how do we really know Mr. Mew has such a character? The only people that they called are people who we've impeached. And so for those reasons, I think it was relevant and it's admissible because of their implied charge against Ariel of recent fabrication or improper influence or motive.
Mr. Anderson?
Under 90404, the permissible character evidence that's allowed is what's already been admitted. Are you aware of their reputation? Do they have a reputation for peacefulness? That's been admitted. The state has not even cross-examined anyone on that. Never suggested. They're just saying that because he's on trial. So to then go beyond that is exceeding what's allowed under 90404. And as attorney now sitting knowledge under 90801 for A2, it's only to rebut an express or implied charge against recent fabrication, which we didn't do on that statement. It's in and of itself inadmissible. We didn't accuse him of lying about it. So.
Just briefly, I don't agree with his assessment of my argument, but I think Your Honor understands my argument.
The record's been preserved. I ruled it inadmissible. Although the state used Detective De La Cruz to impeach Mr. Chaguez's credibility, it did not mean that everything is admissible. The defense may use prior consistent statements to rehabilitate the credibility of a witness, but the defense is not allowed to use
He
inadmissible
does that the
character
entire
evidence to
time.
do
He's
so.
really, really bad at his
I
job.
previously ruled, I believe on Friday, that testimony about expansive views of Mr. Mew's demeanor, his personality, his character traits on days other than July 30, 2022 were inadmissible, other than the pertinent character trait of being peaceful. That was the sole character trait that I allowed to come in, and any other descriptions about Mr. Mew's character was inadmissible. I did carve out a small exception because I thought it was relevant to addressing his demeanor on the day in question or at the time of the incident, but the questions that Mr. Nelson was eliciting from the witness went far beyond that exception. So that's why I ruled the way I did. All right, we'll take a short break. We'll come back at 2 o'clock.
And just so you know, maybe have 20, 30 minutes, and that's our only witness left for the day. So I imagine we're taking a break then to come back tomorrow. Is that what it sounds like the plan?
Unless there's more witnesses or videos or something that we can do productive.
We have a little bit to talk about exhibits, so we can do that.
Okay. All right. 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
They sit down and shut up, and then the fence gets up and does their whole.
So one more witnesses, it seems like.
Yay. So it might be an early day.
I think so.
Are you excited?
So you can go out and look at the sun that isn't there.
It is dark out right now. What's going on?
There's an eclipse, Jamie.
I didn't mean that. But now I gotta peek out the window. Hang on.
Well, what's going on is, oh, that's the permanent marker.
I'm not supposed to look at it, am I? I can't see.
What's going on, Jamie, is you have the sun up here.
Thank you. Oh, he's got a face too. That's awesome.
Down here you have the turtle where the earth is lying on its back. Just put some mountains on it so people don't think it's a flat earth. But as you know, the earth is resting on the back of a turtle. Then you have the moon.
Okay.
And then during the day, because as you can see, the sun is always here and the turtle is not moving. It's always the same place. But this little bugger, that's the moon. Today it'll move over here.
Why does the moon have sunglasses on?
Because it doesn't like the sun.
Okay, I see what you're going there. I was just gonna say, shouldn't it be the opposite?
No, because that's bright and happy. It's the moon that's the bad guy because it moves in front of the turtle today. And when the moon is in front of the turtle,
Wait, why is there a turtle?
because the Earth, Jimmy, didn't you learn geography? The Earth is a flat disk laying on the back of a turtle.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But now you can see it because the moon is in front of the turtle, so the light from the sun can't shine on the turtle because the evil moon man took it away. That's an eclipse, Jamie.
What a bad, evil moon man.
Yeah, and it's just facts.
Facts, guys, facts. You get facts on this channel.
Remember, I did a year and a half in teachers college. I was actually gonna become a geography teacher.
I always told
Mathematics, geography, history, and religion.
Seriously, I am a better person now because of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, no, I shouldn't have been a teacher. I can't stand kids. Well, I like my own. And my sisters. And my brothers somewhat. But other than that, yeah.
I know, Captain Z.
I thought it was because we had an eclipse, which we shouldn't have because I'm on the other side of the planet. So, well, planet. The other side of the disk.
How long does it last for?
38 seconds on a good day. So I went out and looked. It's because it's raining outside. It's getting darker. Why didn't I? Well, it was back when they tried to rehabilitate me right after I had my back surgery, and I was heavily medicated. And if I wasn't heavily medicated, I was in a lot of pain, and I just couldn't. I just couldn't do it. So that's why I ended. So yeah. No, I don't hate your kids. I hate all kids. It's like I said. When people said you don't like the Swedes, no, I don't like any other races than the Danish because we're the superior ones. Well, not racist.
I don't just hate your kids. I hate all children.
I like Jamie. I like banana milkshake. I like fish sticks. Weird. worst product in the world. I love fish sticks.
You like fish sticks for real?
That's my favorite thing to make whenever I'm gonna have something to really enjoy myself, and then I feel sick for 2 days after because it's so fatty and bad for you. I love fish sticks.
Oh Lord.
I'm too close to Germany. Yeah, well, they rubbed off on us. Well, they're not done for the day. They have one more witness. No, Marissa, no. Banana milkshakes, if you like it. No, I don't like genitals. No. Exactly. If there's two things I can't stand, it's intolerant people and the Dutch.
Danny T. Oh man, she's great.
You love to teach. Well, it's fine for people who like it, but kids are stupid. So I got annoyed at them. Yeah, they. I bought some today. They were really, really bad.
Mr. Nelson.
Hey, Houston.
You're Amanda Torres.
Yes.
You have a good
Is
taste.
your husband Ernesto?
Yes.
Do you know this man here to my right?
Yes.
Who's that?
That's Nick Mew.
How do you know Nick?
I've known him for almost 20 years.
How did you get to know him through those 20 years?
Work.
Do you ever socialize with him outside of work?
Yes. Probably the past 5, 6, 7 years.
You've been to his house?
Yep.
He's been to your house?
Mm.
You just need to say yes or no
Yes.
verbally, or as opposed to just shaking your or nodding your head. It makes sense? Does,
Yes.
See.
Okay. I want to ask you some questions about Mr. Mew's character, okay? Do you feel like you know his character?
Yes.
Does he have a character for peacefulness?
Yes. Yeah.
I want to now switch a little bit and ask you in general about July 30th of 2022, okay?
Okay.
Were you on the river that day with your husband and Nick's wife
Yes.
and other friends?
Yes.
During that time, did you see people within your group drinking alcohol?
They had a few.
Did you observe anyone that was intoxicated?
No.
Did you have any concerns about anybody's level of intoxication? How about Nick in particular?
No.
I want to ask you about a knife, okay?
Yes.
Have you seen Nick carry a pocket knife before?
Yes.
Have you seen him use that pocket knife before?
Yes.
How can you just describe in what context or where you've seen him use that pocket knife?
He always seems to have one, like at our house with the pool, help setting up the pool and things like that. And that's about it. All I really seen.
Have you seen him use it as a tool to fix things?
Yeah. Yes.
Have you seen him use it as a sharp item to cut rope or other matters?
Yes.
On that day, did you see Nick with a knife?
I believe I did, but at the beginning.
On that day, did you see Nick use the knife to cut some rope?
Yes, I think I did. Yes.
Okay. At some point on that day, did you become aware that someone in your group had lost a phone?
Yes.
Whose phone was lost?
Ariel.
Up until that point, can you just describe Mr. Mew's demeanor, your observations of him that day?
He was happy. Everybody was relaxed. He was relaxed, just having a good time, just relaxing on the river.
Same character you've seen of the 20 years over that you've known him.
Yes.
When Ariel lost his phone, did you see?
Because people can't live in a normal world because, oh my God, it's getting dark outside. Grow a pair.
I don't want to know the contents, but was there discussion about what
It
to
was
do?
very eerie dark now.
I didn't really hear much of that conversation. I just knew that
It's
he
just
lost it, and
dusk.
Nick said, "I'll go find it. I can go find it." I know Ariel said, "Don't worry about it."
Did you see Nick leave to go, in what you thought was him going to look for the phone?
Yes.
At the time that he left, what was he wearing?
What was he wearing?
What's that?
Shorts.
Had you seen him wearing other items earlier in the day?
A shirt and a hat, I think.
Had you seen him snorkeling earlier in the
Yes.
day? When you saw him snorkeling earlier in the day, did he wear his hat and sunglasses?
No.
Did he wear his shirt?
No. He put it back on when he came back.
And we'll get to that in a second. When you saw him leave to go look for the phone, did he have his snorkel and goggle with him?
I didn't notice that.
My understanding is, just to cut to the chase here, that you didn't observe anything going down, happening down river between Nick and any other group of people. Do you
No.
agree?
Yes.
The first you learned about it is you heard somebody say something, right?
Yes.
What did you hear?
Sandy said, Nick's in trouble. Nick's in trouble. Go help him.
And when you heard that, did you see people in your group leave?
I think it was Ernesto and Ariel. I think that was the only two people I saw.
Once you heard that, though, you still weren't able to, for whatever reason, you either didn't look or you couldn't see what was going on down there.
I couldn't from where I was sitting, and the tubes were, whoops, sorry, in front of me, and I couldn't really see over it. I have to get up, like stand up.
And I see you're wearing glasses today.
Yeah.
Were you wearing glasses when you were going down?
Sunglasses.
Okay. Prescription sunglasses?
Yes.
Okay. So your vision wasn't impaired from lack of glasses?
No.
It was more just your positioning where you were at?
Yes.
And I understand at some point after this, you saw Nick come back to your group. Is that right?
Yeah, I didn't see him walk up. I just was standing, just watching the crowd, and then he just appeared on my right side.
Okay. And now I'm going to ask you some questions, but I don't want the content of the words, okay? So I'm going to ask you about, did you ask Nick what happened?
I looked at him and I said,
Did you ask Nick what happened? Yes or no?
yes.
And you can't tell me the words, but did Nick tell you an answer to that question?
Yes.
He gave you an answer.
Yeah, a few words.
Okay. Now I want to ask you about what you saw of him, okay? When you were having that conversation with him, you're standing right in front of him? Again, you just need to give a verbal answer,
Yes.
ma'am. Okay. And when you've seen him for 20 years, right?
Yeah.
In that time, I think you spoke with the police before, but when you're sitting there on the river or standing there on the river talking to him, how did he appear?
Well, in shock.
What's that?
In shock. Just
And-
stunned and like frozen.
Okay. Have you seen him in that state before?
No.
I think you'd previously used words like ghostly white or pale.
Yes.
Would those accurately describe what you saw him that day?
Yeah. Yes.
I think you'd said he had a ghost look on his face.
Yes.
Is that what you saw?
Yes.
And you concluded, based upon your knowing him for as long as you had, that he appeared to be in shock.
Yes.
Not like shock as in surprise, but shock like as in a physiological, psychological condition.
Yeah.
Obviously not from a medical term, but just a colloquial person term, right?
Yes.
That's all.
Jason, any questions?
Yes. So you told law enforcement Nick wasn't drinking much that day,
No.
right? No, you didn't say that, or yes, you did say that.
I believe I said that.
Yeah. You said he was dumping out his beers and putting water in them.
Oh, he does that like when we have get-togethers.
Okay. He wasn't
What?
on that day?
No. Not
What?
that I know.
He did what?
He dumped out his beers and put water in them? What does that do?
It empties the bottle.
I know. That's why I'm like, well, so is he just Is he putting water in a beer can to make it think that he's drinking?
In turn, right?
Yes.
That's all.
Anderson, any questions?
Yes. So you told law enforcement Nick wasn't
No.
right? No, you didn't say that, or yes, you did say that.
I believe I said that.
Yeah. You said he was dumping out his beers and putting water in them.
Oh, he does that like when we have get-togethers.
Okay. He wasn't on that day?
No. Not that I know.
What?
So as far as you know, there's no reason Nick would say I was drinking a lot.
No.
So did you see injured people?
I did
You are a
not. I
terrible
saw the
question
young boy on the
asker,
side.
dude.
I didn't know what his injuries were.
I don't understand what he says.
You saw he was getting CPR?
Yes.
Don't either.
And did you see someone else on the shore being aided?
No.
You didn't hear anyone crying for help or anything like that?
I did not. It was really loud. There was screaming and people running. But no, I didn't see anybody else injured.
Do you speak Spanish?
No.
So Nikolai was in shock and you determined that because
What?
Jamie,
What?
have I fallen asleep?
I think you did. Because he had some really hard-hitting questions.
You didn't see any other kids? No, there was a lot of screaming and running around. You didn't hear anyone yell for help? No. Do you speak Spanish?
I know. I know. It's ridiculous.
What the hell? I'm trying to take notes so I can do the recap for tomorrow, but I don't understand this guy.
because his face was pale and not speaking?
Yeah, he just said a very brief few words and just stood there just kind of
Hello, Carlos.
like in shock.
Okay. Can I get a couple exhibits? 7 and 63. Or like his body? Was he stiff or rigid or like his body?
I would say kind of stiff.
He wasn't like relaxed at all? Or
No.
I'm going to show you a video and ask you some questions about it. This is exhibit 60, or no.
Come on.
So was he like that the whole time you're with him until he was taken into custody?
Yes.
So stiff, rigid, not talking, white face, anything else?
No.
What did any of this matter?
You want to show the video where the police takes them?
This is exhibit 85.
I peeked out the window and it hurt my eyes.
Yeah, don't look at it.
Now I can't work anymore.
Spinning, I apologize, Judge.
Maybe not. You're a time waster.
All right, can we have the monitor, please?
No, he's going to show the video where he is being arrested and say, "Oh, look, he is not stiff in this one."
Something's wrong. Sorry, I'm gonna have Investigator Schultz do it.
Oh, fucking idiot. I mean, oh. Come on.
He has something like hammer in his hand.
Just take a picture and
He's
save
not
it.
stiff. He's
I
not
don't
stiff.
take a picture, take a video.
Look, Jamie.
You pause.
Take a video.
He's moving his arm. He's not.
He looks pretty nonchalant, relaxed in that video, agreed?
Yeah.
And that was after you had left the incident location, right?
Oh my God.
He doesn't look
shut up.
stiff.
Not that I can see, no.
He's leaning
See
back.
his
In his,
face.
he's leaning back in his tube and paddling along with his hand.
Mhm. Yeah.
Ian? You're an idiot. This guy is an idiot. And I was, oh,
I hate him, Jimmy.
I hate him more than anything right now.
You could clearly see he waved his arm to get. So that's what killers do.
He's so happy.
And so you've known him a long time. You said you could recognize that he was in shock. So I want to ask you about this video. This is the 23-second body cam of Sheriff Knudsen.
Brandon, I'm sad to say you missed the best part. Oh my God. They had Bigfoot on the stand. He admitted the whole thing. It was like watching Perry Mason, not Matlock, one of those. And Chubster said, "I don't recognize you. I won't listen to you, even if you admit it." And then he just went back. But imagine Bigfoot. We saw him.
He did.
Camera recording started.
Camera recording started.
Still doing all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's going
Temperature? Temperature's okay in here?
on?
Okay.
Somebody,
All
I hear somebody got stabbed.
He
Um,
just
And I
wants
fit the
to
description.
play this
Yeah,
game.
you do.
All right.
Yep. So we're working through that now.
They weren't allowed to show that part.
Pale or ghostly white there.
No,
He doesn't sound distressed, agreed?
he sounds a little
Shock
He does?
sounds different in a lot
Okay.
of people, dummy. God, you're
What,
dumb.
what about it sounds distressed?
just the way he's talking. I mean, it's not, he's more energetic, more not just kind of sitting there.
Could also be because he's nervous because of what just happened and,
Yes.
okay.
Well,
Yeah, that's because they weren't allowed to play the part where he talked about someone got stabbed and I fit the description. They weren't allowed to play that Friday or Thursday. So did he just do a boo boo? But the defense didn't say anything.
no, they did play it, remember? Because we saw it.
Yeah,
It
but
was
they weren't
part
allowed
of
to
the other video. The other video, they were.
Oh.
Do you know if his, if
Jamie.
you don't know if him being quiet was because he was afraid he was going to get arrested
They're allowed to lead on
or
court.
because he was in shock, right?
Yeah.
You do know?
No, I don't know. Say that again.
You don't know if he was quiet and different than how he normally
Objection,
is because
speculation.
he thought he was going to get arrested or because he was in shock.
I think in shock.
You think, but you don't know, right?
No.
Well, no. I
Well,
don't
you
know.
asked her if she knew.
Nothing else.
Nelson?
I came here to tell the jury about your observations of a man you know, correct?
Yes.
And the observations that you told the jury, were those accurate?
Yes.
Is that what you saw? Then you were asked some questions about a video. Was that at a different time than what you told the jury about what you saw?
The video I just saw?
Yeah, I think there's 3 moments in time you were asked about. I asked you about what did Mr. Mew look like right when he came back to the tube.
Yeah.
Agreed?
Yes.
And then you were shown a video about another moment in time that's
Yeah.
later, correct?
Later, yeah.
You agree that's about an hour later?
Sustained.
Do you know what time that video is taken in relation to when you made your observation of him in shock?
The second,
The video where he was sitting in the tube, do you know when that was in time in relation to when you saw him with a white face and pale?
maybe 20 minutes. I'm just guessing.
Okay. Did you, when he came back to the tubes, did the group wait at the tubes or did they leave right away?
No, we waited.
Do you know how long the group waited?
It seemed like a very long time, but it's probably maybe 20, 25 minutes.
Okay. And do you know when that video was taken right away when you guys started going back down, or was it near the exit, or was it some other time? Do you know when that video is?
I think towards the exit.
Okay. Do you know how long the trip was from when you left the sandbar after the 20, 25 minutes that you stayed there until you got to the exit?
Is it like 45 minutes, I think?
Okay. So would you, I'm just trying to get us to the math here. Sounds like it's about an hour after when you had the conversation with him where you were talking.
I think so, yes.
Okay. In that video that we saw, were you able to see his face?
No.
Do you know what Mr. Mew was doing in that 60 minutes between the time that you described him as shocked, stunned, rigid until that time?
What he was doing? No.
Do you know if at all his appearance changed?
I don't know. I couldn't see his face.
Do you know if it did change, when it changed?
No,
Do you know if it did change, why it changed?
I don't know.
You were then asked some questions about what you saw, this 23-second video. That's a different moment in time, agreed?
Yes.
And is that happen after the video where you see him in the water or before the video in the water?
Which video?
There was a video of Mr. Mew in the back of the squad car
Okay.
that was 23 seconds long.
Yes.
Do you know, did that take place before he was in the tube that we saw or
That
after?
was
He was?
after.
And then that video, could you see his face?
Yes.
When you saw his face there, did you, having known this man, think that he looked like he was in some sort of distress?
It looked to me, yes.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson?
The reason you waited 20 minutes is because Eric Von Williams was helping with the people who were injured, right?
I didn't know he went down there.
And then when you eventually did leave, it was because Nikolai said, let's go, right?
He did not say, let's go.
He didn't?
I didn't hear it.
Nothing else.
Thank you, Mr. Torres.
You're such an idiot.
Such an idiot.
Mr. Nelson, do you have any other witnesses?
We do, but not for today. So those are the only witnesses we're able to call on short notice to get prepared for today.
Very good. Anything else that we can do today, Mr. Anderson?
Not in the presence of the jury, no, just some exhibits I think we need to clean up.
All right. So we can do that after we excuse the jury. Members of the jury, the attorneys assure me that we are ahead of days. So that's all good news, despite the fact that we're going to get an early recess today. My reminders are the same as before. No independent research, no investigation. Do not speak to anybody about this case. And do not watch any media reports or social media accounts about this trial. We'll see you back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Please take the jury out.
No, because now we're going to talk about some evidence. Yes, it was. It was me who made a mistake. It was shown Thursday or Friday morning.
Please be seated. All right, we are outside the presence of the jury with the attorneys and Mr. Mew. Mr. Anderson, is it correct that tomorrow we'll hear from Dr. Froloff?
And Lieutenant Hart.
Okay, and that's the end of the state's case.
Yes.
All right. And then we'll pick up where we left off with the defense witnesses. You have some exhibits that you want to address?
86, the Trabian body cam. I don't remember if it was moved or if it was admitted or not. It was played for impeachment.
No objection to obviously the portion that was played, but only the portion that was played.
I think it was 235 to 808.
Agreed.
All right, so the exhibit will be received, the portions played only for purposes of impeachment.
And then Exhibit 19 was the lab report. Court reserved on it because we hadn't had testimony on the buckle swabs.
Any objection?
Just 1 second.
Yes.
Dun, 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 dun.
I think there's, Judge, I'm not sure they established the foundation. I think there's this testimony from Ms. Standard was she didn't know who brought it, whether that potential problem with chain of custody we're objecting, but that's the issue.
Mr. Anderson?
The lab analyst testified that based on the receipt, it was dropped off in person by Sally Standard. There's no other Sally Standard as testified to by Sally Standard. She said she couldn't remember if she brought them, but she has in the past.
I think there is adequate foundation for receipt
Thank
of
you,
Exhibit
Vince
19.
Cosgrove, for the gifted membership to
Any irregularities
Carlos,
associated with the
247.
investigator's lack of memory of the actual transit, I think are questions for the weight of the evidence, not its admissibility. So 19 is admitted. Anything else?
Did win? What happened?
I don't know. It just sounded like they cut off the sound.
Exhibit has some priority. We spoke about this at the bench. Exhibit 40 has some, the current version has some personal information,
yes,
contact information. This is a redacted version, just taking out that personal information. So I just asked if we can, I understand there's no objection, replace the current Exhibit 40 with this one.
Correct. So we have Exhibit 40 in our custody right now, correct?
Yes.
Just have the clerk verify that. Okay, what I'll do then is I'll receive Exhibit 40 that we now have. It'll be received under seal since it contains personal identifying information that could be considered confidential. You'll offer what I'll mark as 40A, which is the redacted version, and you do not have an objection.
Agreed.
All right, so 40A is also received. Exhibit 4T, however, will be received under seal.
And then the other one, I think, the river map, the big one.
It was here this morning.
Yes, I think it's 89. 89.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
All right, 89 is received for illustrative purposes.
That's all I can remember off the top of my head.
That's slide 13, did you say?
Yes. Or no, that was a different slide that I was referring to. It was more zoomed out. Can I ask the clerk if there's any other ones that show discussed and not admitted?
While she's doing that, Mr. Trophy, Mr. Nelson, do you have any exhibits that need to be addressed?
No.
Believe so. I think 102 through 112 The only ones offered and they've all been received.
The only thing I have is the 2 rental receipts, which I can return back to the state.
Yeah, we decided not to admit that, so I think we're good.
Because he's
Put on the record, Judge, and talked to your clerk earlier.
he's an amateur.
When the sergeant nurse was testifying, somehow she ended up with 2 copies of, I believe, the report. They both had evidence stickers on them. One was a photocopy. The one with the yellow sticker was missing pages. She testified from the one that was the photocopy. That's what the court has.
Okay.
It has all the pages.
I think the yellow sticker one put all the pages there, so they might not be together because they weren't stapled, they were loose. And so my hope is that they're somewhere in that pile of papers that were on there. I'm happy to help look for those.
I didn't find them, so I just gave her she kept the copy with all the pages.
Okay.
It appeared to be together because it was stapled, and the staple was not removed.
So the original wasn't stapled.
The one that had the plain of the sticker on it, that had the information was stapled.
In any event, maybe when we're done with court today, the attorneys can just visit with the clerk to make sure that all of the exhibits are where they're supposed to be and intact. Is there anything else?
I don't think so, Judge.
Okay, we'll start again tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Since we're ending early, we're going to recess. I would like to meet with the attorneys so we can at least start talking about jury instructions. Let's use our time wisely. So meet with the clerk afterwards, take a break, and then we'll come back in and just have an informal discussion about the jury instructions.
What time do you want us back in?
2:45. All right. Court is recessed for the day, however.
Well, that's nice, Jamie.
Yeah. I just like,
So,
we are going to use our time wisely. Thank you, Judge.
yeah, at least he doesn't do like most judges say, hasta la mañana. So they're going to do jury instructions today. That's nice. So we don't have to waste hours on that on Sunday. 2 more witnesses for the state and then defense. How much do the defense need? They already had Ariel, Ernesto's wife. That officer who I have all the notes, I should know it. They have Dittman, who said no one ever mentioned anything about girls. No one saw anything really. Then you had the nurse's husband, Baldoza, who didn't really see anything other than river dancing and found the snorkel. Someone came over, maybe a bunch of guys he didn't know, very heated but wasn't nervous. Took out his knife, didn't take out his knife, had his knife, didn't have his knife. And then Ernesto's wife, Nick went to look for the phone. He was in shorts. He had seen him snorkel in shorts all day. Sandy said, Nick's in trouble. Nick came back, said a few words to her. Nick in shock. Nick wasn't drinking much. Saw the kids getting CPR. Didn't see CPR. What? What?
Can't read your own notes.
Didn't see other injuries. It was because I was thinking at some point. Other injuries, yeah. He was stiff the whole time, but not when arrested. He wasn't pale enough in the cop car. Happened an hour after. Nick looked in distress. Nick didn't say, let's go at the sandbank. That's the note I've taken for today. No, it's not, because we also had the penguin. He was standing weirdly in the water. He said he was looking for a phone. That was changed to girls. He was sprinting weirdly. We all got up and was scared. Little girls, never said little girls to the police. He had regretted what he did. Said, bro, he had a knife. pulled people back, didn't see him stick anyone. Didn't see her being punched, but saw her stumble back. Didn't see anyone hit Mew. Saw Isaac fall. Have seen the video once in shock while talking to the police. They were just asking him what he was doing. He was looking for a phone, never said anything about girls. They did have a basis for calling him a graper. And he wasn't some distance away, even though you can see it in the video. He walked away from him. They confronted him. He was trying to handle the situation. They had the numbers. They didn't want to leave. Wasn't taunting, even though you can clearly see him laughing in the video and pointing at him. 10 people, but not all was hitting him. 11 people around him. More and more willing to do stuff. Wouldn't put hands on him. Heard his fist hit her face. Didn't see it. My brain made up she was punched because of the noise. Everyone got on his ass. Giggity. Didn't do anything with the knife till after everyone was on his ass. Then we had B. Meyer, who closed some holes and said both Dante and Riley had a .009. Standard. Investigator took a bunch of swabs. Didn't know who transported the DNA swabs to the test. Hoffman, she took DNA from Mew, talked about his medical records, took his measurements, injuries to his back of the head, injuries to his mouth, no swelling in the face. Right hand had injuries, 6 injuries to his back, big red mark on his right side of his back. His heart rate was elevated, not unusual to not know how they were hit. Jay Shits, none of the witnesses were drunk. Didn't seem drunk. Found an old knife in the river. Tried to upgrade the video from the girlfriend guy. Phone was turned in by a civilian. Baldoza lost a knife that was found. Kitchen knife found at hideout. I think that's further upriver. Madison lied about police not wanting photos of her injuries. No injuries on photos. Don't worry about deleting photos was just said because they didn't want to disturb her. Did a walkthrough of the river. Some areas were deep, but mostly not. Haven't seen all the work in the case. Didn't know when Mr. Baldoza lost his knife. No evidence to support Madison was hit. No evidence of deleted photos. If there was a photo they wanted, it. Tried to have others look for it. No one found anything on their phones. Q mentioned to the police he saw the photo. No evidence of punch. Officer Lego, video of Ernesto said people attacking him. Ernesto said took his knife. Could change story because it was another time has passed and Ernesto kept saying he saw the attack. De La Cruz talked to Ariel, showed him some pictures. She was surprised that he was that close to Nick. Ariel said it was hard to see what was going on. There was a lot of people. Said everyone was beating him, women and men. Only saw them beating him. Ariel didn't see Nick do anything. That is not in the that was not in the transcript. Yeah, that's what happened today. Yeah, they're done for today because the state didn't have enough witnesses, and then the defense tried to call the closest ones, and we'll continue with the last 2 witnesses for the state tomorrow, and then it'll be defense. Mass haven't been following the trial. Should we do a quick poll before we end, Jamie?
Yeah.
This isn't today, it's what you think. I think last time we had 13% believing guilty.
Mm-hmm. Mass, you would have loved this trial.
Of
It's been crazy.
Yeah, but he's hanging out with cooler people.
Is he? Who's cooler than us?
That's yeah, Jamie, you got it. Oh yeah, and there was river dancing. Just a little poll to show YouTube how engaged you are with my content. Other than that, Jamie, anything else we need to talk about?
Not really.
Uh,
It was a decent day. I'm glad we're ending a little early. I'm sure you are too.
What was I thinking? We'll be back to this tomorrow. I think we soon will be able to talk about that thing with me and Shizzy, but I'm not sure. I have to make sure everything is on the up and up on that one, because we might need some participation from chat, but that won't be until the 20th of April. So keep your eyes out. That might be something you can participate in. Well, we can talk a little bit about it. We are thinking about doing a mock trial where Shizzy and I will take the roles as we'll talk more about it later, but we will be the defense or the prosecution, to be disclosed later. We will have, it's just a short one, probably going to be a couple of hours long, where we will try to have a lawyer be a judge for us, and then we will be the lawyers, and we'll try to figure out who did something bad. And then we thought about we might need a 6-man jury if we can find 6 people who want to do it, who can go into a StreamYard studio, discuss the evidence, and come back with a verdict, and tape the discussion so we can see what this just to try and make a real trial, because we're just amateurs sitting here playing lawyers, and I could do way better than Lunchbox. Maybe I couldn't. So we're thinking we should try and do that sometimes. It will probably be jury selection will be the 20th, and if everything falls in order, the trial will be on the 27th. Yeah,
sure
it's because there will be a time limit on the jury discussion. No, men or female. Maybe we pull you in for jury duty.
Yeah.
Well, that's only for jury duty, Vinosaur. The trial will be on the 27th. You sent me an X of... Boop. Oh. That's a weird look. Doesn't say any names, so I can share that. Stephanie. Her picture of the eclipse.
That's so creepy.
Yeah, it looks weird. You want to be a witness? No, witnesses have been chosen. And the defendant has been chosen. We have just been waiting for a judge. No, we will have a jury to try and do a deliberation over what is shown, just to see, because normally we all sit here and talk in the big forum. We're talking about making what Jamie and I am in right now is StreamYards, and you can you can just get a link and you can join and you can sit in. Maybe we could put it up on Shizzy's or on my. Just make a recording studio, and record what the deliberation is, because we normally don't see how juries come to the conclusion they come to, and I don't know. If I will be good at presenting my case, or Shizzy might be the greatest ever. We don't know. We might ruin it because we're just as stupid as Lunchbox. So we would like to have a deliberation tape so everyone can try and see. Oh, these idiots! They didn't go to evidence number 4. Rackets would be a brilliant, but I don't know rackets. If I had that kind of pool, I would. So, and it's Saturday, so he normally doesn't do much on Saturdays. Yeah, Vinosaur will be the yeah. Just sit here and say guilty. So yeah. Who's going? I don't know. Yeah, who can make a book and sell it during the stream? And we already reached out to people. Hopefully everything is falling in place. No, the Pope used to sit in judgment of everyone on earth. No, deliberation should be. That's the idea with deliberations. We put that in a separate studio, and then we can watch it later. Record it in the studio, because of course deliberation should be secret. And if they come back and say, whew, when Jamie started yelling and threatening all of us, probably don't show that on YouTube. Then we might not show it. But it could be fun just to see what they notice in the case, because it's going to be amateurs trying to do a case. We don't know anything about the law. So it could be no, we have the jury selection, if everything falls in place, will be on the 20th. We will present what it is we're going to do, and then we're going to ask for jurors, and then we might do a voir dire. Well, it's my pleasure. Vinosaur is already ready. How can you send me a picture of the eclipse? You can send it on. You can send it to me at what's my Twitter name? The Broken Baker something. Cindy sent me something. Let's put that over here. Look. It's cool. Hey, Pixie, we're just about to end. They had an early day in court today. Well, we don't know the law. We only know the piece of paper we have, and then we'll get to cross-examine or ask witnesses and cross-examine them, and my who knows? The state might be doing shenanigans. Exactly, and that's why we thought it could be fun to do a recording of it, and then after we have their verdict, because if you know that you're being watched, and you can, then you will have to be live, and you will have. We can see the chat from YouTube on the side, and we don't want to taint the jury, so that's why we want to do it. How are you going to voir dire the jury? I don't know. I do things without thinking. I'm saying things without thinking. We're probably going to do something on Discord where we ask people to sign up, and we might. Then you'll have to come on. You don't have to have your face on, but you have to call in and be questioned by me and Shizzy or something like that. Oh, how nice! I want to go on a holiday too, but I don't never get to go nowhere.
Hi, Pixie. We've missed you.
Will the jury be able to ask questions? Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
No, I don't know. It was just we're trying to do it very fast, so the entire court session will last an hour, and then maybe an hour for deliberation and evaluation. So you don't have to spend the full Saturday with us. It's just an attempt to see, because then maybe someone else can try it the next time. Because we're the worst. Well, I am the worst person on the internet, so everyone else would be better.
Oh my God! Stop it.
And the 20th will be the day where Penilla will be joining us. And I just because I forced you to be on, I pricked my finger on that pen you left in my bag. Notepads is as you can clearly see, I'm a big fan of notepads. I think the jury gets better when they take notes.
Mm-hmm. For sure. Oh, jeez, oh, Pete's. We got a recovery addict raid.
Hey, RA Raiders.
Hey, guys.
We are also just about to close down. Did you get caught up to day 5 or day 6? Is it today? Hey, Buckdugger. Welcome, all RA people. I saw he started. Did he start Saturday covering this trial? And oh, you're just in time to answer the poll, because we are. Where are people today? We over here. We think it was self-defense. So, but you can go in and sway the poll, because we know the state is going to rest tomorrow. Have they proven him beyond reasonable doubt? That's always the question we have to ask when the state rests. Because if they haven't proven it when their case ends, then then it's uphill, because defense goes on.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it's I watched a bit of RA yesterday and this morning about this. It's an interesting case, and I think he was doing the Texas trial before. I'm sorry.
What?
I don't know if Ralphie is funny or El Mucho Loco.
Ralphie is hilarious. Oh. We gotta protect our little eyes.
Yeah.
Because I'm over here staring at it directly. My eyes still hurt.
Yeah, you haven't found reason to convict yet. Yeah, that's a problem, because tomorrow we will have what was it? A dead doctor to tell you that the guy was dead. We know that. And who was the last person?
I heard doctor. I didn't.
Was it another officer?
Maybe. Does anybody remember?
Hey, Melanie. So good to see you.
Hey, Melanie.
It's a donkey. You can see it on the ears. So, no, but yeah, I don't know.
A detective. Yeah.
Yeah, detective. So it'll probably be the. I don't know what are they going to bring in. Yeah.
Well,
Oh, the interview.
yeah,
They're
I was gonna say
probably
that
going to play
interview.
the interview tomorrow, and that's going to be a problem because he mentions all the other knives and he didn't know nothing, and he can bury himself.
We'll see how he talks about it because
Yeah.
I'm very
Yeah, we
skeptical.
only have the written reports of it. I haven't watched the
Yeah,
interviews.
yeah, because you know how
So-
it goes. They portray it to be a certain way, and then you hear it and you're like, well, that doesn't sound like. Sounds like confusion, or he was unsure, or I don't know. So
Well, if you're cool enough, the sun always shines on you.
oh my God, stop it! You sound like my father.
It's a Danish rap song.
He always
Er du
says,
tilpas
"Sun
cool,
never
skinner
sets
solen
on the
altid på
cool,"
dig.
because he's always wearing his sunglasses.
There's a Danish rap song that goes, er du tilpas cool, skinner solen altid på dig.
Oh my gosh,
So
stop it!
it's Østkyst Hustlers. I thought you knew culture.
Me? Mm-mm.
Yeah. Well,
No.
I'm
Apparently
disappointed
not.
in it. But no, it's yeah. If we're just gonna watch that entire interview, and the most damning thing is he said, "I thought they had knives." Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I
From what I've seen in that video, he was justified in defending himself. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm not Norwegian, so I never had nefse. They said today he was on medication PTSD before this happened and state objected, so we don't know why. Yeah, and that was back then. I don't know if that had something to do with his heart surgery, because he asked just before about the heart surgery, and then he asked about the medication. So I don't know if maybe it does something, because as you all know, the little blue pill was made to help with heart problems. It helped with another problem too. So maybe there's some crossover effect from the PTSD medicine. I don't know.
Yeah.
Når en østkyst hoster tager sig vestpå.
Oh my gosh.
It's nothing better than Danish hip hop.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. You're in the unsure not guilty camp. He did throw the first punch, didn't he? Have that been proven?
No.
We have discussed it. You're one of RA's people, I think. We've discussed it a lot over here because the video doesn't show it. No one says it in the original interviews, because that was the name of.
The thing is, the boys said it. Everybody said it, but when they've been asked on the stand, did they see it? They're all standing there. No one saw it. No one saw it. And then Maddie claimed she had pictures, but then the pictures, she deleted them because she was just too upset. So, and then in the video, you don't see it, and it doesn't look like it happened. So I'm saying it's not true.
I think I made this list because we heard so many statements. Group 1 had the same same three statements they kept talking about, and I should have put in the fourth one, which was he slapped her, he punched her with his right fist in the face, because that guy who heard a punch today,
Mm-hmm.
That's yeah, the non-existent pictures that were deleted. Mr. Q testified he saw those pictures. Police wasn't able to find them. So yeah.
She had pictures, but she deleted them, and nobody could find them, and nobody had them. So
and that's yeah, the kid watched too many movies because one place that doesn't, it makes such a weird sound when you get punched in the face. It's not like what you think it sounds like on movies, because it's just such a stupid, dull sound. And again, he was 5'9" and 245, I think. If he with remember, we saw the picture. He was having something in his hand. If he had clocked her in the face, it's a wonder of God that nothing happened when this goes near her face. But again, a 245 guy, if he clocked her, not just I have my theory is he pushes her away because she's in the face, in his face, and pushes her away, and they jump him. But everyone says he does this or an overhead right. They can't agree on what kind of punch it is. He doesn't have any. Normally, when I do layman duty, and we are always shown a picture of the hand if someone has been in a fight, because normally you would see a reddening of the knuckles, but this guy, one punch, probably not. But he had that scraping that was consistent with falling on the seabed or riverbed. But again, we see her move her head, open her eyes, open her mouth. Everything is in her hands still. And it's kind of like body language. I don't know how she will react. I know how it is to get punched in the face, but I'm not sure a river Karen is that used to taking a full-blown man punch in the face. It hurts a bit.
Yeah. And when you heard all of the testimony on the stand for the kids, some people said we've heard them say he slapped her to the ground. So
Yeah.
where's that? She never went to the ground. He slapped her. I didn't see it. Oh, she was punched. I didn't see it. All people heard was probably her say it. She probably got nudged, or because they had their hands on him. So he probably pulled away or something, and she yelled, "He hit me!" And then just everybody was ready to fight anyway. So
yeah.
That's what happens when you have young people drunk and high. They're just looking for a
and
fight
in big groups.
like that, especially the way they're acting.
You're a bit behind, but if the state could not talk about bodies like he does, I'd be good. Just so awkward. Bodies. Like that. You're not convinced he touched her. I'm again, we see her. She's clearly aggressive. She puts her hand on him multiple times. That's assault. Riley puts her hand on him multiple times. That's assault. He has, again, 3 inches protruding from his hand. We have seen it. He holds it down by, I'm not tall enough, but he holds it down here in front of him. I'm just going to do a reenactment. I'm pulling my ears out so I can't hear anything, Jamie. But he has it down here. She's standing in front of him. If they claim he did this or this or this or whatever, he's shown restraint when he's having it down in front of him. He never punches anyone else. All he does is this when they get near him. Why should he, with a girl standing here, all of a sudden do this instead of just do this? Which most men will do with a girl if they get close, because we don't punch girls, especially a 54-year-old man from Romania. They don't punch girls.
Yeah, I agree. After all of the testimony and what we've seen so far, I don't even believe that he even laid a hand on her whatsoever. I don't even think he pushed her away. I think she was just yelling, and the boys were ready to fight anyway. And then for them being as close as they were to him, all around him like that, I cannot believe that if he literally punched her, that no one saw it. I don't believe that.
No. And again, he has his arms in a defensive posture in front of his body. We know both girls are in front of him. At least one boy is standing right next to him. Even if he's fast, remember he has that thing protruding from his hand. He would have to take his shoulder back and swing it. Most guys would react already there when that happened. That's why I'm saying he does this, get away from me. And she flies back and yells, yeah, he punched me. Even though she clearly punched him first. Because every other thing is with a direct poke. He doesn't slash wildly around him or hit someone. He only pokes. And again, 23 seconds, he hits five people, only poking them. There's no one else he allegedly punches.
Mm-hmm.
Why
and it's
change
only the people attacking him. It's not just like everybody in the group.
Yeah. Yeah, they were like hyenas. That's the best way to describe them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the police officer testified no marks on the body. The photos that they claimed existed that the police wasn't interested in were not able to be reconstructed, and they claimed they did a Celebrite documentation of the phone, and ain't nothing there. So yeah.
And didn't he testify that she said she deleted them because she was just over it or something, but they couldn't find them, so I don't think they exist.
Yeah, and they were, again, one of the words they were saying, all of you over at I have watched the video. Group 2 said all of those 8 of the people who were interviewed, 7 of them from Group 2 and 1 from Group 1, said they were calling for help. You can't hear that anywhere in the video. And they claimed that Group 1, that's what I call the boys group, looked uncomfortable. 3 of them testified to that. Then you had one person say he looked demonic. But it's, to me, when so many people have the same wording, it seemed coached to me. I don't trust it.
Yeah, especially the way they were saying it. My memory is just as good today as it was that day, but I don't remember
my memory is better after I talked to my friends, and I filled the gaps, as one of them said. Paula MC, my son is a Leo, and he said that they had this exact scenario in the academy during training. This is self-defensive if he fears for his life. Yeah, and that smirk they said during the opening statement, to me, that's a guy who is standing thinking, how do I get out of this? Exactly.
100%. Yeah. I mean, how would you feel being surrounded by those hyenas, as we'll call them, yelling and screaming at you?
We have a Broken Baker drawing of the situation. This is after I heard, I can't remember which, I think it was that girl that looked like she had hit the meth pipe a little bit too hard.
Yeah, this was her rendition of what he was doing.
He was just standing out there yelling for kids to die while his wife was sitting in a tube.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. No, they call him Group 1 and Group 2 in the police. Yeah, this is exactly how they made it sound.
Yeah. Like, he's so demonic, and he was just ready to start.
And all of it was for the culture. Well, yeah, and all of them all of a sudden remembered how much he talked about little girls. We hear that clearly in the video too. No, we don't. And to me, that's not a good sign. Baker, do you think the cop actually helps the defense in this case? I think he'd actually be worse off if there had been no video. I think the video is what's going to help him, because first of all, there's a reason why the state only shows stills, not the video. It's because the video is really bad for the state. But when you cut it up so it looked like this, and it looks like he had 5 minutes to think about what he did, yeah, that's bad. But believe you me, defense is going to show that video over and over again if they have the opportunity, and say 23 seconds, 11 people around them. No one who didn't come at him was touched. This was self-defense. He showed restraint.
Yeah, they cut it up so that they could pick their pieces and then start narrating what's going on. And oh, hey, look at his face. Look at how he's got a smirk and how he looks. And it's just like, and then you see, and it was funny because we saw that, right? And we were all like, oh, wow. And then you see the video and you're like, oh my God. I can't believe these kids.
Yeah, and all the adults who were 2 years older than the kids in the first group. That's just, but again, let's just be honest. It was a stupid accident that happened because people were drunk and high and believed their own immortality. It's actually very similar to the Rittenhouse case, but in this case, you have better video, and Shararowski had to have. Imagine he didn't get Grosskreuz to admit he never pointed the gun at me until I pointed my gun at him. Imagine how Rittenhouse would have done if that was the case. This guy have a video clearly showing that someone choked him.
Yeah, and they threw him on the ground in water, just like everybody was saying. He could have hit his head on a rock, been knocked out, and drowned.
Yeah.
Like, that's fear for your life. I don't know about you, but if somebody's fighting me in water, especially 13 people, I'd be scared. That's all it takes. Is one moment.
With 168 votes, 84% says not guilty and 15% says guilty. So the guilty side went up a little bit from the last poll. But that's a-okay. We always like to have people that not disagreeing, but have a good discussion. And we can't have a discussion if all of us agree.
Yeah, it's better when we have people that have a different opinion.
Yeah, because that makes us think too. It's too easy to just sit here and say guilty or not guilty. We have to be able to say why we feel like that. That's a lot of times people are just, yeah, he's guilty, yeah, he's not guilty. But why? I don't know. It's alarming how many recent trials shows the state trying cases like this with such non-credible witnesses. Rittenhouse, Travis Rudolph, now Karen Reed, even though it's not self-defense. Well, we had that case up in New Hampshire. Was it New Hampshire, Jamie?
Which one?
Self-defense.
Oh, yeah, New Hampshire. Was that John?
Yeah, that big guy, John, where people, a girl, someone hit on a girl. She went down to him, and he talked to the guy, said, "Get away from her." And he had a friend sucker punch him. They got into a fight. They went outside of the bar, got into an argument. He pulled out a pew stick, walked away, and 3 guys stepped to him, and he put 8 new holes in a guy. We can see in the video he's punched too, and they knew he had a pew. In my eyes, that was self-defense too. But again, as I always say, it's not about the case, it's about the jury. And that's why I'm very scared for the Karen Reed. All of the people said it's in the bank. Especially you have done so much research. You know what's lacking in the evidence. But if they do like they do in this case, just put a stack of nothing in front of the jury and said, look at all the evidence we have. Look at all these tons of evidence we have. What's in the evidence? Don't matter. But we presented you with 44 witnesses. That shows we have a case. No, because there's nothing on the paper. Yeah, but there's 44 people. That must mean they have shown something. We might not have gotten what the state was talking about. So let's just vote for it. And that's my big problem with all of these cases now.
I agree. I am scared for Karen, even though I see it totally different than, or,
Yeah.
you know, I see not guilty written all over the place.
You're not English speaking first and foremost, so maybe that's why I called them kids, despite them being old. They're quite different wording. Yeah. We'll probably call them like young adults in Denmark. After you're 16, you're a young adult. From 16 to 20, you're kind of a young adult. Scared for Karen Reed. Juries has been making horrible guilty verdicts, even when everyone is like, the state didn't prove a dang thing. Yeah, but that's because we do this a lot. How many of you, honestly, would do whatever it takes to get out of jury duty? And that means the people who are on the jury are the people who are either way too willing to be on a jury or too stupid to get out of jury duty. And do you want them? That's why I always say when people are asking, oh, how do you get out of jury, dude, man? I always say you should be on the jury because you are one of those people who is critical of the state. You are one of those who go in with the mindset, always innocent until proven guilty. We need you in a courtroom. We don't need need people from law and crime who's always believing people are guilty. Because that's not fair for the defendant. You don't need people who would think people are always innocent no matter what the state shows either. That's not fair either, because you should have a fair trial. You shouldn't have a weighted trial. But everyone who's interested in cases, and I can say I've been doing jury duty for the last 13 years. It's really, really interesting to sit there and really have to think about what are they showing us? Because we can sit here, we can talk a bit in chat, you can go out, grab a cup of coffee, come back, and you get a recap from either me or recovery, and you can make up your mind. But when you're in a courtroom and you have to sit there like I did Thursday for almost 6 hours and weigh in on surveillance videos, testimony from police officers, testimonies from there was some weed, which is highly illegal in Denmark, but a case with some weed, and you had to talk to some customers. You had to learn about what's the street value, what's the profit he would have made if he had sold what we believe he sold, and did he sell it, and all of these things. It's really interesting when it's you who get to do those decisions, and I think you need people who know that you have to hold the state to a higher standard, because those people who think, well, they wouldn't have charged him if he didn't do it. So yeah, but that's
Couldn't
just
agree
me.
more. No, it's me too.
Yeah.
That's why I am so, yeah, it's hard to change my mind.
It is your duty as a citizen, and especially because all the ones who are representing the state is elected, so that's also representing you. So you're the checks and balances on the people you elect to run your justice system. So yeah, and you learn a lot in the jury deliberation. Yeah, actually, because I've sat with people where I thought, just because you look at them and think it's going to be a tough one today, and actually we're the one who agrees the most, and you really have to fight for what you believe in, and sometimes you'll say, okay, I can live with that. Or in Denmark, because we are two jurors and one judge, We can disagree. It's democracy. The majority rules. So a judge and a layman can say, okay, the majority rules that he's guilty, not guilty. But two laymen can say, yeah, the judge thinks guilty, but we said not guilty. Then you're not guilty. So that's how our deliberation goes. I've never been in a case where we've been split, but still, it's a possibility. Then you write a dissenting note to it too. Well, Renee, think about if you were the accused person, wouldn't you want you on the jury?
I would want a me.
Yeah.
I know I would.
I just hate that they call a 17-year-old defensive end a kid.
Yeah, they're purposely calling them kids, and then the 18, 19-year-olds that came over to help grown-ups.
Yeah.
Like, no one was a grown-up in this one. No one. They were all a bunch
It's so
of
stupid.
immature. Because all it took was for somebody to say, wait a second. What's up, dude? What are you doing?
Yeah. Hey, what you looking for, brother?
Are you looking for something? Oh, a phone? Cool.
Yeah,
And
let
this
us
would
help
have
you.
been all been avoided. And then, okay, maybe if it did escalate, maybe the grown-ups that came over could have came over and said, everybody stop yelling. What's going on here?
Yeah.
Oh,
Instead, Mr. Q sent over his teen boys who was thrown away from another river because they couldn't behave themselves.
yeah. And because nobody was mature enough to ask those questions, look where we are. And this poor
Yeah.
man's going to lose might lose his entire life because of some hyenas.
Yeah, and a river Karen or two.
Yeah, and a couple river Karens.
But Jamie, I think I'm gonna jump off too. We'll be back tomorrow. All of you recovery addicts, you'll probably be over there tomorrow. But then say hello to him and thank him for the raid. And if you ever want to swing by, if he's not streaming, please do leave a little tickle on the like button on the way out, and go out and see if you can see a little bit of the eclipse. We will be back tomorrow at roughly 9 a.m. Eastern. And thank you all so much for showing up.
Yeah, thank you.
And enjoy the rest of your day. And say hello to... I'm going to send you to the expert today. So say hello to him. Hasta la vista.
Your Honor, I apologize. What exhibit are you referring to? I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor. 100. Because it is 100% correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you see the lawyer's face? Okay, we have to go back and they.
Widower case.
Did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.
Wait a minute, I need this story time.
Everybody has.
Everybody has.
Everyone has slept with his mother.
If I showed you.
Oh my God.
I'm having a Jamie moment. And the way he just said it, he was just like, everyone had. Things on YouTube.
Mr. Randolph, do you?
I got to get some man. You
Called him chicken shit.
That's right, you was chicken shit.